forgot the most important thing. Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy. Hello there. I'm Justin Wilson, and I'm a Cajun cook. Me, I got a cooking show on television, and this is how it happened. I was sitting in a little restaurant in Denham Springs, Louisiana, right outside of Baton Rouge, when a young man walked up to me and said, "Mr. Wilson, my name is Bob Rowland, and I am with Mississippi ETV. I said, "Bob, that don't spell a doggone thing." He said, "No, but it stands for Mississippi Educational TV, and we would like for you to do a cooking show for us." I said, "That was 1971. I told him, "You must be crazy to think I can cook on television." He said, "I might be, but I believe we could have a good show." And I hope we did. It had to be the first Cajun cooking show on television. It's now the silver anniversary of the creation of my first TV cooking series. Since then, I made more than 100 TV shows, but you are looking at the very first one right here. Hope you enjoy looking back at them as much as I enjoyed cooking for them. I guarantee. Hi, y'all are. I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. This is jambalaya. It's something we're going to make today. People always wonder just what it looked like. I'll just give you another little brief look. Another little brief look so you'll know just what it looks like. I'll show it to you, but first, we're going to make another little dish. You got to be brave to name a dish after yourself, I'll guarantee. And it took me a long time to work up enough nerve to name a dish after myself. I'm still a little chicken, and that's the name of the dish. Chicken a la Justin, or as we say down home, chicken a la Justin. To make a chicken dish, first you got to have a chicken. That's chicken. You notice that chicken is fat underneath the skin. You want to be sure the chicken is cleaned well and that there's fat on that chicken because that fat is the flavor. First, you got to have a chicken. I guarantee. Now, I've got 2 fryers already cut up right there. Got everything all ready. Whew, boy. Don't that nice? I guarantee. First, we're going to salt and pepper this chicken. But before we do that, we're going to put some olive oil on this pan. We'll put that on there. And people ask me a great deal, say, "How come you use olive oil?" Well, first thing, I like it. That's one reason. Another thing, it's good, it's healthy. It's not as greasy as some other oil that you might use. And we put that in there. Now we're going to put this chicken in there. That's the easiest way to salt and pepper it. I think we kind of, but maybe in this one right here, these are small fryers. Oh, those are pretty. And I always put that, those gizzard where I can find that because I like that myself. And for my wife, Sarah, I got to put that liver where I can find that because she likes that. These hearts we put in there because I like those myself, too. Salt and pepper with red pepper and black pepper. A little black pepper. There we go. That'll make me sneeze. Little red pepper. Cayenne pepper. Ooh, yeah, I guarantee that's hot. But not too hot, no, not too hot. Then we salt that. I better not do that. I better salt that like this. Put just plain ordinary old salt on that chicken. Yeah, that's going to be good, yeah. Now we're going to put on this 4 cups of onions that are already chopped up. Ain't that fine that they're already chopped up? I guarantee. Now that'll open your sciences up, I guarantee you that. Man, yeah. Whew, boy. Those chopped so nice. And then we're going to put about a cup of shallot, or green onions. You know, that's the same fellow invented these that invented twin beds, I guarantee. Oh, yeah. And then we're going to put 1 cup of chopped celery. Ooh, that's going to be good, yeah. Now, 1 chopped bell pepper, not too big. Just not over a cup. You don't want to put over a cup. Now. And about 2 cups of parsley. Most people think that parsley is something just to garnish something with, but that ain't the way it is now. Parsley has a very fine seasoning value. And you chop parsley up, you chop the leaf and the stem too, because the stem has a little different flavor than the leaf. And it's absolutely delicious as far as seasoning, and it's healthy too. Hate like the devil to tell anybody that, they may not want to use it. But it's real good for you, as well as being a beautiful, beautiful garnishment. Get that cleaned off there as I go along. This is pimento. This pimento is in strips and make things look pretty. But it also too, it's got some seasoning value to it. It's a pepper. A pimento, nothing in the world but a certain type of pepper. And it looks so pretty, but also it has a fine, fine seasoning value. Whoo-wee. It's good enough to eat right now before we cook it. Us gourmets and gourmands, we don't care about how things look so good. The taste is really what counts. But when you're going to serve a lot of company, you want things to look pretty. And this does look pretty. Now, I got 4 cups of sauterne. I don't think I can get it all on there, but I'm going to try. And the recipe calls for 3 or 4 cups, so we use 4. And that always reminds me of a story. I can't help but talk about a story. I got a friend what live in Bunkie, Louisiana. Now, Bunkie, for the benefit of you people what don't know, is just south of Alexandria, Louisiana, 35 miles. Alexandria right in the dead center of the state. And right north of Bunkie run the Dixon and Mason line. Anything north of there, us Cajun think that's a Yankee, I guarantee. And one Sunday night, this friend with me was in a barroom saloon, cocktail lounge in there, and he would drink a lot of them old master whiskey and chase that with beer, and he fall drunk and bad. In fact, he's so drunk he don't know his wholesale from his retail, and that's bad, I guarantee. And he walked out of that place, took himself home, and it's been rain for 4 or 3 days, you know, and he took himself home. And he walked out there, he supposed to took his right hand and took himself home, but he don't did that. He took a left hand. And it's been rain for 4 or 3 days, just like I'm told, and he walked into a graveyard cemetery. He don't know that they done haul off there and dig a brand new fresh grave out there and left it wide open. And he walking there and he slick and slide over them headstone, tombstone, gravestone, and marker and mausoleum. and bloom, he fall right in that open grave. Well, he tried to get out, but like I'm told you, it's been raining, it's slickery. And he's drunk too, and that don't help worse a darn. So all he can do is holler, help me, I'm cold. Whoo, boy, help me, I'm cold. Help me, I'm cold. Well, he leave a friend in that barroom saloon, cocktail lounge, and he brought himself out there, took himself home, and he's in the same shape just like him. And he hear that noise, he's drunk too. And you hear that noise, help me, I'm cold. Whoo, boy, help me, I'm cold. Like all us kids, and he got a big curious. He go see what's going on in them graveyard cemetery. And he walk in there and he slick and slide over them same tombstone, headstone, gravestone, marker, and mausoleum. And he's guided by that noise. The more close he gets, the more loud it gets. Help me, I'm cold. Whoo, boy, help me, I'm cold. Help me, I'm cold. He get right on the edge of them grave and look down there. That Cajun lived there with both hands behind his head and look straight up and holler, help me, I'm cold. He looked down and say, of course you cold. You done kick all you dirt off of you. We take this wine now, and we put the, well, we got to put a dash of that Louisiana hot sauce. This is cayenne hot sauce, not Tabasco hot sauce, made from the cayenne pepper. Dash, 1, 2, 3, dash. That's good, yeah. Then we get some Worcestershire sauce. Like I say, make a pine bar taste good, I guarantee. We put 2 tablespoons of Worcestershire on this good sauterne. Man, smell like a Bloody Mary, I guarantee. Let me move this out of my way. And we stir that up good. And we pour it on there. I hear something cooking over here. Yep. We put this on this chicken a la Justin. And you salt this to taste. I don't think I can get all this wine on there. Don't that a shame? Huh? I can guarantee I'm gonna try. I got a smaller casserole. It just won't get it. But I can add this later if I want to. Put a little more salt on that because those vegetables need a little more salt. They need a little salt. There ain't no two-way about it. That's pretty, huh? Now, we're going to put that on the oven. 365 degrees. We put it in there uncovered or covered. If you put it on there uncovered, you got to baste it more often, naturally. Put that in there, and we leave that in that oven for about 1.5 hours or 2 hours. And if your oven don't work, like sometimes they don't, like mine wasn't working the other day, well, then you got to haul off there and leave it a little longer. Now, I showed you some jambalaya a while ago, but I never will forgot. I want to tell you this before I go to that jambalaya. Several years ago, my wife Sarah and I were making this dish for just 6 people, and that's about what this will serve, about 6 people, maybe a little more, depending on how hungry they are, and if they're gourmet or gourmand. And we had this all fixed in the oven, cooking, and up comes an automobile loaded down with 8 more people. And we just did not have enough to go around. And for some reason, we didn't cook more than we usually do. We usually cook a lot more. And we sat there and talked, and they smell that stuff. Whoo, that's good, man. I say, I guarantee. They sat there for over 3 hours. And it had been cooking for 2 hours. That's when we found out that the longer this cooked, the better it is. I guarantee it is. Oh, yeah, that jambalaya. Let me get on that. Oh, let me see here. There it is. I'm going to, jambalaya, I'm going to chop this chicken up here like we do for jambalaya first to show you how we do it. We chop chicken with a meat cleaver for jambalaya because we want more pieces. Now that's a thigh and a leg. Now never forget that kid with me. We went to a restaurant way up north in Shreveport, and a cute little female lady waitress, women came there, and they had said, all the chicken you can eat for $1.50. And he called over there, and he said, would you bring me another tie and a wing, huh? She said, what you said? He said, would you bring me another tie and a wing? And she turned to me and said, what's she talking about? I said, all he wants is a tie and a wing, that's all. You see, I make 4 pieces out of that instead of 2. That's how we chop our chicken up for jambalaya. Let me get this up here. Oh, there we go. There, this chicken is chopped up for jambalaya. We put it there, salt it and pepper it. But we don't have the time to go through all this like we're supposed to. So what we have in here, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, we've got some chicken already brown. Throw that around a little bit. We're going to put 6 medium onions chopped up in this jambalaya. You notice we use a lot of onions. Us Cajuns like to do that. It's in there. Chop that. Let's just get that stirred up real good. We got to do that. We cook these onions until they're clear, what we call clear. Or we saute them until they're tender. It's the same thing. Add the onions. We put 1 tablespoonful of bell pepper. We don't want to change that taste. And 1 tablespoonful of celery. Good old celery. Now stir this up. And we cook it all till it's clear. That smells good already, I'll guarantee. Well, right now I'm going to change this pot so I can show you another phase of this, to be sure that you learn how to make jambalaya. In this pot, we got the onion and bell pepper and celery all cooked till it's clear. We're going to haul off here and add some sausage that we usually brown. We usually brown this in with the chicken. And we'll add this in here and stir it up too. You don't have to add sausage to chicken jambalaya, but we like it in there, and it just adds a little flavor to it, that's all. We've got 3 cups of long grain rice. We usually let this cook about 15 to 20 minutes, cook down real good. This is uncooked long grain rice. Now these sissy people, they make this jambalaya with rice that's already cooked, but that ain't fair. That ain't fair that did that. You're disqualified in the world championship if you did something like that. I guarantee. I didn't cook in that championship, the first one, but I judged in it. And with salt and pepper this, you got to put a little more salt and pepper in this because you've added things to it. You know that. So I'm putting a little more salt. I'm going to put 2 teaspoonfuls. That's 1 teaspoon. That's 2 teaspoons, exactly. I'd bet money on it. And a little more red pepper. Now, this chicken's already been salted and peppered. That's real good. Hot pepper, I guarantee. We cook this on a low heat, and this is supposed to cook about 15 minutes. We'll let this cook 15 minutes. Now, to pass the time, I'm going to tell you a story. I never will forget. This is a true story. It happened in Crowley, Louisiana. There was a fellow in a barbering shop, in the Atlanta Bennett barbering shop back there years ago when you got everything. You didn't go to hairdressers and things like that. You got it all right there in one spot, haircut and shave and shoe shine and everything else. And he'd laying up there covered up with them sheet, what they covered them with, And then they haul up there and put this towel on his face and cover that up real good, too, you know. And he's laying up there, half asleep. And somebody running in and grab him by the arm and say, Boudreaux, Boudreaux, wake yourself up. Your house is burning up right down the street there. Man, he jump up, he run down the street with that long sheet trailing behind him about 3 blocks and finally came to a dead still. He said, what's wrong with me? In the first place, I ain't got no house. In the second place, my name ain't Boudreaux, too. You see how fast that time go, huh? That 15 minutes done up. And right now, I'm going to put 4 cups of water on that. There's 4 cups of water already measured on that. I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to stir that real good, too, I'll guarantee. And I'm going to put some garlic on that. Got to put some garlic. Whew, man, there is the secret. Not after you eat it. Guarantee. Now, the reason I wait to put that garlic in there is because if you don't wait, if you put that garlic in there with other stuff, it gets hard, loses its seasoning value, and it's actually no good. But it'll season it fully like that. Now, you stir this real good, bring it to a good boil, and then you cover that pot. Put the lid on there, just like that. Be sure there's no air holes. And you let it simmer for about an hour, and you keep it covered. Don't let anybody took the lid from that. If they do, chop their hand off. That's sacrilegious to uncover a jambalaya. I know some people that put weights on there. You ain't man enough to take the weights off, I'll guarantee. Now, you can make this jambalaya with any kind of meat, pork, rabbit, anything in this world. I never forgot I drove down the road one day in my automobile, and there's a little boy walking down the road, and he had a great big bird with a wing spread. Oh, man, it must be 6 feet. And he's walking down that road, dragging the wing in the dust, and I stop. I'm got a big curious with me. And I say, son, what you got there, huh? He say, a hawk, a chicken hawk. I say, what in the world you gonna do with a chicken hawk? He say, I'm gonna make gumbo. That's what I'm gonna make. Or maybe a jambalaya. I say, well, does chicken hawk make pretty good jambalaya? He say, about like owl. Ooh, boy. Oh. Now, I'm going to serve myself a little of this jambalaya that we already have cooked. We showed you a little of it a while ago. Ooh, that's good, yeah. Now, take that lid, put it over there. Y'all getting an ass sandwich, huh? That ass sandwich is good. A little saucisse, that's sausage in English. Better get a little more. That looks pretty good. I'm going to the table. First, I'm going to get me a little rice to put here on this. Even though I got jambalaya, I got another dish here I want to serve with this rice. Then I'm going to get me a little mustard green I got cooked. Let me get that where I can show that with you. Isn't that pretty? We cooked that, too. We cooked that mustard green with a little wine. Put that on there. Then we get a little chicken a la Justin. That a second joint is. No, that's not. That's a back. I like that, too. I didn't know there's anything but backs and wings and all that stuff until I got there. Isn't that fine? Now, sit myself down, pour some wine, and I want to tell you a story. Years ago, north of Lake Charles, Louisiana, where those beautiful pine trees meet the swamp. There's an old fellow live up there, not all that old. He had a family, a lovely family. And he lived up there with his wife and his 2 little boys cheering. And they're wonderful cheering, but they don't have one ambition. They want a shoot gun, 10 gauge, to help their papa shot them gooses. and they ain't got no shoot gun, and they poor. But one year, he got a good year on his trap. All he do is trap, you know. And he go to town and he sell everything what he's got, and he get enough money to not only pay his bill, but also to bought one shotgun. And he do that, just bought one shoot gun. And he told him, now look, I don't want some fighting over this. Oh no, we won't. And it's just 13 months different between those boy age. So they go home, and they don't got some shells, so they go get some hen egg. And they go trade that for one shoot gun shell. That's all they got, just one shoot gun shell. And they go to hunt. And it's been a long time ago. They'd never seen an automobile in their life. And the little boy was kind of scared for that gun, and he told his oldest brother, say, look, I'm going to let you shot that first. His oldest brother said, okay, that's sweet with you, I guarantee. So they go out there, and they look for something, but they don't find something. The lapin, that's rabbit in French, you know, no rabbit. And here come the very first automobile they never saw before again in their life. Whoo! A Model T Ford. Down that dirt road, dust raised up, you can see it for 10 miles. Look like a tornado to them, and they scared to death. They don't know what in the world that is. And that little boy say, brother, what that is, huh? His brother say, me, I don't know, but I'm gonna get him, I guarantee. Little brother say, you gonna shot him? He say, I guarantee I'm gonna shot him. You hide behind them tree over there. I'm gonna get behind this tree right over here. And when he brought himself by, shoom, I'm gonna let him have it, I guarantee. His brother say, okay. He run, get behind that tree, and his big brother get there with that 10-gauge shoot gun, put it up against the tree in case it kick, and it kick, you hear? Here come a man by, dressed all in a duster with goggles and a cap on. He run by there, and that little old boy, 13-year-old, bloom! Well, that man run off the road, turn that Model T Ford over, jump out, and just run as fast as he can across the wood. And the little brother ran up to his older brother. He's 12. He says, brother, did you get him, huh? He said, I don't know, but I made him turn that man loose, I guarantee. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy. Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. I used to cook for people from the Houston Press and other people back in the 1960s. That's how I became friends with Jack Moeller, who was city editor of the Houston Press. I spent 3 days cooking on stage, and Jack said, look, you have to write a cookbook. I told him, you got to go find yourself a mind because you have lost it. But with his help and a lot of fear, we wrote the Justin Wilson Cookbook. It was published in 1965. The only way I could write it was I had to cook the stuff and measure it. I never measured ingredients, so I didn't know how much of anything went into my dishes. That cookbook was one of the first Cajun cookbooks. In 1972, I put together the Justin Wilson #2 cookbook, Cooking Cajun. Both of those books are combined in Justin Wilson's Looking Back. The dishes that I cooked on the very first TV series in Mississippi nearly 25 years ago are in Justin Wilson's Looking Back. How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. Whoo, boy. We're going to do some cooking and tell some stories today. You know, Cajuns know lots of stories. Ooh, I guarantee. Some of them I can tell and some I cannot. But here's one I can tell you today. I got a friend named Murphy Brown. He lived down south with me down there. And one day he asked me, he says, Justin, that's my front name in French. He said, you ever been to Houston, Texas? I said, oh, yeah. He said, you been to the Astrodome? I said, oh, yeah. He said, told me about that. I said, there ain't no way. You wouldn't believe one word I told you. What you should did is see that. He said, I'd love to did that. And like a fool, I said, I'll be glad to took you there. He said, let's go. I said, well, we can't go right now. Let's just find out when them Astros are going to try to play baseball. And we go over there and play around and see that thing and have a good time. He say, call on the phone. I say, okay, I'll call on the phone. So I called on the phone and said, he's going to play in 3 days. He said, let's go right now. I said, no, we'll go in 3 days and we'll have a good time, pass a good, pleasurable time. He said, well, I'm going to come to your house. Well, he came to my house and stayed until we ready to go over there. And we go over there and we go to the Astrodome. We go through it 3 times, not once, no. We go to a restaurant, one of those fine little restaurants they got there, and we have a nice lunch, and a good-looking female girl, lady waitress, women wait on us there. When she get through, she brought the check with me, and I reached in my pocket so I can leave something on the table for them waitresses, but I don't got something I'd left there. And I told Murphy, I said, Lee, be sure and left something on this table here for them waitresses. He said, okay. Well, I went over to the cash register and paid the check, and I met him at the door. I said, did you leave something on that table for that waitress? He said, I guarantee. I left them old carrots. I never could stood them things. Well, you know, a lot of people like that, Cajun. They don't like certain vegetables, greens and mustard greens and cabbage and things like that. And we're going to fix some that you can't help but like. I guarantee. But right now, I'm going to fix a casserole. Well, what we might call the main dish. This casserole is made of asparagus, cheese and shrimp and eggs and wine. Right now, I'm putting some olive oil on that. Now, people ask me, say, how come you use olive oil? And that's 2 tablespoons in there. That's what they did. They ask me, how come you use olive oil? Because I like it. That's the main reason. Best reason in the world. But also, it's not as bad on your cholesterol, how you call it, as some of the other things. And it's got a delicious flavor, a very fine flavor. That's the big reason that I use olive oil. I like the flavor. Nothing wrong with that. Now, these are green spears, 1 large can. Now, you can use a casserole that's deeper than this. I sometimes do. But we have this one right now, so I'm going to make this for this shallow casserole. Look at that. Whew, boy, that's pretty, yeah. I guarantee. Funny thing about this dish, you know, men say, I don't like asparagus, but they like this dish. Must be the wine. I've never had one of them turn it down yet. I guarantee you that. Ooh, that's fine. Don't want to waste any of that. Now, we put the asparagus first. Then we got some grated American cheese. We put some of that on there. A layer of cheese. I don't want to put it all because I want to keep some more. That's 1.5 cups, about 1.5 cups of grated American cheese is what we're putting in here. And we put a little, I've got about 1/2 cup of Romana, and I'll put about half of it right now. Let's have that. Now I'm going to put a layer of shrimps. Whoo-wee, how you call them good old shrimps from the Gulf Coast. Talk about fine. I guarantee that's fine. These were large shrimp, so I cut them up in the sizes that would these shrimp have been boiled. I want to tell you that. And then we peeled them. And when we boil shrimp, we put a lot of salt. You got to put a lot of salt for any crustacean. And we put lemon, onion, hot pepper, and a little garlic in that. And that's all, just a tap of garlic when we boil shrimp. And wine, we put a little wine. Now we're going to put some more cheese. American, a layer of cheese on the shrimp. Some good Gulf Coast shrimps. And that's fine. And the Parmesan cheese, or Romana. This is Romana, not Parmesan. You can use either one. It don't make some difference. Whichever one you want to use. And now you top that. You notice I put the last layer of cheese because it'll spread all the way down through that, not just be on the bottom. It goes all the way through. And that's one of the reasons why we put it on top, because we want that good flavor of that cheese. Now, we're going to beat a couple of eggs. Better take that one out of there while I broke this one. No, every time I see these eggs, it makes me think about a story that actually happened a year ago down in South Louisiana in one of the old-fashioned hotel and restaurant what we had there. You used to go down and you'd get your breakfast served to you down there, and it was this kind of restaurant where you'd get a ham or cheese, cheese omelet, you could get that maybe, and you could get the bacon or sausage, would you egg, and they always asked you, how you want your egg this morning? And then we forgot this fella what went in there. One morning, he had a hang around, whoo, he felt bad. And this old waiter come up to him and say, how would you like your egg this morning? We got bacon this morning. How would you like your egg? He said, lemonade them egg. He couldn't stood the thought of that. He said, okay. Well, he went back to the kitchen and he brought himself back. He brought some scrambled eggs, and this fellow with him hang around and say, I told you to lemonade them eggs. He said, I told that old cook back there, but she don't know nothing but fry and scramble, I guarantee. Got to whip these eggs real hard. And we put sauterne wine. Pour a little wine. Now, I've got a cup measured out here. Pour a little bit at a time and beat it real good. And we put enough wine to where it smells like eggnog. I'm telling the truth, I guarantee. A little more wine. Not quite right, still don't smell like egg, not like eggnog. You know that wine helps to cook those eggs. Just right, I guarantee. Now we're going to put some Worcestershire sauce on that, like a tablespoonful, and blend it into Worcestershire. And a teaspoonful of Louisiana hot sauce. Now, we don't mean Tabasco, no. This is cayenne, not Tabasco pepper. You put cayenne, put about half that much. Teaspoon. I like it a little better than that. I'll put a dash. Then we got to put some salt, 1½ teaspoonful of salt. That's a teaspoonful of salt. You don't believe that? I'm going to show you. Teaspoonful of salt. And ½ teaspoon. Not going to measure that because I don't prove I didn't did it. There we go. Now we got to beat this up good and dissolve them salt in there. We pour this on the casserole. Can't help but be good. Get all the salt. Now, a can of cream of mushroom soup. This smells good too. Kind of beat it a little bit so it'll pour easier. And then spread it the best you can over your casserole. Ooh, yeah. That is good enough to eat right now. Got that good juice in it. Then we put about 3/4 of a cup of breadcrumbs and sprinkle that over the top. Oh, boy. One little piece of cheese, we don't want that to melt. We put this in the oven at 350 degrees. and that's going to cook about an hour, and it's done. In this pan right here, I'm going to show you how we cook mustard greens, or turnip greens, or spinach, anything you want to cook. I have in here some olive oil. Oh, yeah, I covered the bottom of the pot real good. And I'm going to put some mustard greens in that as soon as I get this out of my way. Ooh, don't that pretty. I don't drop them all over the floor. Now this oil has already been heating, and I'm going to turn it a little higher. We're going to show you that we put these greens in there with a hot oil so that they will stay green. Just put a little few to show you. That hot oil will keep them green. See how pretty that is? Just as green and pretty. And it stays green, too. Now, we soak our greens in our mustard greens. We get in salt water to be sure we get all them bugs and things like that off of them. And worms. We don't want all that. And we put this in here. Wash them off real well after we soak them in that salt water to get the salt off. Any worms that may have clung to the greens after they done hauled off and finished himself off. Ooh, this is fine. Now we put, this recipe says 2 or 3 cups of Sauterne wine. We got 3 cups. We're going to put that on there. You can let these heat a little bit more in the oil if you wish. Get them green, but we're going to put this on there like that. Salt to taste. But we're going to put a little green pepper. One of these real, I grew that in my garden myself. That's a cayenne pepper. We're going to drop that on there so that you can see. Then we're going to salt that to taste. You can use hot sauce. That's 1 teaspoon, 2 teaspoons, 3 teaspoons full of salt. It's going to take every bit of that. You know, greens are green. You know, 2 ways about that. Push that down on that. Let it simmer, and by the way, always turn your fire down when you do that, because they may scorch on you. You don't want to scorch on the green. That'd be sacrilegious. You don't want to do that, I guarantee. Put this out of my way. Now, I'm going to haul off here. I've got to taste a little of this pot liquor in the finished dish that I got over here of some of them mustard greens that I got here early and cook up to be sure I got some. Gonna just dip a little pot liquor. Whoo, you go to some of these high-class restaurants and they say vegetable juice. Vegetable juice. Ain't nothing in the world but pot liquor. Man, you talk about good. Oh, man, that reminds me of a story I guarantee, and I want to tell it to you while this kind of cool itself a little bit. I got a couple of friends that met up down at Johnny Gitro's one day, and one of them had a gallon of that moonshine corn whiskey. And he told his friend, he said, "How about a drink of my moonshine?" He said, "I don't believe." And he reached in his shirt and pulled out a 45, stuck it right in his belly stomach. He said, "Took a drink." He said, "Okay." He didn't lose his breath. The fellow handed him the pistol. He said, "Now hold that on me and make me took one." You don't have to do that with this. I'll guarantee this is fine stuff. I believe I'll have some more. That is fine. I'll guarantee. Don't want to waste any of that. That's awful good. Now, I'm going to make a little hot slaw. That puts me in shape to fix something else, that good old pot of liquor, vegetable juice. I mean, it put me in shape to fix something else, and I'm going to fix you a little hot slaw. That's what I'm going to do. Now, in this pot right here, I've got some bacon that I chopped in small pieces, and I put that in there and fried it out. Now, I'm going to haul off here and get my stuff where I can get at it. And I've got a little vinegar here. Now, this is optional. If you want to put vinegar in this the last thing, you can do that. If you don't want to, or if you forget it like I do a lot of times, you don't got to do that. First of all, I'm going to put some onion, some onions. We call them onion down there. These are just chopped onions. Put them in here to saute until they are about clear. That's one large onion we've chopped up and put in here. Mm-hmm. Boy, that's a science clearer up, I guarantee. Whew. That's fine. That's just fine. And now we put one large bell pepper that we done got chopped up and put that in on there too until it comes clear too. Or like we call, well, until it's tender. That's actually what we're talking about, until it's tender. Ooh, that smells good. Now I'm going to haul off here and add. This should cook a little bit the way these onions are clear, but I'm going to go ahead and add my cabbage, a small head, kind of about the size of mine. We'll put that on there like that. Not a pinhead, a small head of cabbage. And we stir that real well. The same thing holds true with this grease with cabbage as it does with mustard greens. It'll hold its greenness if you put it in hot grease. And you want it to do that. Man, I'm spreading cabbage, I know that. I guarantee. Ooh-wee. Now, 2 cans, if you got small cans of whole tomatoes, or 1 large can of whole tomatoes. These are whole tomatoes that I'm putting in there. And I'm going to put this up like that. Stir them into it. Salt and pepper to taste. This should take about 2 teaspoonfuls of salt, maybe a little more. We use both black pepper not too much, and red cayenne pepper. And this is where I got to remember to put them vinegar in there. Vinegar, like them Cajuns say when they marinate something overnight, they say, let it sleep in the vinegar all night long. Yeah, now we got the vinegar, we got everything on that. I'm gonna stir it just at least a little bit to mix it up. I'm gonna cut that fire down to low, put the lid on that, and let it cook itself. That's gonna simmer about 45 minutes is how long we got to let that simmer. Now, let me see, I've got some hot slaw already cooked here. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm gonna get a little hot slaw and put on a plate here. C'est bon. That means it's good. And it is. Get myself a few little mustard green. Oh, and I'm going to show you all the finished casserole, too, when I get over there to that table. Oh, just a little bit more. That's so good. Oh, man. Can't stood that. Ain't that fine? I guarantee. Here is the casserole. Over here, it's done. We fixed that a little earlier. But I guess I better pour a little wine before I sit down. I've got a little garlic bread here to dunk in that if I wish. People always ask me about what kind of wine. I say the kind you like. Just like you, wife. Marry the kind of girl you like. Cook the kind of wine. No. Putting that there for a moment. and get a little of this right here. Whoo, you talk about. Like that Cajun say, you talk about. I guarantee. Whoo-wee. Little garlic bread. Man. Now, ain't that fine? Now, you know, before I do this, I want to tell you a story. I haven't told this story in a long time, but I've been going kind of fast here to cook up all this, and it reminds me, this food you eat here that I'm fix here, it give you a lot of get up and go. There ain't no twice way about that, I guarantee. When you cook this, you're gonna have, you don't need no B12, no nothing. One day I got a friend that drove into a filling station down on I-10, that's between Lafayette and Lake Charles. And he drove into them filling station in one of them little fastback automobiles, you know, it looked like it been chopped off in the back with a broad axe. And he drove in, he say, full it up. There's a Cajun standing there say, whoo, that's a nice automobile you got, I guarantee. How fast can it go? He said, 120 miles an hour, zoom, just like that. This Cajun said, I can go that fast. He said, what kind of car you got, huh? This Cajun said, I ain't got no car, I run that fast. He said, you done lost your mind, you can't. He said, oh, you call me a lie? He said, no, I just kind of doubt your word, that's all. Well, he said, come on out on this interstate and I'll show you how it's dead. You know, that's before they got that new state police superintendent they got down there. So they got down the interstate, and this fella with them fastback car, he don't want to embarrass that poor Cajun at all. So he said, I just will go about 35 miles an hour, and he eased along 35, and he'd look out his window, and that Cajun run along by the side of him and lighting a cigarette. He said, I can't stir there. So he geased it up to 55, and he'd look outside there, and he saw that Cajun done pop some bubble gum in his mouth. He said, well, I'll show him 75 miles an hour. He look out his window, and that Cajun run along by the side of him and blow a great big bubble of them bubble gum. He said, I can't stood this at all, I guarantee. So he put his foot all the way to the floor on acceleration. 120 miles an hour. He look outside of the car there, and that Cajun just rocking along like he's loping. Don't even look like he's training himself. And he say, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. But he look back at the road, and he better look back at that road because you better not run no automobile 120 miles an hour, not watch them road, I guarantee. Well, man, he looked back at the road, and he looked back, and the Cajun's gone. He said, I wonder what happened with him. Well, he go a piece till he found a place to turn around, and that's not easy on them interstates, you know. Finally, he found a place to turn around. He brought himself back, and there that Cajun in the ditch, and he just one big brush burn, I guarantee. He said, what in the world happened to you, huh? He said, you ever have a tennis shoe blow out going 120 miles an hour, huh? Okay. I'll be glad. Well, you like that so much, I'll just have to tell you, when I look at this set, it reminds me of this. It's the beautiful set, I guarantee. But you know, I never forgot this young fella who went to his uncle and said, will you give me a job as a carpenter? He said, you know anything about it? He said, no. He said, okay, you'll be an apprentice. So he gave him a job as an apprentice carpenter. And they were building a house, and his uncle said, I better check on him. He's the foreman. And he go on there, and he find this young fella, kabloom, 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 kabloom. Reach in his apron, get another nail, look at it, chunk it over his shoulder. Reach and get another one, chunk it over his shoulder. Reach and get one, ka-chung, 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 ka-chung. He said, what in the world are you doing chunking them nail over your shoulder? He said, well, I put him up there, and the point toward me that must be for the other side of the house, huh? His foreman say, why, of course it's for the other side of the house. But don't chuck him around. Remember, you're going to get on that other side sometime soon, I guarantee. Have a little sip of them wine. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that pretty ass. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy. Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. When the Acadians were kicked out of Nova Scotia by the British more than 200 years ago, the ones with good sense made their way to Louisiana and found themselves a bunch of game, seafood, and edible plants. They used the hunting and trapping skills they had developed as settlers in Nova Scotia. They learned about corn from the Indians and Germans and immigrants of other nationalities, also shared their knowledge of good food sources with them. Cajuns are good hunters who still hunt for meat, but not for the sake of hanging trophies on the wall. Venison sauce piquant is one of the most wonderful dishes you'll ever put in your mouth, I guarantee. I hope you enjoy looking back with me at this show I made for Mississippi Educational Television 25 years ago. I shared my secrets for making a good roux and perfect rice, as well as how to make venison sauce piquant. How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. Whoo, boy. Now, today I'm going to tell you how to make venison sauce piquant. And it's good, ooh-wee. And to make a sauce piquant, like most everything else in South Louisiana, when we cook, we first got to make a roux. And we're going to make a roux today and show you how that's did, too. And we also, too, we got to have something to put this sauce piquant on when we get finished cooking that. We're going to cook something like that, too. We're going to cook a pot of rice, long grain rice, because it's easy to cook and not as much chance of it gumming up. Now, I'm going to measure this very carefully. You notice? Put it in there like that. I'll put 3 more grain. Got that ready right there. And then I'm going to take this over here and put water in it to cover this first joint in my finger right there. Now, everybody's got the same length first joint on that index finger right there. Everybody got that same, unless there's something wrong with them. We put cold water on that, just put her on there and pull her up. The way I measured my finger, not quite enough. Got to get it just right. Whew. Exactly right. I'm going to show you now, that finger right there. You see, it's wet. Then I got to put a little salt on that. I've got to do that. Just 1 teaspoonful of salt. Hold steady. I hear you laugh, but I guarantee that's a teaspoon right there. We put that on there like that. There it is. Teaspoon. We put this on the fire, and we turn it up high, or medium high, and we let most of the water boil out of it, and then we put something under it and put it on the lowest fire we possibly can so that we can haul off there and get all the water out without burning it and without letting it stick to the pot. You know, when I put that rice on, I can't help but talk about a story I want to told you. They got a town in Louisiana named Guidon, and most people think that's the last town before you get into the Gulf of Mexico, but that ain't the way it is, no. There's another town below there named Florence. And down in Florence, they got all these fancy duck camp with all them big shoots from all over the U.S., and they come there and hunt them duck. And they always sent a guide with them to the blind because they couldn't find the blind in the first place without that guide, and after they found, they couldn't find their way back. And they got to have somebody to kill the duck, too, you know. And they always leave somebody at the camp to cook a sauce piquant, gumbo, and rice. Us Cajun got to have that rice. And that reminded me of that Cajun that went through Lake Charles, Louisiana one time, and he stopped at a restaurant cafe, and he walked in there, and they got a high counter with a high stool, and he got up there, climb up on them stool. And a good-looking female girl, lady, waitress, women, came up and said, "What can I did for you, huh?" And that fool said, "I want a hamburger." She said, "All the way?" He said, "No, cut the rice." But right now, I'm going to make a roux. R-O-U-X, Rux. Roux is what I'm going to make. And the way we do this is we cover the bottom of a pot with oil, olive oil. That just about covers the bottom, and that's about a cup of oil. And I put this on a medium fire to get my oil hot. Get this oil hot here so that we can put the flour in there. Now, we cook a roux slow because we want to take the flour taste out of the roux. And we have to have enough oil to cover the bottom of the pan, and usually, I guess, about 1/8 of an inch is what it is. But we cook it slow to get the flour taste out. If anything in this world I hate is to get a hold of something that tastes like old raw flour. I can't stand that. I'll guarantee you. Most anybody else can. And I'll tell you another thing. We put this flour, and this is sifted flour, 1.5 cups is what it'll take for about that much oil, about 1 cup of olive oil and 1.5 cups of flour, 1.5 cups of flour. And then you stir that. And when I'm talking about stir it, I mean and good. Whew, it take about, I would say, 30 minutes to an hour to make a good roux. And it's sometimes I get up in the middle of the night and stir a roux when I got something on my mind. I would like to just get up and do something about that, you know. So I stir the roux. It's a mind relaxer. Ho, ho, ho. That reminds me, I relaxed my mind so much I didn't finish that story I was telling y'all. Like I'm telling you, this boy go through Opelousas and Lake Charles, but he'd leave one man down there to cook them rice, and he left one day. He would make his sauce piquant out of duck gizzard. And while he was there, that long-distance phone ring itself. It's got to be long-distance because there ain't nothing else near Florence. And he pick up them phone and say, "Hello there," and operation say, "This is long distance." He say, "I know that." "What can I do for you?" She say, "Would you call Mr. A man with a very funny name, Mr. Smith, to the telephone?" He say, "Oh, no, I can't did that. He's in the blind. I ain't about to go out there. He's liable to took a shoot on me." Whoo! She say, "Can you took a message?" "Oh," he say, "Of course I can did that." She say, "All right." He said, "Let me get a pencil and a pepper." He went and get a pencil and a pepper. He said, "Shot to work." She said, "Would you told Mr. Smith to call Operation 61? He said, "Operation 61 in Houston, Texas. In Houston, Texas." "Would you told Mr. Smith to call Capital 21236? He said, "What you said?" "Would you told Mr. Smith to call Capital 21236? And there was a dead still on the phone. She said, "Are you there?" He said, "Of course I'm there. But how in the world do you make a capital 2, huh?" Now, you know, it takes a long time to make a roux, and I'm going to show you the finished product. Move this out of the way here. Here is a finished roux that I have right here. Ooh-wee, that's pretty. It's a beautiful roux, I guarantee. See it shine? This shines just as pretty. Oh. Now, while that roux is just brown a little bit more, I'm going to show you something that a lot of people do not know. How to properly clean an onion. Now, this onion is an ordinary onion. Most people don't take enough of the root out when they clean an onion. If you leave that root in there, it's bitter. And there's no use in having that bitterness because you're going to get enough smell and flavor from that onion with that much gone, I guarantee. We just go on and peel that onion and you cut the top. Be sure that there's no brown or anything down in the rings of the onion. And while I'm at it, I might just as well show you the same thing about a shallot or a green onion. You take that and you don't cut right there or right there. You cut enough of that off to where you do not leave any of that old root on there because it's bitter, just like anything onion, it's bitter too. I'll tell you something else. When this onion is going to seed, there's usually a stalk in that or a leaf that's very, very hard, and that's the flower, and it's bitter too, and you don't want to leave that in there also too, I guarantee. But I got to put these 8 medium chopped onions. Ain't that fine? You talk about a science opener, that's one, I'll guarantee. Whew. I'm gonna put that on the roux and stir it in. We're gonna cook that on there for a little while until it's clear. Actually, about, I guess about 30 minutes. But there's something else we got to put on that. Before I do, I want to give you another little hint about something. That's a common, ordinary, beautiful old bell pepper. Sweet pepper, some people call them. Inside that bell pepper, there are some white membranes in it. Those membranes are bitter too, and you don't want to have that in your bell pepper. We clean those out. We clean them out good too, so we don't have anything but sweet pepper on that. Those seeds have a different flavor than the rest of the pepper. The same thing is true of a hot pepper. You know that? I guarantee you get those seeds and you done got something hot, yeah. I'll tell you for sure. Now I'm gonna put the bell pepper and celery in there because they take about as long to cook as an onion. And after I get this all stirred in there, I'm going to add my green onion. Now we usually let a little juice get in this before we put our green onions in because the green onions don't take as long to cook as these other onions and bell pepper and celery. And incidentally, be sure and get all of your strings off of your celery. We're going to put the green onion on that. This is 2 bunches of green onion chopped up fine. Whew. That's smelling good already. I'll tell you for sure. And we stir that in too. Oh, man. Now, we ordinarily let this cook down a little bit for about 30 minutes. We put a lid on it and let it cook down to where we can see that the onions are clear. We like for the onions to be clear, the celery to be clear, and the bell peppers. What we mean by clear is you think you can see through them. You may not, but you come close, I'll guarantee. But right now we're going to put in 2 8-ounce cans of tomato sauce. 1, 2. And we're going to stir that in. You know, sometimes we just take this out in about 30 minutes from now and make a sandwich out of it. So good we can't stood it, I guarantee. Man. That looks good. Now, we're going to let that simmer on a low heat. Ordinarily, we let it simmer on a low heat for about an hour until it gets all clear and all that, but we don't have time to do that naturally. So I'm going to haul off here and salt and pepper, some cubed venison, about 4 pounds of venison, what it takes for this sauce piquant. Isn't that venison pretty? It is beautiful venison. All of the membrane has been taken off of this, and I mean all of it on this, too. I'm so proud of that, I really am. That membrane makes a difference. I'm going to salt and pepper it, but before I salt and pepper it, I'm going to show you what I mean. You see that white there? That is membrane, that white, all that. So what we do, we take it off. See that beautiful red meat under there? That's all that's good. That membrane is not good. And you have to take all the fat off of venison, too. You see that beautiful red meat? That's what is good, nothing else. Got salt and pepper this venison. Here it is. That's salt. You have to always be sure. Just plain salt. Red pepper. Not this. This is black pepper. I use both. There's a red pepper. My goodness alive. Both have a different flavor, you know. They have a different flavor, these peppers do, and they add to the taste of venison. This is about hot as 9 yards of you know what. I'll guarantee. Whoo, boy. Now I'm going to put this bacon drippings on. That's what this is. And we're going to fry our venison in that. And I want to tell you something. If you got any cut places on your hand, and you put that in that hot pepper and salt, man, I guarantee. You see how we do that? We get that put on there, and that's got salt and pepper. This is not enough salt for the whole sauce piquante, I don't think. And we're going to brown this off. When we say brown off, you got to put that fire up a little higher. Oh, I hear it just going to town. Smells good already. I never will forget I was making a sauce piquant several years ago, and my little grandson was standing there by me, and I noticed that my meat that I was taking off to put into my sauce piquant, I wasn't getting too much up. And I looked there, and he was eating it just as fast as I could cook it and put it down there. And it was so good, it didn't make any difference to him whether it was fully cooked or not. And you don't cook it all the way plumb, you know. You just cook it enough to brown, what we call brown it off. Now, this roux here we have here is up to the stage to where we put our lemon juice. No, we don't put that in there. Hold steady there now, Justin. We got to put this over here. And that's beautiful. Now this is ready for me to put a few little things in there. I guarantee. This has been simmering for an hour, in case anybody should ever happen to ask you. In this, we put a little lean parent or Worcestershire sauce, the kind I use to do that. Tablespoonful, 2 tablespoonfuls, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. I wouldn't measure this in my hand, but it gets awful dirty. 1, 2, there you go. Put that there and put this lid back on in case somebody happened to turn it over. And we stir that in. In the meantime, this is browning real good. Stir that in. And then we haul off here and put in the juice of 2 lemons. I nearly put in the wrong part a while ago. The juice of 2 lemons and a small jar of olives, usually with pimento in them. Now, my recipe in my cookbook does not call for the olives, nor does it call for this wine. Well, it really makes it better, so I just generally put it in my sauce piquant. And it's so good. Whew, I guarantee. You know, we're browning this venison off here. It's doing just fine. I never forgot that Cajun. They went to the sheriff down in South Louisiana, and he said, "Sheriff, we would like for you to do us a big favor. A whole bunch of us done got together, and they asked me to come see you." Sheriff said, "Well, go ahead and ask me if I possibly can. I'll be glad to do it, because you know I run for office every 4 years." He said, "Okay, Sheriff, we would like for you to get us 1 more month to hunt." Sheriff said, "What you said?" He said, "All we want you to do is get us 1 more month to hunt." Sheriff said, "What you gonna name it?" He said, "What in the world you meant, what we gonna name it?" He said, "You hunt 12 months in a year now, you get a new month, you got to get a new name for that." This is doing just lovely. Isn't that pretty? That's browning off fine. It's browning off real good. Now we're gonna add this to the sauce. And we let this, ordinarily, we would let this simmer for about 30 minutes. Get all that good juice. You notice that I don't pour those bacon drippings in there because we don't need that. We've already got olive oil and all that kind of stuff. Turn that off. The rice is doing mighty fine. Yeah. Now, this is supposed to simmer about 30 minutes. Just with them juice like that. But we don't have time to did that. So we're going to haul off right now and put 6 cups of water on that. Just like that. Here's 4. Don't you spill the water, Justin. Hold steady. There you go. 4 cups. And 2 make 6, I guarantee. There we go. 6 cups of water. We're going to stir that just at least a little bit. And we're going to put the garlic on that, too. Man. There we go. Now, the reason we put that garlic last is because you got to have some juice when you have garlic. If you don't, the garlic is going to be hard and it's no good. Now, you know what? I'm going to put this lid on this rice and find me something to pick up that pot with and put this little thing on here to keep that rice from sticking and turn it down to warm, the lowest fire I can get, and leave it for about 45 minutes to an hour. Then it's going to go all by itself. Now we'll have to show you the finished sauce piquant. Oh, that wonderful dish. Let me get a couple of pot holders here because I know that's hot. Yeah, this rice. And it's so pretty. That's so pretty. We cook that just like we're cooking that in there right now. Put that right there for a second. And here is the finished sauce piquant. And that's hot, yeah. I want you to cast your eye on that. Don't that pretty? Huh? I guarantee that's pretty. Now, I'm going to take this over here. And hot, ooh, that's hot. We'll put that there, comme ça. Take that over there like that. Put it right here. Oh, man, that's pretty, yeah. You know, with this sauce piquant, you always got to have something to go with that. Like wine with garlic bread and things like that. I pour a little wine there, and I'm going to serve myself a little sauce piquant with rice. Now, we sometimes serve this with spaghetti, you know. It's awfully good with spaghetti, I guarantee. But spaghetti is a lot harder to eat in front of a lot of people. That's for sure. Man, you talk about getting messed up. Oh, I did that. Man, that looked good. And I'll tell you something, my friend, that are good, too. You hear? I guarantee that are good. Have mercy. You can tell I'm on a diet. Us Cajuns will eat anything. Oh, man, that looks fine. That is really good. You know, when I say us Cajuns will eat anything, I always think about that old mama crawfish. They took a little baby crawfish out to see the world for the first time. And they walk about 30 feet, and the old mama crawfish was showing them this and showing them that, and the little baby crawfish chunk up both the claws, zoom, high gear reverse. The old mama crawfish said, "What's the matter, children? What's the matter?" They said, "What that big animal mule is up there, Mama? What that is? Ha, 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 ha." She said, "Don't be scared for that. That's a mule, and a mule don't eat crawfish. Come on, let's go. I got to show you the world and before dark." Well, they walk about 33 more feet, and the two little baby crawfish chunk up both their claws. High gear reverse some more. The old mama crawfish said, "What in the world the matter now, cheering?" They said, "What that is? What that is, Mama? What that big animal mule is there?" "Oh," she said, "that's a cow. And a cow don't eat crawfish. Come on, let's go. I got to show you the world and before dark." And they walk about 30 more feet, and the old mama crawfish chunk up both her claws and put it in double high gear reverse. And the little baby crawfish said, "What in the world the matter? Mama, what in the world the matter?" She said, "Run like the devil. That's a Cajun, and he'll eat any doggone thing, I guarantee." talk about good. This is bound to be the very best. Now, you know, we make sauce piquant out of all kind of things. Chicken, shrimp, turtle meat, alligator tail. That's fine, but it's illegal right now to have some of that around the house. And speaking of alligator tail, I never will forgot that friend with me. A whole bunch of us Cajuns were standing around talking one day, you know, and this Cajun came and he said, my old lady said, when you gonna get me some alligator shoe, huh? How come you don't get me some alligator shoe? I got to have some alligator shoe. Get me some alligator shoe. Man, I hear it not 100 times, but 1,000 times. I guarantee you, I hear it in my sleep. When you gonna get me some alligator shoe? I got to get some alligator shoe. Please get me some alligator shoe. How come you don't get me some alligator shoe? And the other day I was riding down the road in my country Cadillac. That's a picking up truck, you know. And a 6-foot alligator walked across them road in front with me. Man, I brought them picking up truck to a dead still. Reached down, pull it in, emergency broke, so it won't roll. Now, that alligator go in them swamp and them me right behind him, I'll guarantee. 5 miles he took me through them swamp. Now get through there. And after a while we come to a place clear enough for me to get with them alligator, and we get with each other. Flip, flap, bloop, blap, bloop. He most beat me to death with his tail. But after a while I wear him out more than me, you know. And I turn the alligator over on his back. And you know he ain't got on one doggone shoe. Yeah, oh my. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy. Hello there. I'm Justin Wilson. Just about every movie set on location in Louisiana includes at least one scene of someone wrestling with an alligator. Now that really is funny because not too many Louisianans, even those descended from the Acadians who settled here in the 18th century, go around wrestling alligators. Come to think of it, they don't talk like the Hollywood folks who are pretending to be Cajuns or New Orleanians either. I didn't have to wrestle the big old turtle that I used to make the turtle soup, the most delicious soup in the world. Turtle soup. Someone else wrestled it for me. The time spent preparing this soup is well worth the effort when you got results like that. I cooked this turtle soup nearly 25 years ago on my first series for Mississippi Educational TV, and a wonderful response from viewers. Join me in looking back at that show. I can taste that soup right now, I guarantee. How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. You know, some of the best food in the world is in the restaurants in New Orleans, Louisiana. And there are times of the year when you can't hardly get into New Orleans, there's so many people there. And Mardi Gras, it's one of them times. That reminds me of a friend, one of my friends who went there during Mardi Gras. And he just heard about Mardi Gras just a couple of days before that. He just heard about New Orleans the year before. And he went into one of the hotel down in the French Quarter, and he walked up to the man behind the desk, and this fellow said, "What can I do for you, huh?" He said, "I want a room." He said, "Man, you got a reserve?" He said, "No, I ain't got no reserve." He said, "Look, my friend, people make reserve here 2 years ahead of time." He said, "Well, I didn't even know about this place then." He said, "We crowded, we don't got some room, not even a chair left in the lobby." "I'm sorry." He said, "Well, I got to have a room. I'm so tired, I got to rest myself. It's a long way to my house, 35 miles. He said, "Well, I'm sorry, we just ain't got one." This Cajun looked at him and said, "My friend, if the president of the USA, Richard Nixon, brought himself here today, would you have a room for the president of the USA?" He said, "Oh, of course we'd have a room for the president of the USA." My friend said, well, he ain't coming. Give me his room right now. Now, when my wife, Sarah, and me go to New Orleans, sometimes we go to hear my good friend Pierre Fontaine, Pete Fountain to you, and sometime Albert, we usually stay at the Hotel Monteleone down in the French Quarter. And we love that place, and I got to tell you this, too. That merry-go-round bar, that carousel they call that, sometimes that make me a little dizzy, yeah. But it's worth it, I guarantee. But maybe what we love most about the Monteleone is their wonderful turtle soup. Whoo, boy. In a long, long time, many years, me and them chef, what they got there, we got ourselves acquainted with each other good enough the way he told me how he make them turtle soups. And this recipe that I got there, that's it. Only I done add a little bit of this and a little bit of that and something here and something there that I think even made it more better. See if you don't agree, huh? Now, we're going to start this turtle soup. You see what all we got on these pots here? Woo, that's chicken stock what we got there. Oh, we're going to put a chicken in here. We got to make some chicken stock. Put a whole chicken in there that's got salt in them water. And we put that in there. Turn them fire down there, yeah. Now, I'm going to put this out of the way right here. And brought this one up here like this, because them stock is finished on that. Now, we're going to boil them chicken what we just put in there about 45 minutes. Whew, there that old chicken is. We got to get him out of there somehow. Hold yourself still. Nope. There we go. Come out of there. Be a good boy. Now we got them chicken out of there. Put this pot right back here again. Put them lid off and put it down here. Now, I got a roux what I done got finished. You know, first you make a roux. Whoo. This roux been made with a cup of flour, plain flour, and about 3/4 of a cup of olive oil. That's what we use. We put on it. Then we stir it and cook it real slow, slow, slow. I guarantee. I better stir them roux right now, too. Worry about them things burn themselves. Ain't that pretty? Look like chocolate candy, but it ain't, no. That's a roux. Now, I'm going to haul off here and chop a little celery to show you how that's did. Give me a little bowl here. And chop this celery for you. Now, you notice all the leaf is gone from that. I don't use them leaves because they got a different flavor. Now, I use them for some things, but not on this. And I want to chop this celery up pretty fine. About 1/3 of a cup is what I'm going to use. Chop that up. I got a measure on here. Hope I can get 1/3 of a cup out of this one leaf. You know, this is a leaf of celery. Some people call it a stalk. I never forgot I asked a fellow that brought me a stalk of celery. He brought me the whole bush. Chop that up pretty fine. That ought to be most 1/3 of a cup right there. I guarantee. Let's us see. Here's 1/3 measure. We're going to put that on now. Whew, it's a funny thing. That's 1/3 of a cup. Can't get over or under that, I guarantee. Ain't that fine? 1/3 of a cup right there. Measure. Now we're going to put this in the roux. Just like that. We also, too, going to put a cup of chopped green onion, shallot. We put that on there. And I'm going to stir that at least a little bit. Man, them onions open my senses right now. They always do. Me put that down on warm. Now, there we go. Got them going pretty good, I guarantee. That's pretty, huh? Now, I'm going to put some chicken stock in there. About, three-quarter go in there. That's close enough. That's one. Whew, two, T-U-E, two. There we go. Most three. Just a little bit more to be sure I got three. And we stir that around just at least a little bit to get it going there. And I'm going to put some boiled egg on this. And I want to tell you something about boiled them egg. When you boil them egg, don't that pretty. I'm going to take this chicken stock down out of my way when I told you about boiled them egg. Now, you put the egg in cold water, and you put some salt on that, and that kind of keeps them shells from broke themselves and make them shell more easy. And put a lot of salt in the water. I ain't talking about just a pinch. Put about a teaspoonful. And then you boil them eggs. You bring them to a boil, and you cut them down real low, just to bubble every now and then, and cook them for 20 minutes so they'll be digestible. They are. You can feed them to a baby after you boil an egg 20 minutes. That's the truth. I guarantee. Now, I got a, look at there egg. I'm going to haul off and peel this rascal. I hope it does what I say. Hope it peels easy because I put salt in them water. Well, I'll tell you, you want to get away from it there, but he did it. Now, peel them egg real careful. Look at there. I think you're going to do it. Yeah. Once you get them started, nothing to it, just like eating lettuce, you know. Well, you sure got my sciences open up. And I'm going to chop this egg. I already got 3 of them chop up, but I just want to chop this one to show you how it's did. Be sure you don't left no shell on that. Boy, that tastes like the dickens when you bite into that and you wonder, think maybe you lost a teeth. We're going to chop them egg up pretty good. Yes, sirree. Mince this as fine as you can when you got the time to did it, you know. And I'm going to haul off here and put them egg right on them stuff what I got going here, them good turtle soup what I got making. Or it's most turtle soup anyhow. Get it out of the way. I'm going to put them other 3 eggs what I got in there too. Now, I got to chop a 1/4 cup of lemon. Peeling, seed, everything. You just go ahead on, chop them up. Come on there, you now stay together. Chop that up, pretty fine. And then you put all that in the, it's the 1/3 of a cup we got to get here. 1/4 of a cup, 1/4 of a cup, that's right. 1/4 of a cup of chop. Hope it's a 4. Chop that up real good. Keep your fingernails out of it and all that kind of stuff. And put that in this cup. Only thing that comes out of 1/4 of a cup, isn't it? I guarantee. And we put that on this. And we add 8-ounce can of tomato sauce. Then we put a stir on it to be sure we get her in there. That's looking better all the time, I guarantee. Get an ass sandwich. I got to put a little salt in there. Hasn't got any salt. And you know, I can tell by the smell that it ain't got no salt. I guarantee. But that's 1 teaspoon. Wait a minute. Let me be sure that's a teaspoon. Yeah, 1 teaspoonful of salt. Isn't that something? I guarantee. And we're going to put 3 of them like that in there. 3 teaspoonful of salt. We pass a stir on that. Get all the salt. Get that. I'm getting myself ready to do something else here like now. Put that there. Get it warm up a little bit. Now, you've been wondering when we going to put them turtle in there. Well, we fixing to did that right now. We're going to put some turtle there. Now, this turtle what I got here, a Cajun friend with me caught that. Whew. Look at that. Turtle meat. I want you to look on that. But if you ain't got a friend what's a good turtle hunter, you go to your local butcher, your grocery store, or your 5 and turtle. Now, I'm going to show you what we did here. Now, this is a pound of turtle meat what I got here, but this is some I left on the bone. So I'll show you how turtle bone look. There ain't no other bone like a turtle bone, I'll guarantee you that. You cut that meat over there, and it's beautiful meat, absolutely beautiful meat. And you cut that in about inch squares. Just about inch. We ain't gonna waste that. We're gonna put that on there too. Putting it back in here so we won't waste that too. And I'm gonna salt and pepper this turtle. Now there's 7 different kinds of meat in a turtle, my friend. There's venison, turkey, veal, pork, lamb, chicken, and beef. All of them are in here. And you can see them. If you look close enough, you can tell the difference in them. I use red pepper. And I use a heap of it, too. I use this red pepper, and it are good. Come on there now. And I'm going to put a little of that in this while I'm up. Whew. And I put salt on this meat. I already got a little salt, but this meat got to take... Turtle meat's very juicy, my friend. Very, very juicy. Don't want to waste any of that, I guarantee. Now, we're going to put this in this skillet and brown that. Turn that fire down a little bit, too. Ooh-wee. Come on, turtle. Brown yourself. And I got a little spoon to stir that around with. But, you know, every time I think about this turtle, I think about them Cajuns love to get turtle and cook down there. And when they leave, they get homesick. And bad. Man, I guarantee. And one of them, I don't know how he found that place, but he was in Atlantic, Georgia. And he get to thinking about home, and he want to get back there just as quick as he can. So he hauled off there and go down to the airport. And he walk up to a man behind a deck, say, you got some plane would go from Atlantic to New Orleans, huh? This fella said, oh, yeah. Well, he said, what time the next one left Atlantic? He said, 9:25. He said, what time it get to New Orleans, huh? He said, 9:26. But he didn't tell him about that hour different in time, you know. He said, thank you very much, and he just turned around and walk off. And he wait till another man get back there what he hadn't talked with before. And he walk up to him and say, my friend, you got some planes from Atlantic to New Orleans, I guarantee. The fella say, oh, yeah, we got a lot of that. He said, well, what time the next one left here, huh? Oh, he said, about 9:25. And he said, and get there? He said, 9:26. He don't say a word, just wheel and walk off. And he wait till he get real busy. He find a new man what he ain't talked with before, and he walk up, he say, my friend, you got some planes from Atlantic to New Orleans, huh? He said, oh, yeah. He said, what time the next one left for Atlantic and go to New Orleans? He said, 9:25. He said, what time it get there? 9:26. He said, whoo, boy. He said, you want a ticket? He said, oh, no, but I'm going to stood right here and watch him take off, I guarantee you. Now, I'm going to put this turtle meat that I've been browning off a little bit here. I'm going to put this into this mixture what I got going here. Turn it up a little bit. Ooh, you kid. Ain't that pretty? Oh, guarantee. Put that on there. Stir that a little bit. Man. So I'm going to put a lid on this. And, you know, it's turtle. So naturally, you cook it slow, slow, slow. Over low fire. For about twice hour, 2 hours, you cook that. And man, you talk about good. Whew, I guarantee that's going to be good. Now, we're going to make a salad. Don't that pretty? The first thing what we're going to do is put a clove, 1 clove of garlic. That's what it is, 1 clove of garlic in this salad bowl like that. And we're going to put a little salt. We're going to put a little salt on that. Now, that's enough salt for your salad, too. It'll look like a lot, but it's not. 1 more grain. Now, we got them salt, and we're going to take just a common, ordinary fork that you use to feed yourself with. And we're going to mash them garlic into them. Oh, you come back here. Got to watch that, man. You talk about active garlic. You can tell that for sure, I guarantee you, man. But you mash all that garlic up into them salt. Actually, you're juicing that garlic. You take up all the salt with it. And it just acts like salt. Don't smell the same, but it acts like it. There it is right there. Now, I'm going to put on that 1/2 a cup of olive oil that I got measured already here. And stir that up. I'm going to stir it real well. This is one of the, if there's a secret to making this salad dressing, it's to stir it real well, I guarantee. Now, I'm going to take and put 2 teaspoons, and I'm going to measure them for you. Ordinary, I don't measure them for me, but I'm going to measure them for you. Put 2 teaspoons of Lookin Perrin Worcestershire sauce on that, 2 teaspoons. Now I'm going to put 1/2 teaspoon of hot salt, because some people may not like it too hot. Shook that real well. Put 1/2 teaspoon of hot sauce, 1/2 teaspoon. Put that on there like that. Now you stir this well some more. Got to get at that. You try to make it look like an emulsion. You stir it so good. Somebody asked me, say, do you rub your salad bowl with garlic? Whew. Ain't got to, man. Now, I took 1/2 lemon and squeezed it down the side of this bowl to kind of wash my olive oil and my dressing back down in there, and any salt, anything that's left on the side. And stir some more. Then I put about 1/4 cup, 1/4 cup of wine vinegar. And I pour that around the sides. You notice that? And I stir them real good. You talk about. Now, I'm going to haul off here and put this out of my way. That's a good way to do it. Ooh-wee, that look pretty, huh? Don't that pretty? We're going to put that on there in a little bit. But I got something else I want to show you first. I got 3 kinds of lettuce here, and it's an important thing. To keep this lettuce, you got to keep it cool, cold, and so it'll be fresh and crisp. Now, I'm going to use 3 kinds of lettuce. And the reason I'm going to do that, because there's an old Cajun saying that goes, 3 heads are better than 1. This is iceberg lettuce. This is romaine. You want to be sure and get the stem out of this because it's bitter. And this is escarole. You want to do the same thing of you. I've got, I'm going to put this out of my way here. I've got something I want to show you. I got an avocado. avocado here that I'm on to peel for you. To get an avocado in the store, what you want to do, you want to be sure you get one that's not green. If it's green, it's hard like my head. If it's ripe, it's soft, and it's good too, yeah, I guarantee. Now, don't try to cut all the way through this avocado because it got a great big seed on the middle. What you did, you just take that and pull it apart, the seed's there, and you got to get them seed out. There she comes, right out. And then I peel them. I'm getting that seed out. Got it now. There we go. Take them peel off of that. Use your finger and a knife. See how easy that peel? Now, I'm going to take this knife and chop up this avocado in this salad. You see, I squeezed them lemon on there. Notice that? That'll keep that from turning brown. I'm going to put this in here with my tomatoes already quartered. Put them on that salad. Ooh-wee, that looks good. Put this out of my way. Chop up this in small pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I got that. Bite size is what you want to do. Now I got it. Now I'm going to toss this salad. I guarantee. We chunk this salad comme ça. Ooh-wee, that's pretty, huh? Chunk them salad up like that. Pick it back up and put it on the bowl. And I'm going to serve myself a little bowl of them salads right now. Whoo, you kid, that's pretty, yeah. Not too much, just enough. That's pretty. Now I'm going to get myself a bowl of this finished product, turtle soup, right here. This is what we got here. Putting that there like that. Serve myself a bowl of that. And put a little sherry wine on that. I just happen to have some right underneath there. Isn't that fine? And put 1 tablespoonful, no more, on that wine, on that turtle soup there. Put that wine on that turtle soup. Now I'm going to the table and going to eat that, I guarantee. Whoo-wee. Man, that's out of this world. That smells so good. Man. Hoo-wee. Now, you know what I say out of that world, that reminds me of a friend with me what become one of them exhorting preachers, and he preached on them parking lot all over the South Louisiana. And he get there one day, and he was preaching, he get a lot of amen, yeah, man, that's right, oh, yeah. And he look out at the audience, he got about 40 or 35 people, and he say, all y'all want to go to heaven, I guarantee, huh? Amen, that's right, oh, yeah. And he said, look, all y'all want to go to heaven, step over right here by my automobile. All of them step over there except one. He stayed right there. And he said, don't you want to go to heaven, my friend? He said, oh, yeah. He said, how come you did not step over there with the rest of them? He said, I thought you were going to take a busload right now. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy. Hello there. I'm Justin Wilson. One of my favorite meats is lamb when it's cooked until it's tender and is seasoned well. There just isn't anything that can beat it. I'm not talking about tough old mutton, no, but young, tender lamb. Sometimes I like to cook it with mint or serve a mint sauce on the side or make a delicious gravy to pour over it. You're going to see me cooking lamb 25 years ago on one of the first shows I made for Mississippi Educational TV. There weren't many public television stations back then, so not many of you had a chance to see this show. I hope you like my recipes for leg of lamb, pork chops with dressing, and baked pork chops. I know I do. I guarantee.
Hi, y'all are. I'm glad for you to see me. I guarantee. Whew, don't just sit there, laugh. That's more better. I'm going to tell you some stories to make you laugh, I think. So I'll start right now. You know, this story would remind me about something I got to tell you about. And it just tickles me to death because it's supposed to be true. Down in Crowley, Louisiana, I got a friend that's got a big rice farm, and he raised cattle too down there. And one day he was in his house watching television for the midday news, and flap, 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 somebody done knock on his door, you know. And he goes to the door, and there's one of them bureaucrats. And he don't even introduce himself. He pulled a laminated card out of his pocket, and he chunk it right in that Cajun face. He said, "You see them cards?" My friend say, "I got to. It's in my eye." He said, "Well, that card give me the authority and the right and the privilege to look at anything I want to on your place. That card say you can't stop me. I can look all I want. There ain't a thing you can do about that. I'm going to look." My friend said, "Go ahead and look till your eyeballs fall on the ground. That's all right with me." So he laughed, and my friend went back in to see the rest of the news. And after a while, he hear out there, "Help, help, won't you help me? Please help, help." Well, he run outside and he go back of his barn where he got a big corral back there, and he got his prize Santa Gertrudis bull back there. He go back there, and there that bureaucrat running round and round in them prize bull, 3 steps behind him trying to make it 3 all the time, trying to make it just 2. He get there real close and he run by, "Help, help, please help me. Help, help, please help me." You watch him come by there the 3rd time and he say, "Help." He says, "Show him your card. Show him that card you got there." Now today, this story goes right along there. We're not going to show beef, no, but it goes right along with it. But we're going to show something else that raised on the farm. A couple of things, in fact. Right now, we're going to show you how to cook a leg of lamb. Now, you know, you ask almost any GI, ex-GI, what was in Australia during World War II. And he gonna tell you that of all his most unfavorite meats, lamb and mutton is the most unfavoritist of all. To tell the truth, I don't think that Australian mutton was mutton at all. It was some kind of mountain goat or something like that. Whoo! Did that have a smell? I mean aroma. One you ain't gonna never forgot, I guarantee. But this leg of lamb is different, I guarantee. In the first place, it's young and tender. Look at that, you can tell. Young and tender lamb. Not tough old mutton. And most important, is the way you cook this lamb. The wine and the mint make the difference. That's for sure. And get that out there where I can get at it. And when you serve this dish, even an ex-GI, you're going to hear him rave about that. Whew. Now, when you go to the butchering shop, be sure you get lamb that got most all the fat took off of that. And that's important, because lamb fat's not all that good, no. And also, too, don't forget, hey, butcher, look, I want you to be sure and took them gland called a musk gland out of that. That's down in here on the leg of lamb. And I done got that out, right there. Now, I'm going to wipe this off real good. Let me get my roasting pan up here where I can get at that. Put that right there. Take it off. Get that lamb wipe off good. And then I'm going to punch 6 holes in that. Not all at once, no. Just one at a time. And in that, I'm going to put a garlic clove and a little piece of green onion and cut that off right there. And I brought some pepper from my garden down in South Louisiana, cayenne pepper, green cayenne pepper. And if you don't got that, you can use some pickled pepper. It's all right. That'd go all right. Punch them hole in there. Put them garlic. And them onion, them shallot, how you call. Cut that off. Piece of pepper right in the same place. Go ahead in there. That's good. And we punch one over here. Put them garlic on that. Onion, cut them off. That little pepper, cut them off too, because you don't want to put all that pepper in there in that one place. Too much. Put that on there like that. I think I got room for one more hole here like that. Yeah. I'm not going to punch but 1, 2. And now let me tell you something else. Don't punch your hole first because you lost it and you can't find it. That's bad. Put it on there like that. And this leg of lamb is a small leg of lamb, and that's going to be enough on that. So I'm just going right now. I'm going to salt and pepper this leg of lamb with red pepper and salt. Man, that's pretty ass. Now what I'm going to do, put that salt on there pretty good. Do the same thing to the other side. And where that butcher people done haul off and took that musk out, you put some salt and pepper on that too. You don't want to make it feel neglected just because it had the musk took away from it. Now, I'm going to haul off and put on this. First of all, though, I'm going to put some olive oil in the bottom of this pan because I'm going to sear this thing. Let me check my oven there right now. Up oven at 400 degrees to start with. Get that preheated. Now I'm going to pat some mint, fresh mint, and rub it on there. Pat it on there real good. Both sides. This side first because I'm fixing to put that on that pot. There you go, boy. Isn't that nice? And put the rest of that mint on there. Pat it real good. That smells good like it is. Now I'm going to put this in that oven and see if I can't sear that just the least little bit on all sides, all 8 sides. Gonna get that dish. Go ahead, start to sear there now. It's hot. Whew, I guarantee. You know, when I talk about sear that on all sides, I never will forget this story. It doesn't necessarily have all sides, but it's got 2 of them anyhow. I got to go down and see my friend Alma Piku and her husband about 12 or 11 miles down from where I live. And I make the mistake to tell somebody I'm going to brought myself down there. And I'll get down there, and in a vacant field next to Alma Piku's combination ballroom, saloon, and dance floor, there's 17 or 16 Cajun, and all of them got a hold of a telephone pole. Now, the pole's not holding them up, they're holding the pole up. And the pole's on top of the ground, not in the ground. And on top is a little bitty Cajun with a tape measure trying to get somebody to cut that on the ground. And like a fool, I walk up there and say, "What y'all doing, huh?" That little Cajun say, "Any fool know what we're doing. We're trying to measure how high this pole is." I say, "Well, look, lay it down on the ground. You can tell how long it is easy like that." He said, "We know how long the doggone thing is. We want to find out how high it is." Now, in this right here, I'm going to put a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce. Rooster. That help out the flavor of most anything. Tablespoonful. And in this cup here, I got a tablespoonful of dry mustard. I'm going to put on this Sauterne wine. That's what I got here, you know. That dry mustard, I want to tell you what it did. It takes the flavor all over. Look at that. I'm stirring with a knife. Don't see some spoon, so I'll just use this knife. This dry mustard will take that flavor all the way through there. All the way through. Now, I got to turn them lamb, because I hear it searing real good. Let me turn them over. You hear that? Ooh, I guarantee. And it's sear right there, too. That's sear for just 1 little minute in there. While I get my stuff stirred up good. I don't want to put something in there when it ain't stirred up real good, I guarantee. That smells good. Ooh. Now I'm going to take them lamb out. Hold still. I'm going to take it out here where you can see that. And I'm going to haul off there and pour my wine, Lookin, Perrin, Worcestershire sauce, and dry mustard right over that. You talk about good. That's good, yeah. Now I'm going to put a lid on that and put that rascal right back in that oven and let her cook. Now, I would advise you to lower your heat just at least a little bit, because that oven may kind of pop every now and then. It does that to let you know that lamb don't like what's going on. Now, you got to baste them lamb pretty frequent, about every 15 or 10 minutes. And if you run out of juice, add about a half water and half wine, going light on the water, you know. Now, I got something else I'm going to fix here for you. Pork chop. Not that pretty. We're going to fix baked pork chop. Now, you need 6 center-cut pork chop, what I got here. What I done already, salt and pepper with red pepper and salt, and I browned that off in a great big skillet. Tried to get them all browned at the same time, quick as I could. And I put them in this dish right here that I put just a little oil on the bottom to keep it from sticking. Put each one on the bottom. You don't want them to even overlap, because you want a little room in case you got to baste. Then I took a large bell pepper like that, see? Chop it off, and I made rings just like that. Like them ring there. And I got them already fixed right here. I put a ring right there, a ring right there. In fact, I just wring the daylight out of every one of them pork chops. Get that fixed. Ain't that pretty? Now, I'm going to take an ice cream scoop. We ain't going to put ice cream on this, no. We're going to put rice. Good Louisiana rice. Put them in them scoop like that. We put that in that ring of bell pepper and press it down at least a little bit. We that on every one of that. Whoo-wee, you talk about good. Press it down just at least a little bit. Yes, sirree, man. That's fine. This not only look good, it's a beautiful dish to serve when you got company, people that you don't know real good. Come in. Now get this on there like that. I ain't near through either. After I get this ice cream looking rice on there from this ice cream scoop. And get the rice off my hand so I can handle something else. I'm going to put an onion. Not a ring, no. The whole doggone thing. I better turn that one over so it won't ring on me now. Put that on there and press it down at least a little bit. Put onion on every one. Ooh-wee. Isn't that pretty? Put that onion there like that. Press them down. Now, you thought I was true. But I ain't, no. What I'm going to put on there is a tomato. Now, if tomato ain't in season in it too high at the store, get them whole can of tomato, them can what got them whole tomato on that. Well, you put that on there. You just cut them in half and lay it right on top. Stay still. Now, there you got it. Slice the tomato right on top. Man, I tell you, them twin bed onions is strong, yeah. Come out just right with 6 slices of tomato from them one medium-sized tomato. Now, then I empty 2 number 3 cans of tomatoes in this pan. This got to be salt and peppered. Got to put some salt and pepper on this tomato because if you don't did that, it's bad. You can use red pepper, black pepper. Black pepper's handy, I'll use that. Now I'm going to put that on there real hygienically. You notice? Put it on there like that. These are tomatoes what been broke up real fine. I'm going to pour that down in there. That look good. You want to put enough to baste, but you don't want to put too much. You don't want to cover your pork chop. That would be too much. Ooh-wee. Get over there. Ain't that fine? That smells good, too. Now, we season that with salt and pepper, and we cover that. We put a lid on that, this right here. And we're going to put this in the oven, 350 degrees. That's what we're going to do. But before I put that in there, ooh-wee, that's hot. I had to look at that pan real quick. Get that out of there like that. I'm just going to show you how that look while I put the other one in there. Don't that pretty, huh? I guarantee that's pretty, yeah. Now we put that at 350 degrees. That's what that go on, 350. And get this out of my way. And I'm going to put this back here. It's not that hot now, thank goodness. Whew. Put that right there. Got to get this out of my way. Start over clean. Now, we're going to fix pork chop one more time some other way. God, don't spill the wine, Justin. Whoo-wee. Isn't that pretty? Now, wasn't that pretty, huh? I guarantee it is. Now, what I'm going to do right now is make a breadcrumb dressing. I got 2 cups of breadcrumb. Crush up real good. Put that on there. And then I got to put a little salt and pepper on that, too. I'm going to do it while I'm taught about it right this minute. About a teaspoon and a half on there. That's about all. That's right what that is. And a little red pepper. We don't want to miss that. I'll lose my diploma. I don't put that. Now I'm going to beat the daylight out of 2 eggs, chicken eggs. You know, they're all kind of, a lot of times I make dressing with duck eggs. They make very good dressing. Lou, we'll give this the Cajun whip. There we go. And to this, we're going to haul off there. What that is? Wine, claret wine. Going to put that on there. And whip that just the least little bit. And we're going to put that on the breadcrumb. And that's fine. Let me get his spoon. There, Warren. We're going to stir that up real good. You talk about good. I'll guarantee that's good. We'll put on there some olive oil, which is very good. A quarter of a cup of olive oil. That kind of hold it together, too. Make it taste more better and kept it from burning also. Main thing is it tastes more better. And in the bottom of this baking pan, what I got there, I got some olive oil on there. Now, here's another time. Onion, cup of onion. I like them grated usually. And I got hid from right here on this table a half of a small bay leaf. I'm going to break it up in little bitty pieces so you won't know what you bit into when you get it. Put that on there like that. And I got some garlic, what I done hauled off and sent through the press. The garlic press. We're going to stir that up. Now, that's kind of dry. You don't want this to be dry, no. Put a little steak sauce. I'm going to put about 2 tablespoons full of them steak sauce. You get the kind you like. It don't make some difference with me. I got the kind I like to put in here. 1. They don't have to be too heaping. And then I'm going to put about a teaspoon and a half of Louisiana red hot sauce. Now, this is cayenne hot sauce. Let me put that on there like this. Teaspoon and a half. Put that over there out of my way. And I'm going to see if I got enough juice. Now, if I don't got enough juice, I'm going to add water on that. I'll guarantee that's not juicy enough. I hate to put them water on them wine, but I'll did it. There we go. Add a little more water, a little more juice. That's beginning to smell right. Stir that real good. Just at least a little bit more water. Ooh, it breaks my heart. Now, we're going to put all this in this baking pan right there. This casserole dish or baking pan, don't make some difference. This is a casserole dish. Aluminum. How you call it. Get all your dressing out of that because you need every bit of that because that's good. And we spread that. Come out of there, you. And we spread that on there, all over that bottom of this casserole. Man, that's pretty there. Now, what we're going to put on top of there is pork chop. What we got here. We're going to salt and pepper that with red pepper. And then we're going to put that, we're going to cover that and put it in a 350-degree oven. Hoo-wee. Look at that, man. Ain't that fine? Now, hope it all fits. 1, 2. I'm going to turn that over because I'm going to do it the other way, too. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Must have done that before. 6. Now I'm going to put a little red pepper on that. And a little salt on that, too. Look at that, man. We put a cover. We use aluminum foil on this one, too. We cover that real good. And we're going to put this in a 350-degree oven also, too. But I'm going to have to get something out of that to show you how pretty it look already. You know, I've been busy cooking all that stuff like that. Look at that. Don't that pretty? I guarantee. We put this on a 350-degree oven and let her cook. 350 degrees. It's not too hot, no. That's fine. Put that over there like that. Now, let me put this out of my way. Here we go. Y'all thought I wasn't going to eat some of this. You wrong. Come here to me, you. Pork chop. Another little pork chop. With them good dressing on the bottom. Come here, you. Yeah, just a little taste is all I want. Oh, guarantee. Pour a little wine. A day without wine is a day without sunshine. Don't forget that. Put that on there with them rice. And a little of them lamb gravy. Ooh, you kid. Ain't that fine? Get some on them rice. But I got to cut a piece of lamb, too, for me. That's for sure. Turn this over and just cut just a little bit of them lamb. Not too much, just a slab. Now, sit yourself down, Justin, and eat this. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. I like to make casseroles, and I can take most anything to make a casserole and make it taste good. In fact, I like just plain old macaroni and cheese casserole. I can't even remember how many ways I've cooked eggplant in casserole. That's why I write cookbooks so I can go back and look. The eggplant appetizer that I cooked on a series I made for Mississippi Educational TV more than 20 years ago is particularly good. Watch how I made it, then try it and see for yourself. On the same show, I showed how I make a roux with tomato sauce, a variation on the basic roux recipe, and how I cook boiled burr artichoke. Makes me hungry just thinking about it. I guarantee.
How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. This is an artichoke that's been trimmed and cooked. Now, my papa, he didn't like artichokes, no. He told me one time I'd just as soon eat a pine burr as an artichoke. So the next time I fixed this recipe, we got him a pine burr and put it on his plate. Now, I ain't gonna tell you what he said about that. But when he tried his recipe, he changed his mind, and from then on, he's fighting for his burr artichoke just like the rest of us. And we're gonna fix that a little later. But right now, we're gonna show you how to fix something else to start a meal off with, because that's what this show is all about, appetizers. Now, we're gonna start with an eggplant appetizer a la Justin, a la Justin. Now, I'm gonna show you an eggplant. Now, I don't mean a chicken either. That's an eggplant right there. You can do more with this vegetable, I think, than any other. I guarantee. Now, I'm going to peel just a little bit of this to show you what I mean about peeling an eggplant. You want to peel it to where you be sure you don't leave any of this black or green on there, because that has a bunch of bitterness to it. You see that? And I left a little right there, and I'm able to get that off. That's peeling an eggplant. Now, I got one right here that's already peeled. And I'm going to slice that lengthwise to show you how we did that. See that? Now I'm going to put that. That's about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch thick. That's how deep that is. We put that in some, we got that what's already soaking in salt water. They're marinating, soaking, some people call it, I call it that. Now, the reason you marinate that is because this eggplant's got a certain bitterness about it that this takes out. And we generally marinate them about 2 hours. Now, I got some that's already marinated right here, see? Now, we drain that and rinsed it off real good to get most of the salt off, but we still kept some of it on there. Now, I've got a roux that's already fixed over here. Can you see that? That's your roux. We made this roux with tomato sauce. First, we browned the flour. First, you make a roux. Then we poured tomato sauce on it and brought it back to about the color that it was. That's that right there. Now, I'm going to add some seasoning to that. First, I chop up 1 leaf of celery. Put it on now. And stir that in. And then we put a small amount of parsley on that. Ooh, that's wonderful seasoning. People just use it for garnishment, but they just don't know what I know, what a wonderful seasoning that is. And we stir that on there, too. Now, I got a cup of onion. The invention of twin beds, right there. And we put that on there. And we stir that into them roux. Hoo-wee. And also, too, I don't want to forget them bell pepper. We put on that. And I got some garlic that chop up real fine. It's usually a good idea to kind of let your stuff juice up a little bit before you put your garlic on there. But we don't have time today. We're going to put it on there right now. And we stir that up real good. And we cook this about 20 minutes over low heat to be sure that it don't burn itself, you know? But right now, I'm going to change and put one up there that I done hauled off already and cooked for 30 minutes. Now, to this right here, I'm going to add a little something to that, make it more better. Like a cup of and a half claret wine. Don't that pretty? That tastes good, too. I guarantee. We stir that around, get that mixed up. 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. Pour and measure that real careful like. Then we're going to haul off there and put 1 teaspoon, hate to insult myself, 1 teaspoon of Louisiana hot sauce. Measure that real careful, too. And we stir that up, and we got to put a little salt to taste. About, I would say, about, that's a teaspoon and a half. And we stir that around, get it all mixed up. And I want to tell you something. If it gets too thick, well, then you add water. And you cook it just about an hour. Until those vegetables are real done and the wine got a chance to blend up with them tomato sauce. To take the bitter out of that. And I'm going to put this down here out of my way, too. I already got some fixed right here. Now, over here, I got the frying pan skillet black one. I done put about 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil on that. And I'm going to fry just a few eggplant to show you how we start that. That's right. Go ahead and fry there, you. We put that on there and let them fry. That's the eggplant what's been marinated and then rinsed and all them kind of things. You know, I keep telling you about they've been marinated, they've been rinsed, and they've been soaked and all that. People always asking me, how come you did that? How come you did that? And all that kind of stuff. Why? Well, in French, in South Louisiana, they don't say why, they say how come. and pourquoi, you know. I never will forget, there was a school teaching lady women in Baton Rouge that had a little boy cheering that had come across from the Mississippi River there, from one of them little Cajun towns. And everything she said, he said, how come? How come this? How come that? How come this? How come that? She got so tired of how come, she don't know what they did. And finally one day, she said, don't say how come, say why. He said, how come why? Got a little spot here, I want to kind of clean that off and be sure I don't left nothing like that up there. Get this right. Put this spoon over here. Now, I'm going to put this out of my way. I better leave that up here. Don't want to part with that hot sauce, no. Put that out of my way. And I'm going to tuck this skillet down, too. But I don't need that some more. Now, I got something right here I already did. Not that pretty? Huh? Now, that's some eggplant we done fried till that's tender. See? Now, I got a layer of eggplant on this pan right here. I'm going to sprinkle that with some Romano cheese. Man, that smells good. You got to like cheese for it to smell good, though. And then I'm going to put another layer. No, first what I want to do there, I'm going to put another layer, all right, but I want to haul off there and put a little of them sauce without even spend a long time making. Ooh-wee. Ain't that pretty? I guarantee that's pretty. Uh-oh, look out there, you. Spread a layer of sauce. And then we're going to put another layer of eggplant. Hold still. Mm-hmm. Put a layer of eggplant. Ooh-wee, you talk about. See, and that just melt them cheese right on down. I guarantee. And tastes good. Whoo. Put that on there like that. Eggplant, layer of cheese, a layer of sauce. I used to make this a lot. I just sing a little chant to myself there like that. Eggplant, layer of cheese, layer of sauce. Let's get that right. Now, we're not going to put but 2 layers of this. We're going to put another layer of cheese, another layer of sauce. Ooh-wee. That smells good, yeah. Straighten up there. There we go. Got it. Right there. And a layer of sauce. I mean, them cheese. See, I got my song all wrong. That good Romano cheese. Them little lumps don't matter. But that's going to haul off and melt down when I put them good sauce on there. That's hot, yeah. Now, we're going to put them sauce to it. You right. That's good. Ooh, I guarantee that's good. Now, I'm going to put this in the refrigerator. Put this in the refrigerator to chill it real good, because it's more better chilled. That's for sure. Let me get this out of my way. That is the finished product right there. And make a little slice there. Make a little slice there. A little slice there, just like you slice them chocolate candies. I'm going to put that back there where I can get at it a little later. Now, let's get back to them recipe what I'm telling you about at the start of this show. Artichoke. We start with 4 fresh artichoke. Burr artichoke. You know, there's 2 kinds of artichoke. There's ground artichoke and there's burr artichoke. I want to show you something about this. You see, that stem, you don't want that. I do. Most people like it a little bit, but that just gets in your way when you're trying to fix it. You cut that off, chunk it away, or you can put it in your pot and cook. Then you get this front and you trim off that like that so it'll look pretty, and also get them old stickers out of the way. And there's some stickers on that too, you hear? Right there. Then you take a pair of kitchen scissors and trim off these others that are sticky. Just like that. Then, see that? Now we put that in a pot that's large enough, got to be large enough to hold this. All 4 artichoke. Stand them up there and make them look real pretty. Then we're going to haul off there. We got to cover that. They're going to float, but eventually they'll sink on down. We're going to pour about 3/4 of a cup of olive oil. We're making our sauce that we're going to eat this with too. You don't have to put anything on these artichokes when they're done. Just eat them. Now I got some onion chop up. Put that on there. And some 2 fairly large cloves of garlic. And 1/4 cup of lemon juice. See, that's your sauce. Now, that recipe in the cookbook, my cookbook, calls for 4 or 3 cups of Sauternes wine. Take 4, it's more better. And then, I want to tell you while I did that, I can't help but talk about them preacher was following my friend there. I got a friend was right as they finished them 4-lane highway down there by Baton Rouge. He was drove down the road. He was not drunk much. He just took all 4 lane and both shoulders to drove down the road. Kabloom, kabloom, kabloom. And this preaching people was behind him, and he's worried about him. Kabloom, kabloom. And this Cajun light a cigarette, and his car straightened himself up, and zoom, that preaching people pass him right now. And he watch him on the rearview mirror, you know, because he's concerned about him for true. And he watch him too close. The road turned, but the preaching people don't. And kabloom! He hit one of them lovely live oak trees what we got in South Louisiana. And man, that drunk drove up there. The drunk Cajun drove up there, and he crawled out of his car, and that preaching people crawled out of his about the same time. The drunk say, "You hurt, my friend, huh?" He said, "Not a scratching." Whoo! That drunk say, "You don't know how lucky you are. No, I guarantee you fill plumb up with luck." The preaching people say, "Oh, no, the Lord was with me in that automobile." That drunk say, "You better let him ride with me. The way you drive, you gonna kill him, I guarantee." Now I got to put a little Louisiana hot sauce. I put about a teaspoonful of Louisiana hot sauce. I like it a little hotter than that. And about a tablespoonful of Worcestershire. We'll measure this one real careful today. Put a little tablespoon too. Now, I guarantee that's going to be good, yeah. Now, we add enough water to cover that. And we got to put some salt on that, too. Artichokes, I want to tell you. You see, that'll cover that. That floats right now, but it'll cover that. Artichokes take a lot of salt. They just eat them salt up. So you've got to put a lot of salt on it. That's what I'm looking for, right there. Nearly a tablespoonful of salt for each artichoke. Nearly a tablespoonful. Most nearly. Now, and we put that on a fire with a lid on that. And how you know when that's dead? By it's tender. We got some right here. Then you keep it covered. It's tender. The fork just pull all those leaves off. You keep that covered after you turn the fire off for about, I guess 30 minutes. Now, this is the pot with the plum done right here. Now, this one right here, I want to show you something. I think everybody ought to know this. A lot of people have never eaten an artichoke. These leaves are delicious. That's tender. You go ahead and eat them. But inside this artichoke, the heart of the artichoke. You pay a lot of money at the store when you go bought them heart of artichoke to make a salad with or just eat by themselves. And I'm going to take the leaf over there and get right down to the heart of the artichoke. Ooh-wee. That's pretty air. Now this right here, you can kind of taste that. But now we get down to the part what you should not eat, no. That's this right here. It looks like a thistle. Thistle to you, thistle to me. See that? You just pull that off and put it right here. Whoo! Don't that pretty? Now that is the goodie, I guarantee. I'm going to put a few leaves back here on that because they're good too. Let me put this back here. Oh, man, that's fine. I guarantee. Now, I want to tell you something. Every time I get right here at this jogging block, I can't help but talk about a bunch of my friends down in Louisiana, them Cajuns, them wonderful Cajuns. You know, Cajuns love their children. There ain't no two way about that like everybody else. And I got a bunch of them in one family, and all of them are fine-looking peoples, except one. He ain't but 4 feet 11 inches tall, 17-year-old. And they ain't ashamed for him, anything like that. They would just like for him to be like some of the others. Some of them are 6 feet 4, 6 feet 3, and he got a daughter that's 6 feet herself. And they just kind of worry about that. And one day, the father heard about one of them chiropractic people, you know. And he thought maybe he could take this child and maybe he could help him out. He did not know some better. So they drove about 43 miles to town, and they get there, and they go to this chiropractic people, and man, he said, well, we'll try to help. So he took him into his office, and he got a table with just about the height of this shopping block. That's what made me talk about that. And he lay him out there, and he get 4 big men. One get a hold of one leg, other one get a hold of another leg, and another one get one arm, and another one get another, and they just pull just as hard as they can to stretch them little short Cajun people. He said, now, you got to have them treatment every day for 1 hour at least. You got to be pulled on like that. And I know you live 43 miles from here, and you can't make it all the time, so how come you don't get your family together there and one get one leg, the other leg, one arm, the other arm, and you did that yourself? My friend said, okay. So he left. And he did not see this chiropractic people for about 3 months. And he brought himself to town. He would walk down the street, and he see the chiropractic people. Oh, he say, I'm glad for you to see me. The chiropractic man say, I'm glad for you to see me too. How is you son? Oh, he say, he's just fine. Well, he say, have you been treating him like I told you? He say, oh, yeah, 1 hour every day. We put him on the chopping block, what we got at home. We use that. And we pull on him 1 hour like you told me. He said, well, has he grown any at all? He said, not one doggone inch, but he's confessed to 50 unsolved crime, I guarantee you. Now, I got another little appetizing, and I mean it is, I guarantee. Let me move this back here. Hi. And I've got a frying pan skillet down here. Let me put this so I can get at it a little more better. Now, there I go. In this, I'm going to make smoked sausage, or saucisse in French, a la Justin. That's me, a la Justin. I'm going to start with 2 pounds of sausage, what I got chopped up in little, about 1-inch bite-sized piece. We're going to put this on a frying pan skillet, what we got right here. Turn that fire down a little bit. And then I'm going to add a quart of medium oysters. But I want to tell you now, when you go select your oyster, you got to haul off there and be sure you get oyster when you get them in a quart jar or a pint jar or a 12-ounce pint jar. What you did, you be sure they ain't milky looking. Because if they're that way, they're fresh. They're just fresh as they can be. Now, we're going to put on this some Sauternes wine. It smells good, yeah. Sauternes wine. And we got some lemon juice here. We got to put that on there. Got to pull it up here where it get a good, want to brought it to a good boil. And then I'm got to put a teaspoon, about a half a teaspoonful of salt. I'm going to put on there. Now I got some of them concentrated garlic here. Garlic salt. See, that's how come I didn't put but a half a teaspoon. I'm going to put about a half a teaspoonful of them garlic salt, too, on that. Ooh, get that off my hand, man. And I done put the juice of a half a lemon on that. And I've got to put in just a little hot sauce. It ain't no good without that. That's for sure. Ooh. And I'm going to let them cook. Just going to let them cook, just like that. Let's get after it there now and start to cook. Oh, you kid. I got some what's finished right there. And I'm going to get a few of that, like a piece of sausage, a couple of oysters on a toothpick, put them there. Like I think I'll get another sausage right now. And I'm also going to get a little of them eggplant, but I got appetizer fixed right here. Ooh, Justin, don't that good? And I guess you wondered how come I took the heart of them artichoke out there. I got that for me. I took my leaves with me, too, just in case I want that, too. And I'm going to put the lid back on this and took myself over here to this table, sit myself down, finish opening them wine, and just haul off. Aye. And boil for a little bit in there. Whew, ain't that pretty? I guarantee. That's fine. Sauternes wine. That needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. A number of years ago, someone told me about a new way of cooking that could save time and made meat and poultry and even game taste twice as good as cooked the regular way. That new method was plastic cooking bags. Let me tell you, I got me some of them plastic cooking bags and commenced to cooking everything. I could think of in a bag. One thing I discovered is that you can cook several ducks at one time in a bag. Just throw in the seasonings, tie up the bag, and punch a few holes to let out the steam, let it be venting, and stick the whole mess in the oven. The results are wonderful, I guarantee. Look back with me at this show made 25 years ago for Mississippi Educational TV, and if you haven't already discovered how great cooking in bag is really, you will now.
How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. We're going to fix duck today. First, we got to clean them real good. I got one right here. Now, he look like he's pretty clean, that's for sure. But they got a couple of pin feathers on there. You got to be sure you get them out of there. But that don't help the flavor none, them feathers. I guarantee that for sure. Now, that duck's clean. Now, if I can find a place to put that now, I'm going to get some ducks from the refrigerator and rinse them off, if they need it. And yeah, they're pretty, Now, ordinarily, we would have to rinse that duck with water. And we want to dry him real good because we're going to season him. You know, Cajuns like to hunt duck, but I got them out of the refrigerator. What I tell you, though, they didn't get there by themselves, no. Whew. That's for sure. You know, every time I see a duck, I think about that old Cajun guide friend with me. He took a certain big shoot from Mississippi, hunting every year, and he had a problem, a drinking problem. He wasn't an alcoholic, he was a drunkard. Yeah. And this fellow what went with him every year knew about that, but he missed 1 year. He just missed 1 year. And in that year, he forgot about them problems. So when he brought himself down to South Louisiana to hunt with his favorite Cajun guide, he brought along with him a fifth of Old Master whiskey and took it with him. And they got out in that pirogue boat, and that Cajun couldn't keep his eye off of them whiskey what he had. He said, give me a taste of that. He still forgot about that. And he got that bottle, he took a taste of it right now, and he kept the bottle. And it was hot that day, and there was not many duck fly. And he didn't get none up close, so he hauled off there and drank that whole fifth of whiskey and get drunk. Whoo! And after a while, one duck came by. And man, he called him up. He wasn't too drunk to call him. But they moved in the boat, and that duck come close, and that fella from Mississippi, he got up and bloom, 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 empty his gun, did not move a feather, not one. And this old drunk Cajun guide, he jump up there and point that gun up in the air, and bloom! That duck fall down. He must have been 100 feet in the air. He fall down, and that fella from Mississippi say, whoo, that was a good shoot, I guarantee. That guy say, man, with a bunch like that, I should have got 12 or 11, I guarantee. Now we're gonna stuff these duck and fix them in this bag, this brown and serve bag. We're going to cut an onion to you in 4/4, and an apple in 4/4. We're not going to leave 1/4 there. And we're going to stuff them duck with a clove of garlic, a piece of apple, and a piece of onion. Clove of garlic, piece of onion, piece of apple. It don't make some difference what rotate you get them on, just so you get them all on there. You know? Yeah. I got one little thing of garlic left over, I'll put that in the gravy. Don't worry, I'm not going to waste that. Then we're going to salt and pepper these duck. A little red pepper. Man, I'll put a little black pepper on that too. Man, somebody enlarged the hole on that, I'll guarantee. And a little salt. And we're going to rub a little olive oil on there. That olive oil is going to make it brown pretty and give it a good flavor too. It help out. All that help. And I'm going to put them on this bag right here. Now, you know, we like to bag our duck, that's true. But we got a new way here. It's brand new. I got to get that open. Yeah, there she go. We're going to put that duck on now. Put it in the bag down in there real good. Already smell good. That onion done open my sciences up. Yeah. Don't want to lose any onion. Now I got that in there like that, and I'm just going to get a little onion and not going to cut this in little bitty pieces, just going to cut it up to give a little flavor to the gravy. We put that all in there too, and I might just as well put that little clove of garlic. I don't want to waste anything. Put it in there like that. That smells good too. Then we put a little Worcestershire sauce. We spread that on there like that. Measure that real careful. Then we don't want to forget the most important thing. 1 cup of Sauterne wine. Get them duck drunk so they'll taste. Yeah. Put that on there like that. And then we close this bag up and seat it with a little thing what come with it. Put that on there and shut her up tight. And get this out of my way right here, too. Now, you see this fork? It's a 2-pronged fork. I'm going to punch at least 6 holes in this bag. I say at least. Sometime I punch more. I'm going to put 7 just for good measure. You do that so that your bag will not explode in the oven. Your temperature, 350. We're going to put that duck right in there. And you don't want your temperature to ever be over 350 when you're cooking in these brown and served bag. Now, that's going all right. You know, putting them duck away like that. Let me put this down here. It reminds me of a story I got to tell you. Just dying to tell you this story. Years ago, I got a couple of friends, and one of them was told this story on themselves. He said, we go over to False Rivers. That's about 35 miles from Baton Rouge. We go over to False Rivers to hunt them duck, me and Jean-Baptiste. And we go get one of them cabins what they got there for $1.50. You know that's a long time ago, I guarantee. And we get in them cabin, it's dust dark, and we put ourselves in bed because we want to be sure we get up when dawn make its first little crack, so we can go out there and look on them lake and see if there's some duck out there. Well, we get up when dawn make its first little crack, and we go out there and look on that lake, and she's black with duck. Whoo, I guarantee, all over them lake. We rush back in the house, and I get my twice-barrel carabine, and John Baptiste get his automatic shoot gun. That's a once-hole gun, would shoot 3 times hand running from the same hole if the game warden is there. And if he ain't there, it'll shoot 5 times right from the same place. We go outside there and we get on our belly like a alligator and we crawl to this little patch of grass and make like we eat, and that little patch of grass and hide there real good, you know. And we get close on them duck. And I'm raised that twice-barrel carabine gonna get at least 100 the first shoot. They sit so quiet. And zoom, the sky get black with duck. Not even my pull do is left out there. Man, that put me hot. And John Baptiste, he lost his temper plumb. I said, don't lose your temper. He said, I done lost it. I said, don't you see them cow eat them water lily on the edge of them lake down there? Them day you going to be one, I guarantee. He said, how I'm going to do that? I said, we're going to Baton Rouge to the slaughtering house, and we're going to get us a cowhide for 50 cents. 4 bet, and we're going to brought ourselves back, and we're going to get them same cabin and get on them cowhide tomorrow, and we're going to get them duck. He said, let's go. We go to Baton Rouge, we get the cowhide, we brought ourselves back, we get them same cabin for another $1.50. We put ourselves in bed when it looked like it's going to get dust dark, because we want to be sure we get up before dawn, make its first little bitty crack. And we get up and we go out there and we look on that lake, and she's black with ducks some more. We are guarantee. We go back in the house, and I get my twice-barrel carabine. Jean Baptiste get his automatic shoot gun. We get them cowhide. We go out front. We get on the cowhide. Me, I'm the front. Jean Baptiste, he's the behind. We go to this little patch of grass and make like we eat, and that little patch of grass and make like look just like a cow. I guarantee. This little patch and that little patch, and we get close on them ducks. And man, I'm raised my gun. Going to get at least 200 the first shoot. They sit so quiet out there. And just as I do that, John Baptiste beat me on the back. Bloom, bloom, bloom. I say, man, raise your gun and shoot. Do not you see them duck out there on that lake, huh? He said, forget about them duck. Here comes the bull. Well, that's about enough bull, and we got to go on with some cooking here. And forget about them duck, too, like my friend. So what I'm going to do right now is cook a goose. A gooses. We've got a good recipe how to fix a goose. And I'm going to get one right now. You know, this looks like this show is for the birds, huh? I'll tell you the truth. I'm going to get a goose. I got one of them gooses in here. I got to show you how to fix that. Ooh, boy. That goose looks clean, he's fine, but we're going to marinate him in 1 part of vinegar to you, and 3 parts of water. Now, you know what us Cajuns say, we put him in that vinegar and let him sleep all night, if he's a wild goose. If he ain't a wild geese, he's one that's just wild in the backyard, you got to run him down. In about, 1 to 3 hours, that's about all it took to do that. Now, put them goose on here. I got about a pint of vinegar here. We're going to pour them on there real good. Pour them all over them gooses. Ooh-wee. This is some water that we've measured. Now, you don't have to be exact in your measurements about that. You want to cover them gooses. That's what you want to do. You want to cover him with that marination. Cold water. We're going to put that on him. And that's about right. We're going to let him sleep in that all night long. He's a wild goose. We couldn't caught him at all. So we're going to let him sleep all night. Put this out of my way, too. Now, I got a new goose is what I got hid right here. He been marinate him. Now this is a tame geese. He's been cleaned and washed and marinated. Now, after you marinate a goose or a duck, if you're going to marinate them, you want to be sure you wash them real good and wash all of that marinate off of them. Now, I got a few little ingredients I got to go with him. That onion done opened my sciences already. First, I'm going to salt and pepper this goose with a little red pepper. Man, stand up there. He did. A little black pepper, not much. I use red pepper because I like the flavor. better, and it's digestible. Black pepper's not. It's a root, wood, and red pepper is a vegetable. Get a little of that salt and pepper inside that goose. Be sure and do that. If you don't do that, you're missing something. Put this out of my way now. Now, I'm going to put a whole turnip in them gooses. There you is. Now that turnip, that helps the flavor. It'll take the wild taste out of a goose or a duck. Believe it or not, it sure will do it too, I guarantee. Now over here, I've got a roux. First you make a roux. And this roux, we cook this ahead of time, and it's just the right color right now. Now we make that roux with about a cup of flour and about 1/2 to 3/4 of a cup of olive oil. And we use olive oil because, number one, we like olive oil. Number two, it's good for you. And it's low in that real fatty stuff. I don't know how you call that, cholesterol, you know. Now, I'm going to put in here 2 large onions that have been chopped up. And about a 1/2 cup of parsley. Now, let me tell you something right now. Parsley is a wonderful seasoning. Most people don't realize that. They use it for garnishments. But it's a wonderful seasoning, that's for sure. I'm going to stir this for about 2 or 3 minutes. And put that fire down so it won't burn, too. You got to watch them roux. You burn the roux, you got to start all over, and that's bad. Whew, I guarantee that's bad. You know, this reminds me of all these gooses and ducks what I got here. I never will forget this old Cajun who said he gonna took his son for his first hunt. You know, oh, Papa, I don't care whether they're Cajuns or any other kind. They like to, for their son to taught that they're the very best. And this old Cajun ain't no different. And he took his son, he said, son, look, it's time for you to learn how to hunt. You 10 years old. You want to go? He said, oh, yeah, Papa. He said, okay, tomorrow morning we're going to go out and get them gooses. He said, okay. So the next day they go out and they get in the pirogue boat and they get in the blind and Papa stake both in out in case somebody shoots straight up, you know. If you don't, she's going to turn over. He said, okay, son, when them gooses come, I'm going to show you how that did. You got to get the very best and arm that. The very best shoot, too, and arm that. I'm going to show you just how that's did. He said, okay, Papa. Not long, here come 2 gooses in a bunch all by themselves. And he called them up in the light right down in front, right there. He raised up with that automatic shoot gun. Bloom, 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 bloom. The game warden ain't there. And them gooses just flap their wing and fly right off. He says, son, you don't know you how proud me I am that you brought yourself with me today, I guarantee. Most people live all their life and never get to see what you, a little bitty boy, see here today. In fact, some people live to be 110 and don't get to see a miracle like you, a little bitty boy, 10-year-old, see here today. The little boy say, what miracles you talk about, huh, Papa? He say, what miracles I'm talking about? I'm talking about the miracle that them 2 dead gooses get up and fly like that. I nearly burned my roux, too, told that story. Now, I got to put some water on that. 3 cups of water I got measured in this little pitcher, yeah? And I put that on them roux and stir it up a little bit more. They kind of blend it in together, you know? That's what you got to do. Got to blend that up together. Now I'm going to put some garlic. You know, always remember never to put your garlic in anything, any kind of gravy, until you got some juice on that. Because if you put it in there, when there ain't no juice, it's going to get hard, and it don't taste good. And you wonder what that is, that rock. What that rock is you done got in your mouth when you go to chew. And garlic will get hard like a rock. Now, it just gets hot. That roux will join together with everything and be just as pretty and come out a real nice brown gravy. Put that a little more high. Now, I'm going to put just 3 cups of Sauternes wine on there. That smells good. I guarantee. Now, you know, a goose, them gooses, they're very dry. And you want to use something to be sure to hold the moisture, so I use cream of mushroom soup. And it came out of there good, yeah. We stir that around in there. And I'll put the juice of a lemon in that after I get this stirred just a little bit. The juice of 1 lemon to help take the while. And about a tablespoonful of Worcestershire. It'll make anything taste good. When it's cooked, 1 tablespoon. Got that right now. We stir that just at least a little bit. See if we can get it blended together. And it does. Now I got a bay leaf over here. That bay leaf has got a toothpick stuck through that. And the reason we got them toothpick through that, we don't want to lose that bay leaf. We're going to stick that bay leaf on them gooses. So we don't lose him. See there? Put him on there. Then we're going to put them goose right here, in this right here. Man, that's nice and warm. I put my hand on it. And that bay leaf is put there because we're going to take that bay leaf out in about an hour, just about an hour. And we're going to take that out. Now, I got an oven here at 375 degrees. Now, I got to put something in here that I forgot to do, but that ain't nothing unusual. We do that every now and then. A rack underneath them gooses. And the reason we do that is we don't want them gooses to burn. Now, whoo, that's a lot better, yeah. That smells good. And we're going to cook them for 2 hours. But we're going to baste him every 20 minutes. And I'm going to stop right here and show you what I mean by baste. We mean do like that. And it don't take long. About 3 sweeps with a good basting spoon or ladle. You got it made. We're going to put him in here. And I'm going to get me a hot pad and show you something that most people don't realize. We're going to show you how to baste one in an oven so you won't took him out and get your temperature all bad. You want to keep that temperature up just as much as you can. Just baste him 1 time like that, maybe 2. Put them lid back on there. Put him in that oven like that and let him go. Now, the way you're told how he's done is the joint. You move a joint with a fork or a knife, and that joint moves real easy. He's done. Some people like to stick a fork in there, but when they do that, man, when they do that, well, they ruin all the juices. Now, I want to show you how you took a duck. We got them ducks was cooking there, but I got one that's already dead. I'm going to take it out of them bag. You slit that bag with a knife. Ooh-wee. And you reach in there with a fork because them duck is hot, yeah. And you get one out of there with that fork. I'm going to put one on this plate. I'm going to go to the table and eat that, too. Wasn't that pretty? Oh, man. Now, I want to, first of all, I'm going to cut them gooses. Carve just at least a little bit off of there for me to eat. And it's juicy. You notice that? It's as juicy as it can be. And tender, tender, tender. Whew. Oh, man. Let me get a little gravy. How you call gravy on that? Now, there's some hot slaw if I would like that. A little wine we put on that. Sit myself down.
I guarantee. And that garlic bread, whew, it goes with most everything, and I double guarantee that too. I cooked both of those breads on a show for Mississippi Educational TV more than 20 years ago. Won't you join me in looking back at the show and breads, huh?
How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. Now, you know, us Cajuns in South Louisiana, we cook all kinds of things. There ain't no question about that. Nutria and everything like that. Mushrat, alligator tail, anything in the world we cook. A lot of main dishes. But whenever we cook that, we got to also, too, have something to go with that, like bread. Garlic bread, hush puppy, cornbread, rolls, things like that. We always like to cook something good. You know, whenever I mention bread, I can't help but thought about that little 7-year-old boy who never said a word. He's 7 years old, and he had never spoke one time. And his mama worried like the devil about him. They sent him to all kind of doctor, and they check his ear. He can hear all right, but he don't said something, not a word. Not one single solitary word. And one morning, they were eating breakfast, and he's 7-year-old. And he looked up and he said, this doggone toast is burned like the devil, I guarantee you. Well, man, his mama, did your hand sprung? His papa grabbed the little boy and most squeezed the life out of him. They're so proud he can talk. And after about 5 or 4 minutes of that hand sprung and all that kind of stuff, the mama says, son, we're so glad you can talk. How come you didn't said something before? He said, up to now, everything been okay. Well, up to now, everything been okay, but we're going to make some garlic bread for you right now. And it's real easy to make. But we make it Oh, wait, let me get me a knife here where I can slice that bread. I think I found one here that I can do that with. Yeah. Now, you notice here that I got a garlic press and some garlic. This is a clove of garlic. That's a clove. I got a garlic press here. I put that on there like that. Press it on. I don't want to lose any of that because it's all good. Put it back in there like that and put another clove. You put as much garlic as you would like. This is all according to taste, you know. It doesn't make any difference. Just so you put what you like in there. I don't want to take too much time pressing. I just wanted to be sure I could show you how to press garlic. And when you clean your garlic press, you be sure that you get all of it out of there. It usually leaves a little film. And when you clean that, you get that film out. Because if you don't, your garlic's going to taste bitter the next time you press some in there. And that's enough of that. And I got some already here. I might just well put that on there. Like that. Ooh, boy. This is, you walk by your neighbor's house, they can tell you had garlic bread, I'll guarantee. Now, you notice that I'm just mixing that up. I'm getting that mix up like that. In here, I've got about a cup of Romano cheese, grated Romano cheese. I want to get that garlic over there because that's too good to chunk away. I'm going to put some of this Romano cheese. You put as much as you like. Now, I like cheese. I'm not going to put this full cup in there, but I'm going to put most of it in there and mix it up real carefully with my butter and garlic that I already have in here. You want to keep it spreadable. That's the main thing. And you notice, too, that I had my garlic, my butter, that is, out here. I didn't melt it. I don't like to melt my butter because I like to spread it on my bread so that I don't know how much I'm putting, and I think it tastes better when it melts on the bread in the oven. I guarantee I do. Now, black pepper. Now, I don't use a grated black pepper in my cooking, but I always put black pepper in my garlic bread. Now, I use peppercorns because I think that the pepper's a little fresher, and you get bigger chunks of it than you do ground red pepper, and it gives it a good flavor. Now, you put this according to taste, too. Some people like a lot of black pepper. Some people don't like much. I just like enough to flavor. And that's what I'm putting in there right now, enough to flavor that. And lay that down, because I know I'm going to knock it off if I don't. You can see the black pepper in there a little bit. Now I got to haul off there and slice this bread lengthwise. Now, I sliced it lengthwise because I'm going to spread it on that, and then we break bread. We like to break bread down in our country. It's a sign of friendship. Ooh, boy, that went easy. Now I'm going to spread that on the bread. Now, it looks like I've got too much, but I don't have. It'll come out about even. It's a little bit left over, just spread it thick. Put it on there, a lot of it there, because it's going to taste good, I can guarantee. Ooh-wee. That opened your sciences up real good, you know that? That's for sure. Oh, boy. I think I'll take a bite of that now. I would, but I better not did it right this second. Well, look good. I'll tell you, that's broken up by many a courtship, though. Guarantee. Well, I'll be glad when I get this did because I'm going to eat some of that. I'll tell you for sure. I put a lot of this because I want it to soak in the bread because it tastes so good when it's soaked in there like that. It's kind of thin right there. Might just as well. Ooh-wee. That smells good. Now I put this back on here like this. You notice I didn't cut this bread. Some people cut it that way so it broke easy. But I don't. I don't want it to broke easy. I want to have conversation with them people that broken that bread with me. We close it real good and tight. And we're going to put it on the oven. Now, that oven, about 350, I think I got that on there. Yeah, 350. Now, we'll leave it in there about 15 or 20 minutes, and it's real good eating when we take it out of there, I guarantee. Oh, you kid. Got my sciences open real bad. Now, I'm going to start on and make you some hush puppies. And some of these days I'm going to get a bigger tray, I'll tell you that for sure. Get all this where I can get at it. You know, not long ago, I was at the first Southern Hush Puppy Olympics. Hush Puppy Olympics. In Lookin, Texas. And I tell you for sure, ladies and gentlemen, you never saw something like that before again in your life. These people brought their recipes, secret recipes. They had not given to anybody, were not about to give anybody. One man came up there with a box, and I said, "What you got on that?" He said, "My recipe." I said, "What's in the box?" He said, "A rattlesnake. He's going to look after that." And I look up and I hear a syringe going full blast. It's a police car escorting a big black limousine with some people in black hats, black suits. One behind there, shotgun guards all around it. Look like the Godfathers all coming in there, you know. And I said, "What's going on?" And get out of that car, and they got a great big lock box with a chain on it and a combination lock. They got a banker to open that for them. That's their secret recipe. One man brought his dog to taste his recipe, and the dog wouldn't eat it. That tickled me to death. And the mayor of Lookin, a good friend of mine named Garrison, he brought a taster with him, too. And I thought it looked around for his dog, but it was a half-grown lion cub a lady was holding in her arms for him to give his hush puppy to, for him, that lion to try out. And I had my picture took with him because I wanted to have that did. Now, that's a cup of yellow cornmeal. Half a cup of flour. Get this over a little closer with me where I won't have to stretch myself. We're going to haul off there now and put a teaspoonful of baking powder. Don't want to put too much. Mine is so light already, I have to put the lid on the pot to keep them from flying out when they're frying. And about a teaspoonful of salt. Now, you remember this about salt. Salt is salt according to people's taste, actually. Now, if I was making this for just me, I'd put more than a teaspoonful of salt. I want to see if I still measure right. Yep, that is. And we got a little soda here. I'm going to use buttermilk. And when you use buttermilk, you better use soda because I'm going to put about half a teaspoonful of soda. If I was home, I'd just put 3 pinches in there. It would amount to the same thing, or half a teaspoon. Now, in my cookbook, it does not have garlic powder. But this is a secret I'm going to give to you, this garlic powder. About a half a teaspoonful of garlic powder, instant garlic powder. And then another little secret that we didn't put in the cookbook, forgot it, be truthful with you. We put some onion salt on that, about a half a teaspoon of that. We put that on there, and then another little secret. You stir all your dry ingredients together real good to where it all look like yellow cornmeal. Now, People ask me, say, how come you use yellow cornmeal? I like yellow cornmeal. That's how come I use yellow cornmeal. And it seems to come out more better. That's how come. I'll guarantee. And he mixed that real good. Be sure and did that because you can mix this up dry and just put it in your refrigerator and leave it and then put your wet ingredients, your eggs and your buttermilk in there when you get ready to make it. It won't make it different, but don't wet it. And your shallot. Got to put some shallot on that, green onion. Oh, boy. Now, you notice I make a little hole there to put my egg. Now, I'm going to beat this egg pretty good. Speaking of egg, I got a friend named Travis Lobel that got an egg farm. And several years ago, he was diversifying himself, and he had some lambs. He had some lambs that their mama rejected, wouldn't took them, so they brought them to the house, and they had a couple of puppy dogs, cattle dogs. Oh, boy. And they put those little lambs with those dogs, and those lambs never did think they were lambs. They thought they were dogs. They ate dog food with them, and then people would come through the yard on bicycles. Those little dogs would chase them, and the lamb right along with them, chasing them bicycles just because they thought they were puppy dogs. And pretty soon automobiles come by, and they'd chase the automobiles. And I'll tell you, I asked old Travis what happened to that lamb one day. He said they had to get rid of him. I said, how come? He said he started killing sheep. You notice I put that egg, one egg that I beat the daylight out of them eggs. Beat it real hard. I start to blend it in with my cornmeal. Now I've got a cup of buttermilk in this pitcher. And I don't put it all in there at once because I may not need it. It depends on the moon and everything else, I reckon. Or what consistency you like to drop your hush puppy into your deep fat. But about 3/4 of a cup to a cup it'll take, I know that. And you mix that real good, put that on there real good. Now, I use buttermilk because it makes a better hush puppy. And when I'm at home, I'll tell you this too. And I can get them, I use duck eggs instead of hen eggs to make my hush puppies because they seem to make better hush puppies. I don't know how come them old duck did it, but they do. I guarantee. And that's just about to get right. That's still just a little too stiff. I take about 4 or 3 drops of them buttermilks, put them on there real careful. Now, look at that. Don't that fine? Now, I'll get this mixed up. I got some green onions, some shallot. I'm going to put that on there. And stir that in real good, too. That got my scientists open up, too, them green onion. I'll tell you for sure. Now, you see how pretty that is? That's just about right. Not too loose, not too tight. You don't want it too stiff because if you do... Now, I use a teaspoon to drop my hush puppy mix into the deep fat. And this deep fat fry, I've got this deep fat about halfway up. Now, this hush puppy, you know where that name comes from? Years ago, the old hunters used to come in from the hunt and they'd have the dogs and they'd brag about what they had missed and what they had shot, you know. And they were busy trying to get rested and cook up a storm and have a few beer or drink or something, ale. And the dogs would get hungry, they would smell all that food cooking, and they'd start raising, saying, "Ah, there." And they say, "Look, we did something about that." So they mixed up some cornmeal and like this and made some hush puppy. And they'd chunk them out there, and them dogs say, "Hush puppy." And that's where the name come from, hush puppy. That's true, I guarantee. Now we're gonna put these on there. And I use my finger to brush this out with. Ooh-wee. Somebody asked me, say, how many will this make? And I make small batches of hush puppies at a time. Let me tell you that. If you make too much, it doesn't come out right. I don't know exactly why. I think that it rises too much and your baking powder gets week or something. But this is about the size batch that I make. And at the Hush Puppy Olympics, I made 5 different batches and cooked 5 different batches so that they'd come out the same all the time. And they do. They come out the same. And somebody asked me, say, how many does a batch like that make? I say, how long is a piece of string? Depends on the size of your doggone hush puppies. How many are you going to sit there? How long does it take till they're done? That's how long it takes. Look at that. Ooh, that's pretty, yeah. I guarantee. Ooh, boy. Man. Yes, sir. You know, when I think about this bread, I mentioned you were going to have some kind of bread. There was a Yankee from way up north, around Shreveport, you know. And he drove a truck, and he come by a big truck stop that said, we got meat for any kind of sandwich that you want. We got it right here. You brought yourself in, and we got the meat for the sandwich. If we don't got the meat for the sandwich, what you order, we give you a brand new $10 bill. Huh. Man, this Yankee went in there smart aleck, you know. He went in there and he said, this cute little female girl, lady, waitress, women that come by there say, she said, what can I do for you? He said, give me an elephant ear sandwich. She said, what you said? He said, give me an elephant ear sandwich. She said, just a minute. And she went back in the back, and she came back in about 4 or 3 minutes. She said, I'm sorry, but I can't serve you that elephant ear sandwich today. He said, well, give me my $10 and I'm going to be gone. You ain't got the meat to serve that. Oh, she said, yeah, we got the meat all right, but we done run out of them great big buns what we served that on. Look at them hush puppy cook. Ooh-wee. Man, got to cook all this. Is that pretty? I think so. I guarantee. And good, yeah. Oh, boy. That came out just even. Put that over there. Ain't that cute? Man. Now, you got to turn these every now and then. This is where the fun comes in. Try to get them to stay over. Come on there, you. That really works. Sometimes. And I've seen the time when I just called it everything it was and then some other things too, because it would not work. Does not take hush puppies long to cook, and you cook them in about 350 to 375 because you want the center done. There's nothing worse, I don't think, than a hush puppy except maybe raw fish. You bite into fish that's fried so pretty brown on the outside and it's raw in the middle. Whew! Well, the next worst thing I think is to get a hush puppy that's raw in the middle. So you cook them slow and you come out pretty and brown and done just like that right now. And that's done too, I guarantee. And I'll tell you right now, that'll look good. I'll tell you one more little bit there. On this one here, and it'll be done. Oh, got to turn one. He didn't turn for me. There he is. One more there, acting up. Now. Got to take this out. That's pretty. I'm going to turn these fires off. Put this right here and take a look at my garlic bread. Whew, that's hot, yeah. Now, that's what we got. Ah. Take it out of this. Oh, that's pretty, yeah. and put it on my bread tray. Look at that. Oh, you kid. That's beautiful, I guarantee. We can take this over here. Put that there like that. Get this way I can get at it because I may want to taste one of that. I guarantee. Now, we're going to broke them bread, I guarantee. It's toasted so nice and hot. I guarantee. This is a little Beaujolais wine. Beaujolais. It's a dinner wine, and it's not sweet. People ask me all the time, say, how do I choose my wine? What do I do? Well, I say, you know, wine is kind of like the woman you marry. You don't marry somebody you don't like, no. You choose a wine that you like. And if you like it, drink it. It doesn't make any difference. And I got a story I want to tell you. When I'm doing this, I want to taste this first. That's fine. I guarantee. I got a friend at the state police in Louisiana. And on the long holiday weekends, the state police in Louisiana, they work 12 hours on, 12 hours off, all days off I cancel. Everybody got to work. And this friend with me, he worked on last Labor Day weekend 12 hours, Friday night, and they give him a brand new petroleum car with a brand new red light on that and a brand new syringe, brand new radar, everything brand new. And he got off at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, and he stopped at a combination restaurant, barroom, saloon, and he go in there to get himself a cup of coffee, and one of his friends in there, and he ordered this from his cute little female girl, lady waitress, women say, give me a cup of coffee. His friend say, oh, man, don't drink that. Drink a beer with me. He said, I can't. I'm in uniform. He said, take it off. He said, okay, I'll be right back. So he went home and he left them petroleum car, and he took off his uniform, and he came back and he drank beer with his friend till about 11:30 in the morning. He said, look, I got to go get myself some rest because I got to go out again tonight at 8 o'clock. He said, you go home too? He said, okay. So he went home and he slept till 6:30. His wife woke him up and gave him breakfast, dinner, and supper all at the same time. And he went out and got on that interstate, and about 10 o'clock at night, he's on a straight stretch. He said, I'm going to catch some of them devils speeding now, I guarantee. Hoo-hoo, boy, I'm going to get them. So he pulled on his shoulder and he fixed himself real good there, get his radar just right, and he look on the rear view mirror, here come one zoom down the highway, and he look on the radar 97 miles an hour. And he noticed them headlight getting more bright in his automobile, and he look on his mirror some more. He said, that fool on the shoulder with me, he gonna hit me. And he rolled down in front and covered his head real good, and bloom, he hit him, knocked him about 300 feet. And he heard that other car, blickety, turning over. He said, they must all be dead in there. When his car came to a dead still, he got out and he run back there. And when he get there, the steam rolled everywhere, and his car laying on its side, and that door pushed itself open, and there's his friend, what he drank beer with that morning. He looked at that policeman cop. He said, how in the world did you get here this quick? This wreck just happened. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. Boiled shrimps is as much a tradition in South Louisiana as boiled crawfish or chicken jambalaya. The secret to delicious boiled shrimp lies in how it's boiled and what kind of dressing you dip it in. If it's really boiled right, them shrimp don't need a sauce at all, no. I guarantee. They'll have plenty of good flavor from the lemon and the onion and the garlic and the wine and all the other wonderful seasonings that go into the boiling pot. People in South Louisiana aren't always formal, no, to get their enjoys out of eating boiled shrimps or crawfish. Come to think of it, all they got to do is spread some newspaper over a table, put a roll of paper out there and paper towels, and keep them shrimps coming while everybody's eating them. The best dressing for boiled shrimps has a ketchup and horseradish base with lots of other stuff thrown in. You see how I do it when you watch this show that was made 25 years ago on Mississippi Educational TV. Now have your enjoys.
How y'all are? I'm glad you to see me, I guarantee. Isn't that a beauty? Isn't that a beautiful red snapper? Hello there, boy. Isn't that a beautiful red snapper? I guarantee that's a fine one. You know, I never will forget I got a couple of friends that went fishing down in the Gulf of Mexico off from Grandille. That's Grand Isle to you. And one of them was told all about that. He said, you know, me and my friend go out there and we trying to catch some fish. And man, he hang one. Whoo! It's a fish. What's a fish? I guarantee. I said, don't lose him. He said, I ain't going to lose him. Don't you worry something, none at all, any about that. I'm going to hold on with him. And he said, but I'm hang on something, and I don't want to lose him. You just hold on. We going to get him. And shoom, I dive over there and follow them line on down. And you know somebody done park an automobile right down the bottom of them Gulf of Mexico down there. And I get down there and look in there, and he got a red snapper. Whew, just about this big, weighed 26 pounds. And I can tell that by the scale he got on him, you know. And I reach in there, I see where he got himself hang up, and I go to reach in them window to untangle them line, and every time I did that, that red snapper rolled them window up, I guarantee you. Whew, man, I tell you, let me put him over here out the way. Fine looking boy. You know, I'm a big fella, but some of my very best friends are little shrimp, and I got some right here. Don't that pretty? Now, in this pot right here, I got 4 quarts of water I done put on there. And I'm going to add 8 lemon what I done cut in half. Got to watch yourself and put them on there fast. 8 lemon cut in half. 3 onion quartered up. Got 3 onion quartered up there. Man. And some garlic. It's not minced, it's just chopped up, that's all. Put that on there, about 2 parts of that. And I'm going to put 1 leaf, 1 stalk. Well, I asked a friend once to bring me a stalk of celery, and he brought me the whole bush. Put that on there. I'm going to put some Lee and Perrin Worcestershire sauce. About 2 tablespoonfuls. 1, 2 tablespoonfuls. Then I'm going to put just a little something to give it a flavor, a real flavor. 3 cups of Sauternes wine. You use this white wine, it does not discolor them shrimps too, you know. That's real good. And then I'm going to put 2 tablespoonfuls of red pepper. 2 tablespoonfuls. 1. I'll measure that careful. 1 tablespoon. 2 tablespoons. There we go. I want to get every bit of that on there. I don't want to lose none of that. I guarantee. Now, what you do, you salt this until it's briny. Put them salt on there like this. I'm going to put 9 tablespoons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Put 9 tablespoons on that. And that We'll let that kind of stir that around a little bit to be sure she's all in there. That's right. And we'll let that seasoning cook in that water just a little bit. Now, you can use the same recipe for crab or crawfish. It don't make some difference. But you want to add a little more salt for crab and for crawfish because they take a little more salt than other shellfish what you might cook. And you want salt because salt is the secret of all shellfish to make them taste good, I guarantee. Now, you know, talking about these fish and crawfish and crab, I got a couple of friends that went fishing. I got the toll this on them. They get one of these wide, 5 or 4 foot wide bateau boat, not a pirogue, no, a bateau. That's a flat bottom boat. And they get out there in the river and they haul off and fish and fish and fish, and they got some beer with them and they got some old master whiskey, about 3/5 of that. And they don't caught no fish, and they about to lose their discourage. And one of them said, look, let's don't lose our discourage. Whoo, let's make a little bet here. I'll bet you $5 I'll catch more fish than you. Another one say, you on. I'll guarantee. And he reached on his pocket and put his $5 out there. And his first one reaching in and finally gets some $5 bill, and he got to put it back. And when he's putting it back on his pocket there, he slipped and zoom, he fall overboard. And when he came up and spit half damn meat river out, what he done swallow. His friend said, all better off. I ain't gonna bet with you if you're gonna start diving after him, I'll guarantee you. Now, I'm gonna add 5 pounds of raw shrimp to this right here. If I can get them all in this pot, I'm gonna come close. Man, that smells good already. And I'm gonna let this cook about 20 minutes. Put that over here like this. Turn this fire off. And wipe my hand just at least a little bit. Now, I got this pot right here. I'm gonna put over here. Turn them fire off right there and put this on warm. I'm gonna show that with you. Whew. See them little shrimps there? Let me get one of them little devil out there and show you what I'm talking about. See them hulls stand away from that? Oh, yeah, they stand away from that. They stand away from the meat right there. That's hot. See that? Stand away from that. That's how you can tell if they're done. And they float, too. That's another reason why you know they're done, too. I guarantee. And another good thing they did is to taste them after they boil for about 20 or 15 minutes. Then you know whether they done or not. I guarantee. Now, let me tell you, I'm going to have to go took these shrimp right here and pour this water off right quick to be sure they don't cook some more, but I let them steam in a dry pot. Ooh-wee. Man. Now, I just leave them right there. Let them steam in a dry pot and let them cool a little bit before we eat that, you know. Look what I found. Ain't that fine? That's the finished shrimps right there. Man, you talk about good. That's good, I guarantee. Put that on warm. Now, these are real fine. I'm gonna peel one of that because it's cool. And see how they look there. And they look so good. They don't even need some seasoning. Don't need any sauce. I should say not. That's fine, I guarantee. But, you know, I better make a little sauce, a little dressing. I just peel that and eat that because it's real good, you know, and it's so appealing, I guarantee. Now, some people like shrimp broil, which we're going to do in just a minute. But, and I can't wait to eat them. But you might want a little sauce, and we're going to fix some up right now for you in this. That's mayonnaise, or mayonnaise, depending on where you're from. Put that in there. We beat that constantly, and we pour a little olive oil on that and keep beating it all the time. Just keep beating that all the time. And we bring that right back to where it's as firm as it was if we beat that long enough. You know, ain't nothing to it. Come right on back there. And then I'm going to put 2 teaspoons full of hot sauce. Ooh, you, man. 2 teaspoons. Sound like a lot, but it's not. 2 teaspoons. And I'm going to put a teaspoonful of salt. Teaspoonful of salt. Got that. I'm going to stir that up a little bit. Then I'm going to put a 16-ounce bottle of ketchup on that. Whole doggone bottle. Go on there now. There we go. We're going to make some sauce here. Yeah, now I'm going to put a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce on that and stir it up real good. Got to be stirred up. It ain't some good, no. Tablespoon. I'm going to measure this real careful, too. Put that on there. And I take a little lemon juice, what I already got here, and I pour in this ketchup bottle because I want to get all of that. And I shook that up. See there? See how it takes that ketchup out of there? Then we pour the rest of this ketchup. Ain't that fine? Whew, did not waste a drop, no. And we stir that up. And then we put a level tablespoonful of cream horseradish. Now, you can put more than that if you like. You can add whatever you want. It don't make some good. But I want you to notice now, you don't cook this sauce. I just noticed in my own cookbook, it said to boil for 30 minutes. Well, that's terrible. As a misprint, I didn't know. I never used my cookbook to make it. I just get after it and do it. The cookbook is wrong. And there it is. There's your sauce. Ain't that pretty? That is good, too. Guarantee that's good. I'm going to put it over here out of my way. Right. Oh. These shrimp, I'll just put them here, too, out of my way. Now, I got some more raw shrimp here. In fact, I got 3 pounds, to be exact with you. And I'm going to haul off here. You know that sauce and shrimp is pretty good. If I don't do something with all these little undressed shrimp, this show will be X-rated, I guarantee. Now, down here, I got a pan that I got a 1/4 cup of olive oil in there, and I done chip up in this pan a stick of butter, 1 stick of butter. And I done put that in the oven and melted it down to where it run around real good. And I'm going to fix that in just a minute, but I had to do something to remind myself of that, and that reminded me of a story I want to tell you about 2 friends with me what went to fish in Falls River. That's about 35 miles from Baton Rouge, and they rent a boat. One of them named Emile, the other one named Alcide. And Emile and them catch them fish just as fast as they chunk in the water. They pull the brim out and put it on the boat. Alcide say, Emile, you know, it's a shame we can't mark this place, huh? Emile said, don't you worry, I'm going to mark this place and right now. Alcide said, how you going to do that? Well, he reached in his pocket and he get his knife and he knocked the side of the boat. He said, I got this place marked now. We can brought ourselves back anytime we want. Well, they fished until they just about sink the boat, and they start back to where they rented them boat, and Alcide said, you know, Emile, you smart. Whoo, I'll guarantee. But just suppose we don't get them same boat next time, how we going to find this place, huh? Now, in this right here, I'm going to add about 2 teaspoonsful of lean Perrin Worcestershire sauce. And if you're not used to doing it, you better measure it, but I'm not. I know just about what 2 teaspoonsful is. That's about right. And I'm going to put 1 teaspoonful of Louisiana red hot sauce. Now, this is not Tabasco. This is cayenne hot sauce. 1 teaspoon. One teaspoon right there. We put that on there. And we stir this up real good. We mix it up good. We don't want all that hot stuff to be on 1 shrimp, no. That ain't bad. That ain't good, no. Now, that's mixed up real good. That's for sure. And I put these shrimp in here, 1 layer. And I salt and pepper after I get them all in there. With salt and red pepper, cayenne pepper. Ooh, that smells good already, and they ain't even cooked, no. That's for sure. Come on, shrimps. Get them on that pan. Ooh, we better come out even. Ain't like the dickens to eat some raw shrimp. Mm-hmm. That's smelling good. Can't tell which I'm smelling, these shrimp that I'm fixing to broil, or those shrimp what I'm boiling over there. I know I smell shrimps. Oh, yeah, that's just fine. Come out just bon. That means just right in French. Now the shrimp left over, cook every one of them doggone shrimp. Now, there we go. Now I'm gonna haul off there and put some red pepper and salt on that. You know, this will make you sneeze just like black pepper if you don't look out. Kind of sneeze red instead of black, that's all. Man, that's pretty, yeah. Whew. Now, we put some salt on that. And remember this, fish take a lot of salt. Shrimp particularly take a lot. Now, I got a cup of sauterne here, but I don't think it'll take that much. What you have to do is with this is you put enough sauterne wine to bring it up to about halfway up the side of the shrimp, you know? Got to put that all over there because I don't want one shrimp to have more than his share. There I go. Ain't that pretty? I guarantee that's pretty. That's for sure. Put it down here out of my way. Now, you put these on there in a preheated 350-degree oven for 20 minutes. But I'm just going to put these on here for right now. I've already got one in the oven. It's been in there about 20 minutes. I'm going to show them to you right now. Ooh-wee, that's pretty, yeah. Whew. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Huh? Now, I'm going to put this on broil and let them broil for just a little while. Ooh, it's hot. Man, we let them broil until they're ready, yeah. And we're going to eat them broiled shrimp. When you broil shrimp, you want to add them just as soon as you possibly can because I want to tell you, they're better that way. And if you got to broil them just right, they're kind of tricky. You don't want to broil them too long, no, and not too fast. And they'll be good if you did that way. One time I never will forgot, I slip up and broil them too doggone long. Whew, they did not taste good. But they sure did make some real nice half soles for some shoes I had, I'll guarantee you that. Now I'm going to start, let me put this over here and keep it cooking. Let me put my up there. I'm going to cook some fish for you. Now, I caught the snapper there, but I didn't caught but one. But what I got was some real good red fish. They're kind of halfway kin, you know. Got some red fish. We're going to bake that for you. We're going to bake that for you. First of all, we got to saute some green onion, what we got here, 2½ cups. We put that on here. Let me turn it up a little bit. Yeah. That's getting to sauteing right quick. Then we put some celery, 1 leaf of chopped celery. Then I'm going to put on this, should I get this stirred around just a little bit, 2 13-ounce cans of mushroom stem and pieces. There they are. I don't know how come it's 13, but that's what the recipe called for when I first stumbled on it. 2 cans. Ooh-wee, that's good enough to eat right there. Guarantee. Ooh-wee. This means good. Now we're going to let this saute just a little bit while I'm getting something else done over here. I'm going to put a little olive oil on this pan right here. That's to keep them flesh from sticking. That's all that's for. Put that on there. Now, we took a gill out. And we took them gill out of that fish. You don't ever want to cook a fish with the gill in it. No sirree, I guarantee. And you want to cut them eye out because they look back at you if you don't do that. You know that? You don't want one looking back at you? No. Well, I'm going to salt and pepper these with red pepper and salt. Salt the inside, too. Don't forget that. A little red pepper. Just a little. Then we put this on the pan. I'll get the other side in just a minute. Put a little red pepper inside there while I'm talking about it. Put this right here. Need a little salt. Put on there. Put that in there too. We put him in here and let him face his cousin. Just like that. We put some more salt on this side. You got salt both sides. Put some salt on there like that. Let me get my red pepper. Put some of that on the inside too. Pepper both of them just like that. Man, you talk about fine. Now that's fine, I guarantee. Get rid of them gill. Now, this has been sauteing over here. We put that in the pan. On top of them fish, we're gonna spread this right now. Get up there close, boy. Now you're going. Spread it on them fish all over. Ooh, you talk about fine. I don't want to waste any of that, no. That smells good. I'm going to rinse this out with some of this Sauternes wine to be sure I don't waste that. Ooh-wee. Now, I'm going to put a little Lea Perrin on that because we got to have some of that Worcestershire sauce. 1 tablespoonful. This will do for a measure today. 1 tablespoon. And I'm going to pour that all over this right here. That smells good. Whew. Now, you thought I forgot this other Sauternes, but you wrong. Put that on there like that. That smells good. I got to put a little wine vinegar on there. Now, 4 dash and 2. I just put it up. Now, I'm going to sprinkle a little chopped parsley. Now, parsley is beautiful stuff to look at, but I want to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fine seasoning, too. Us Cajuns found that out a long time ago, and we use it to season a lot of things that most people don't. Let me put this out of the way right here. Now, ain't that fine? Now, I'm going to put this in the oven. It's already set at 375 degrees. And you got to cook that about 1 hour. Let me get that oven open. It's the best thing for me to do right now. It's on 375. I preheated it, and it's ready to go. Now, you cook this about an hour or until the vegetables are done, are tender. And you can stick your fork in your fish all the way down to the bone, and it's tender, tender, tender. Now, I'm going to get these shrimps out of here. They smell good. And they're done, too. They're just right. Just exactly right. Looky there. Turn them oven off. Let them broil. And I'm going to put some on a plate and go over to this table and show you how to eat some of that, I guarantee. Ain't that fine? And while I'm here, I might just well get a little of this fish that I fixed a little earlier so I'd be sure I had some. Ain't that fine? Pour myself a little wine. Yeah, just me get a little wine. Now, I got a little garlic bread to go with this and a nice green salad. And I want to tell you all a story before I take one bite even. I got a friend that rode down a bayou bank one day looking for some cattle is what he had. And he saw the bayou was real swollen up from some rain what they had. You know, that'll swell them bayou up pretty good just like a river. And he saw a Cajun sit on the side of the bank and fish there, and he rode up to him and said, "My friend, do you know a shallow place where I can wade this horse what I got here?" He was riding a horse back there. I can ride this horse across and I won't get myself wet, huh? This kid said, yeah. He said, how come you want to go across? He said, I got some cattle on the other side and I want to round them up and I need to get across. That's how come. He said, okay. Right down there by them stump, it's shallow. He said, all right. So he rode down there and kabloom, he jumped his horse off and horse, man, and all go out of sight. Just his hat left float on top of the water up there. And man, he came up spitting that bayou out. And he said, how come you'd have told me that lie? This kid said, I did not lie. He said, oh, yes, you did. Oh, no, I did not. He said, just for them third lie, I'm going to unclam this bayou and beat you plumb most all the way to that, I guarantee. The kid said, I did not lie. He said, I'm going to do it just as soon as I can get out of here. He said, I swear I did not lie. Just before you brought yourself in, asked me, do you know a shallow place where I can wade my horse across this bayou? Just before you brought yourself. A little bitty duck with legs just about 2.5 or 2 inch long, wade all the way across right there by that stump, I guarantee you. Southern wine. That needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. When I was a little fella, helping Mama in the kitchen, Mama told me one day to cook some okra. Well, let me tell you, I cooked that okra and cooked it and made a terrible mess. Mama thought it was funny and made me do it over, and she told me to get the slime out of it. Most people call it slime. I don't. I call it thick juice. But I cooked it until I burned it. Then I had no slime, but I also had no okra. Mama showed me what she meant by taking the slime out. I said, Mama, there's still some slime in this. She said, of course there is. That's where the flavor is. From that time on, I had the pleasure of watching my mother create dishes from leftovers and from practically nothing. There's an okra dish on this show that was one of the first cooking shows for Mississippi Educational TV more than 20 years ago. Watch carefully, then try it yourself. You're going to love it, I guarantee.
How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. I like to cook, not myself, but to cook. And one of the things I like to cook is cabbage rolls. We'll be doing this a little bit later, but we're going to cook okra and tomatoes au vin right now. Put that back in there. It'll keep itself warm. Move them cabbage out of my way. And right here, I got a skillet, an iron skillet, and I got a little olive oil on there, and I'm gonna put some bacon. I got 6 slices of bacon, what I done haul off there, and cut up, cube that. Put that in there, and stir that around a little bit, and let it fry itself some. Okra and tomatoes au vin, that's what that is. And on that, I got 2 onions about medium size, chop up real good. Put that on there. Whew. Then I got one medium-sized clove of garlic. I got that chopped up. Put that on there too. And we're gonna stir that just at least a little bit. Oh yeah. And putting all that oil in there, that reminds me of 2 Cajun friends what I got, but worked for a big oil company down in South Louisiana several years ago. And they got us shook up in the company, and they told me, look, we got to make a transfer with you because we don't want to lose you. You've been here about 25 or 24 years, and we want you to stay on. And what we're going to do, we're going to transfer you somewhere else. And they sent them to Oklahoma, a foreign country to them, Oklahoma. And they get up there, and they go to work in one of them old pumping stations where they've been have in Oklahoma for year and year and got a bull wheel on that pump about 18 feet on diameter. Great big thing, I guarantee. And man, they just fine and happy. They got somebody to talk to, each other. They couldn't send just one, you know. And they do just fine. And one day they brought themselves to work and one of them say, me, I'm going to go in there and wrote them report. Now that's a lie. He ain't going to wrote nothing because he don't know how. The other one say, well, me, I'm going to put some oil on them bull wheel out there and be sure that she don't get itself messed up. They say, okay. Well, he go there and he got a shirt sleeve that's got a little ravel on there, and he haul off there, and that wheel just reach out and get him when he go to put them oil. And took him round and round. Kabloom, 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 kabloom. And his friend hear that. Kabloom, kabloom. And he come out of them office to see what's going on in there. His friend go by him. Kabloom, kabloom, kabloom. Just keep going. You just watch him go. And all of a sudden, them wheels turn him loose, and bloom, up against that wall. He fall to the floor and he's knocked plumb all the way, cold. And his friend run over there and look at him, and he says, spoke with me. Don't say nothing because he's out plumb all the way cold. And he shook him. He said, man, don't let me in this foreign country by myself like that. Please, spoke with me. He don't say a word. He said, look, you my best friend. Don't treat me like that. And he opened both eyes and looked at me. He said, see there? You ain't dead. Spoke with me in right now. He said, spoke with you. How come I should spoke with you? I passed you 20 times just a while ago, and you did not spoke one time. Now, this he got to saute for 10 minutes. But we ain't gonna did that, because I done already did that with another one, what I got right here. We just gonna swap pot. And that's what you call a quick way to saute, I guarantee. Now, into this, which already been sauteed for 10 minutes, I'm gonna put about 2 pounds of okra. But before I did that, let me show you okra. That's okra. Some people say that's gumbo, but that's not gumbo, no, that's okra. And the dictionary will call it gumbo sometimes. But gumbo to us ain't this, us Cajun. This is okra right there. I'm gonna put 2 pounds on that. Don't want to lost none. Got that. We're going to stir that around just a little bit. That smells good already. And then we're going to, I got about 4 medium tomatoes what I got cut up here. You cut them to 6 or 8 pieces, depending on how big they are. We put that on there and how tired you are too, you know. Put that on there. And we stir them up. Man, that smells good. And then I just happen to have a cup, 1 cup of sauterne. I'm gonna put that on there. That's beginning to smell good already, I guarantee. Man, yeah. Now I'm gonna put a half a teaspoon of Louisiana hot sauce. I know some people say they don't like to use too much hot sauce, so I'm going to try my best to measure that. Kind of hard for me to do, measure hot sauce. Half a teaspoon. And also, too, I'm going to put 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. 1 tablespoon. Come on there. We don't want to run you over. 1 good tablespoon. That's the way you heap a tablespoonful of liquid, you know. 1 tablespoonful of Lee, and that's Worcestershire, Lee and Perrin, Worcestershire sauce. Now, we're going to cook this until that okra is tender, but you got to put salt on that. Green okra and tomato, they got to have salt, and you salt that to taste. Now, I think this will take about 2 teaspoons. That's 1. That's 2 teaspoons. I bet money on that, too. Now, that'll serve about 8 people that are hungry. It's going to cook down a little bit, though, you hear? Don't you worry. Now, I'm going to put this under here. And make something else what I got to cook for you here today. Macaroni, a cheese and cheese au vin. Don't want to spill them back. That's one. Doing that pretty? I guarantee. For this recipe, now we need two 12-ounce packages of macaroni. I got two kind in here. I got elbow and shell. Now, look at that. I'm gonna put this olive oil on there. Grease the side all over, the best we can with that, because we don't want them casseroles to stick, no. Ah, there you go. And what we did, the reason I put that olive oil is I like olive oil, and of all the fats, I guess it's the most healthy of all of them. Now, I put a layer of macaroni on the bottom of this. Look out there, don't lose it. And don't broke it, and don't brought it back, I guarantee. That's what a Cajun told me one time. We put that in there, a real good layer of that. And then I'm going to put a layer of grated American cheese. Now, that's about 2½ cups we put on each layer. I guarantee. You like a lot of cheese in this because it make it taste more better. That's for sure. And right here, I just happen to have a little Romana. I got a ½ cup, and I'm going to put half of it on this layer. Because it don't look like I'm going to have but 2 layers. Now, put that there. And then I put some more macaroni. Elbow and the other. Ooh, you kid. Boy, that's pretty. Spread out that real good. You see that water that cold water you put on there? That keeps it from sticking together, too, when you're trying to do something with that. Man, now that's pretty, yeah. Then I put some more of them cheese, just like I did before. Put that American cheese on there. You can't say American cheese. Get them American cheese all over there. You know, I guarantee, and I love it. Now, then I'm putting this good old Romano. You can use Parmesan or Parmesan cheese if you would like, if you don't got some Romano. But what I recommend is to use 3 different kinds of cheeses. Now, I'm going to strip this with Swiss cheese. Just one layer right on the top. Look like I'm dealing cards, huh? Play a little hand of bourrée here with them cheese. I guarantee that would be the day. Ooh-wee. This religious cheese is just holy as it can be. I don't know how I come out even like that, because I didn't count that, no. Now, I got that did. I got something else I got to did right here. First, let me dry my hand off. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to beat the daylight out of 6 eggs. That ain't like a duck egg. It's so hard to broke. You know, duck eggs are more hard to broke than chicken eggs. Those are nice, fresh eggs. That nearly got me, but it did it. Now, I'm going to take them fork, and I'm going to haul off there and whoop them eggs. Just a little bit. And as I did that, I'm pouring a little Sauternes wine on there because it tastes good. That's how come the reason. And we pour that on there. We pour a little bit first, and we beat that. What, that's about 2½ cups of Sauternes I'm going to put on there. I got to have juices on them macaroni and cheese, and pour some more. And if that ain't enough, you can put more. What you want to do is have it smell like eggnog. Not quite ready. Put the rest. Now. Now, to this, I'm going to add a couple of little things. I'm going to put 1.5 teaspoons of Louisiana green hot sauce. Now, this is made from pepper, just like the red hot sauce is, but it's made from a green pepper, and that's because the green ain't reached the red stage yet. It's not quite as old, but it's just as hot and just as good. Green cayenne pepper is what this is made for. That's a teaspoon and a half. Now, you know, every time I see that, here's the red and the green. They're both the same kind of sauce, only made from a different color pepper. Every time I use that, I can't help but thought about this itinerant preaching people down in South Louisiana. You know, he traveled around. He didn't have a church of his own, but he made churches all over the country in South Louisiana. And he's from South Louisiana. And he knows from time to time that he got to eat at this place or that place. And he got one place to eat, but the people done moved there from way up north, you know, way up north, around Jackson, Mississippi, someplace like that. And so he said, look, I got to took my seasoning with me because they don't know how to cook something with this real good hot stuff what we got down there. So he brought his own stuff with him, his hot pepper and his hot vinegar, all them things like that. And he got a little boy visit him there one day, and he tasted some of that, and oh, man, he let him have it. And then it said, preacher, do you preach hell's fire and brimstone and damnation? Oh, he said, of course I did that. When he said, I want to let you know you're the first one that I ever saw that took his own with him, I guarantee. Now, what I'm going to do, I got to put a little Worcestershire sauce on this, just a little bit. Now, I done put some hot sauce in this already, and it's good. Now, I'm going to stir this around a little bit. I put about a half a tablespoonful of that Worcestershire. You can put a little bit more. I'm going to stir that around, and then I'm going to pour it right over this casserole. Now, you can add a little salt if you would like to this, but remember, we got the macaroni had been cooked in salted water. And you can add a little water if you don't got enough, and I don't got quite enough, and I got to get just a little water. A cup of water. And you want that to where it don't quite cover this, barely cover it, one or the other. So made some difference. One good thing about Cajun cooking, if you make a little mistake, it don't make some difference. It's going to come out good anyhow, I guarantee you. Now, what we're going to do is put this in a oven that's been preheated at 350 degrees. We're going to put that on there right now. 350, that's right. Ooh-wee, that's pretty. I guarantee. Now, you lay that in there, you leave that in there until the cheese is a rich golden brown. That's how long? How long it took? How long is a piece of string? Huh? That's how long it took. It depends. Sometimes some ovens is a little bit more better than others. So what you did, you leave it till it's a beautiful golden brown, and I'm going to show you that after a while. Now, I'm going to make some cabbage roll a la Marie. Look at that. Don't that pretty? Now, what I'm going to do right here is fix this, but that remind me, all this stuff I got to keep track of all the time, kind of remind me of one of them chemicals experiment and make me think about some of us Cajun, we get there pretty smart, you know? We got all kind of people, doctor, lawyer, college professor that are Cajun. And also, too, I got a friend that was a scientist. I mean, he was a good one. He was self-taught. He taught himself, all them scientists. And I never will forgot, he come up on an experiment on his mind that he got to perform. And it required to have a great big rock stone, and there ain't no great big rock stone in South Louisiana. I guarantee. And also, too, it got to have a high hill for them stones. There ain't none of them, too. So he brought himself up north, way up north around Shreveport, a town named Shongaloo in North Louisiana. It's right near the Arkansas line, and it's the highest spot in Louisiana. And he looked on a high hill. Well, there's a little community down in the valley from them hills. It's not a town, you know. It's got a barbering shop, a fulling station, a grocery store, a church, and a blacksmith shop. That's all it's got there. And he find a stone on this high hill, and he get him a crowing bar, and he go up there, and he he pries on that, and he pries on that, and he pries on it, and finally, that stone started itself down. Man, it rolled. He ran behind him. Oh, I mean, run after that, because he's going to get this experiment just right. That stone run through that town, go through the filling station, and scare that man most to death. He turned that gas hose up and let her go. Run through the blacksmith, the man shoeing a horse there, and made him catch one of them horseshoes, and he look at that real fast, a hot horseshoe, I'll guarantee. Then run through the barbering shop, somebody getting a hairs cut in there, and he hit them barbering chair, and he spin it around, and he got a round-the-world haircut right there. And going to the church where they're having a PT&A meeting. You go right in them church, go right down the aisle, and come to a dead still in the fireplace what they got there. Well, everybody jump up to see what in the world going on. Well, he run in there and see, move back, move back, move back. I'm a scientist and I got an experiment going here. I got to see what's going on. He got them all to move back. They finally moved back, and he got there and he run his hand around the stone there and around here and around there, all over them stones. And he'd look at everybody and he'd say, that's right, no moss, I guarantee. Now, we're going to make some crab rolls. That's about a pound of meat I got in there, just about a pound of ground meat. And I got about a cup of raw rice. I got a cup of chopped onion, chopped real fine, put that on there too. Mix it up in there. Get that going all right. I got the little garlic right here I'm going to put on there, chopped real fine. Man, you know, it would amaze you how many people like cabbage rolls. And I got a little salt I'm going to put on it. Got to put salt on that. Not much, just sprinkle a little salt. Be sure you got enough, that's all. And some pepper. I'm going to put red pepper, because I like red pepper. That's how I'm going to use it. Put that on there real good, not too much. And I'm going to mix that up. Now, I'm going to beat me an egg. I'm going to beat them egg real good. Whew, that's a nice fresh egg. Now get this little fork here, and I'm going to beat them eggs. And pour it right on there. And mix him some more. Now I got them head of cabbage up here to show you something. That's how come it's there. I'm gonna wrench my hand. You can't show something with egg on your hand, I'll guarantee. You take these leaves from this cabbage like this, you take them off, and you take a knife and you cut them tough parts. You trim away the tough part like that. Because you got to fix those leaves so that you can wrap something up in there. But you can't get them with them green like this. You put them in a pan of hot water, and they get tender. I happen to have one right here. Ain't that nice? Yeah. You don't let them cook too long, because if you do, they get too tender. And then you take a tablespoon, and you get just about a tablespoon of this right here, and you put them on that leaf, just like that. That's a nice big leaf. And I'm going to roll that real good, just like this. Roll them up. Take one toothpick, that's all it's going to take. Put it on there. And I happen to have a pan with the rest of them already rolled. I'm going to put them on there. Now, I got this pan right here, and I got to put something I got right here on there. I got this kind of diluted a little bit. Tomato sauce, I diluted with a quarter of a cup of claret wine. Now put that on there. Ooh-wee, that's pretty, yeah. Cover that good. And I got some aluminum foil, and I'm going to cover that and make it tight. Tight, tight, tight. Because the way you cook a cabbage roll, about 45 minutes to an hour, is you let it steam. You put it in the oven for 350 degrees and cook it from 45 minutes to 1 hour and let it steam. Now, I'll put this down here out of my way. We got these right here. I done show you that. Man. Serve myself a little bit of that okra and tomato, what we already cooked. And the cabbage roll. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get them cabbage roll. And some of them good macaroni and cheese. I guarantee. And I want to tell you right now, that's fine. I got a friend that's got a vegetable garden. Eating all this make me think about that. And it's a fine garden, but he showed a fellow one day and he didn't think it was so fine. He told him, what you ought to did with that garden is plow it with a white mule. It'll improve it 100%. He said, well, I don't believe that. But he did believe it. And so he said, I know a fella got a white mule, and he went driving up to him. He got there. He said, I understand you got an old white mule. He said, yeah, there he is over there. He said, I would like to board him. He said, oh, I can't sort him. He's like a member of the family. We just don't want to do that. We're going to retire together. He said, well, I was going to give you 150. He said, you done bought yourself a mule. And he said, okay, I can't took him today because I don't got my trailing truck, but I'm going to pay you right now. He said, you don't got to pay me now. He said, oh, yeah, I'm going to play bourrée tonight. And I may not have a nickel, not a red cent penny nickel in the morning. So I'm going to pay you now. Gave him $3 $50 bill. And he left. And the next day, brought himself back in his country Cadillac. That's a picking up truck, you know. And he brought his trailing truck with him. And he drove up there, and this fellow met him. He said, I'm glad for you to see me. He said, I'm glad for you to see me, too. And he said, broke my heart to tell you, but you know the mule you bought from me? He said, yeah, of course I know. I put my money. He said, that old mule done haul off and dropped dead. Whew, he said, that's bad. And he said, yeah, and I done been to town, and I bought a case of them old master whiskey and some pop with foam on top and a few pair of underwires and a couple of shirts, and I don't got some money left. He said, well, that's bad, but help me load him up. He said, what you gonna do with a dead mule? He said, I'm gonna raffle him off. That's what I'm gonna do. He said, a dead mule? He said, yeah, help me load him up. He said, I ain't gonna tell nobody. He said, okay. So he helped him load him up. He didn't see him for about 4 or 3 weeks. He saw I ran into him. He said, you raffled that old dead mule off? He said, of course I did. I sold 1,000 chances for $1 a chance. I made $850 less the ticket. He said, I bet you made a lot of people mad, huh? He said, only one. And he said, I gave him his money back, I guarantee. Oh, shucks. Oh, no. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. Back before I had a cooking show on television or had written my first cookbook, I told stories while I was giving talks as a safety engineer, which I was then and still am now. People seem to like my Cajun stories, which please me no end because I have always admired and respected the Cajun people I've known all my life. I'm one half Cajun myself. I made several albums of humorous Cajun stories. I believe I had as much fun making the album covers. On one, I rode a rocket. On another, I lassoed an alligator. You might have noticed that I like to tell stories while I'm cooking. Everybody needs to laugh at least once a day. It's good for the heart and probably the digestion too, I guarantee. The show you're about to see was made for Mississippi Educational TV 25 years ago. It's all about cooking a roast pig, and I guess you can tell from my hat that it's a Christmas show. That don't matter. You can cook this pig for some other special occasion too.
Joyeux Noël. That means Merry Christmas with you. This Christmas time, and it takes a lot of good food to feed them Cajuns, I guarantee. So I invited this fella here to kind of help out. Now, when you want to cook a pig like this, it's not all that hard, but you got to be sure you pick the right kind of pig. Get one that the butcher will clean up real good for you like this one. And also, too, get a white pig or a red pig. Try not to get a black one because you look like you need a shave all the time if you don't look out. Now, this one right here weighs between 10 and 12 pounds. And he'll feed just about that many people, maybe a little bit more, depending on who it is. Us Cajuns, you know, we eat a lot more than that. And, you know, we love to do things like this down where I live. And I never will forgot last Christmas, I got a friend who had a boy cheering that he sent to LUS. And he done mortgaged the farm and everything else to get him there. And when he sent him off there, he said, look, you can't brought yourself home because we ain't got no money. What you got to did is just stay there until you get through with school. He said, okay, Papa. Well, he stayed there until the Christmas holiday brought himself, and he sent a card home, said, it cost me more money to stay here than if I brought myself home. And Papa said, well, it's okay with me. He wrote him back. They get somebody to wrote for him because he don't know how to wrote nothing. Well, everybody read that postcard in the whole neighborhood, you know, the whole community. And when Christmas time come, and Papa had told them all, and they roast a couple of great big hogs. Not like this, a great big, not a PIG hog, a great big hog. And everybody there. And then Papa greeted him, kissed him on both cheeks. Whoo, I'm glad for you to see me and all them kind of thing. He said, son, I know you're so smart, you've been to LUS. What you learn? Oh, he said, Papa, don't talk like that. He been there just long enough to get embarrassed, you know. He said, look, son, what you been studying there? He said, well, I study algebra. He said, well, said something in algebra. He said, Papa, there ain't no way to said something in algebra. He said, you better said something in algebra because if you don't, you ain't going to be able to go to LUS or someplace else, I guarantee. He said, okay, pi r square. And Papa said, look at that, been gone 4 months, don't know nothing yet. Everybody know pi r round, cornbread r square. Now, what I got to did right here, you know, you dress a pig by undressing him. And that's what I done did, done undress him. I'm going to clean him off good. This little pig is just as clean. He's just in real good shape. Now, we've sewed this pig up part of the way, and we're going to sew him up some more of the way. Let me show you how we did that. We're going to sew him up some more just as soon as I put some dressing in there. But first of all, before I did that, I want to put a little garlic on him. Ooh, boy, got it right here. This is the cause of twin beds, this garlic. Put a little clove under that arm. Put another little clove under that one right there. Getting this ham back here. Put that clove down in there. Put the clove over there. And I'm going to drop a clove in the cavity, body cavity, way up that way, and one way back this way, and that 6 clove of garlic is big enough for that little fella. Let me wipe him off again. I don't want him to look like that. Now, we're going to get back to him in just a minute. But what I got to did is make recipe for about this, a recipe for them dressing, how you call, for about a 10 or 12 pound pig like that. Now, in this little pan I got right here, that's some cornbread I made and I done put in there. And underneath that, I got some light bread that I done put in the oven just to get hard enough for me to crumble real good. All that's all ready to go. Now I got a few little things I got to put on that. Like 2 cups of chopped onion, we put that on there. 1 cup of celery, chop up pretty good fine. Then we got some green onion, we put that on there. That's a cup of green onion. And 1 pretty good sized bell pepper, we chop him up real good too. Then we got some of them sage. You got to be careful with this now, I'll guarantee. Don't you messing around and put too much sage because all you'll taste is sage. So I'm gonna put about 3/4 of a teaspoon. That's a little bit over half a teaspoon. Put that on there. And I got to kind of mix that around a little bit. I got some parsley I'm gonna put on that. Then because this is pork that we're cooking, we're gonna put some garlic in this dressing. Pork without garlic I'd just soon not have, I'll guarantee. Now I'm gonna put a little salt on that. I'm gonna put 3 teaspoons of salt. Oh, that's a teaspoon. Where that teaspoon measure is? I'm gonna show you that that's a teaspoon right there. A teaspoonful of salt. And 1, 2, 3 teaspoonfuls of salt. I'll mix that around. Now, I got some stock what I made over here, and what I made from this stock, I made this stock from that is there. I got about a pound of pork and cut it up real good, lean pork. And I put a half a stalk of celery on that. And then I hauled off there and put just a little bit of garlic on that, and that's all. And I'm gonna put this over here where I can mix it a little bit better. Move this pot back here like this. Now I'm gonna put this, that's hot, yeah. Turn that off and put this stock right in there. Now I cook this about an hour, just about an hour. Come out of there. See that good cooked pork? Whoo, boy, that's fine. I guarantee. Now that makes this able for me to mix this a little bit more. I guarantee. Now, I'm gonna go back over to this other table here because I got to put some more stuff on that. Just happened to have a little sauteing wine and a little lean, how you call that, Worcestershire? Put that on there, Perrin. 1 tablespoon, use the stirring spoon. Stir it up just at least a little bit. Put that there. Put that on there, get out of my way. And I pour that on there too. Now if this still is not enough juice, I'm gonna haul off there and put some hot water. But I think this is gonna be just about right because I've got to add some egg on that. Yep, that'll be just about right when I get the egg. I don't want that, I want it kind of stiff because I got to put it on them PIG hog there, you know. Move this out of my way and see if I can't get these eggs going right. Now, 4 eggs I'm gonna put on there after I beat the daylight out of them. No shell in the egg. I only did that, I'll guarantee you. Anything I hate worse than that, I don't know, is crunch down on a shell. We got to beat it up a little bit. You know, when you make eggnog, you beat them eggs like that too, only you took the white out of that. Woo-wee. Beat that, put that on there, so nice. Mm-hmm. Them onion open my sciences up, I guarantee you. Stir that into that good old dressing. You don't need to add any more water to this because you want to keep it stiff enough to put on them PIG hog. I guarantee. Whoo-wee, Woo-wee, I think I'll just eat this like it is. You know, a lot of people do. They like that. Now, come here, little fella. You're such a nice little boy. You got to put them salt and pepper on that, too. But right now, I'm going to put some of that, I'm going to stuff this P.I.G. hole. Ooh-wee, that look good. You got to shove a little bit up in that chest cavity. Get that up in there like that. Oh, man. I'm going to lay this pig up real quick. Now, I'm going to tell you a story while I'm doing this. In World War II, I got a friend that lived down South Louisiana. He's Cajun. And he lived down South Louisiana, and somebody tell him, if you enlist in the Coast Guard, they're liable to send you close to home. He said, I'm going to did that. So he enlists in the Coast Guard, and they sent him to Groton, Connecticut. Way up north of Shreveport, I guarantee you. Man. He go up there, in Groton, Connecticut, and he get his boot training, how they call that stuff. And he get through it just at Christmas time, just before Christmas, and they send him back to Biloxi, Mississippi. Whew. Man, that's close to home, 92 miles from where he lived. You see right there, that's a skewer. That's what that is, just a little old skewer. They send him to Biloxi, Mississippi, and he's happy because he know when he get off the train, he got a 3-day pass coming to him, he can go to his house for Christmas. But when he get off, one of them chief petty officers is wait right there. He say, you through with your boot training? He say, you doggone rat. He say, you just think you're through with your boot training. You got some more stuff you got to do. He said, well, let's do it, because I got to go to the house. He said, okay, you met me tonight at 10 o'clock out that big searching light where we look for them submarine out there in Mississippi Sound in the Gulf of Mexico. And you go ahead and finish your boot training tonight, and you can get you past tomorrow. He said, I'll be there. What time? 10 o'clock? He said, that's right, 10 o'clock. He said, I'm going to be there. 10 o'clock, he was there. And that chief petty officer was there, too, I guarantee. You look over that big searchlight, that thing must have been 10 feet across both ways. He said, he turned that switch on. He said, you see them light? He said, there ain't no way to miss that. He said, okay, I want you to climb up on them light and walk out there about a mile, and then turn yourself around and brought yourself back. The little kid said, I ain't gonna did it. He said, how come you ain't gonna did it? He said, I just ain't gonna did it. He turned the light off. He said, I don't want to got some argue with you. But you better walk out. If you don't, you're going to get court-martialed. He turned back on. He said, now, walk out there on them light. He said, I ain't going to did it. He said, walk out there and turn yourself around when you get about halfway back. Come on back here. I ain't going to did it. He said, how come you ain't going to did it? He said, I'll walk out there about halfway and you'll turn that doggone thing off. That's how come I ain't going to did it. You notice how I got them skewer through there? So pretty. Now what I got to do is lace it just like a boot. If I can get this string tied. Now I got it. You see that right there? Come down just like a boot. Them old hook and eye. You don't need that eye. There you go. You'll need the hook, the eye, the hook and the eye. Then you go back. What you do, you pull him tight, went right in my eye then. You pull him real tight there, so you don't lose that dressing. You don't want to lose that? No. Ooh-wee. It's a good surgical job. Hook and eye. All the way plumb. Come on, boy. Hold still there. Got you. Get every one of them there just right, because if you don't, she won't hold, and you got to hold. You don't want to lose that dressing. All right, now, this is just what I'm looking for. This last one, right there. Then I cut them string off, leave enough there for me to work with, and I tie it off right here, just like this. Put 2 knots on that. Then I take this little PIG hog, get him straight again, and I put him on a baking pan, what I got fixed right here. Get this stuff out of my way. I put him on this baking pan, real nice. I put that in his mouth there so I can put an apple in when he's done. And I slide him over here. I got a couple little things I got to put on him. If I can just get him over this hump. Now, he ain't for all this. You can tell that, you know it. And I got right here. You guessed it. A couple of cups of onion chopped up. Don't be turned over on your side on me like that, pig. Now you got it. Now you're going, boy. A couple of cups of onions chopped. Not too fine, but fine enough. 2 cups of Sauterne wine. And 4 cups of water. Now you put that pig, after you put a little Worcestershire, what you want to put in there is about a tablespoonful, something like that. And you salt and pepper that rascal too. Put a little salt all over here, pat it in. Put a little salt in that juice because you get him that way, and of course red pepper. You want to be careful with this, just use as much as you want. And then you wipe that off your hands. Best thing to do is kind of rinse it off the least a little bit. Then dry your hand. Put this out of your way, and you cook that pig in an oven about 325, 350 degrees for about 20 minutes to the pound. Just about 20 minutes to the pound. This little rascal, I'd cook him about 4.5 hours. That's how long I'd cook him. Now, I'm just gonna move this pig way over here, out of my way. And I'm gonna show you something else. We're gonna garnish this pig with some sweet potato, yam, what we fix. And I'm gonna show you how we fix the shell to put them in. This is the easy way. Of course, if you don't have a hangover, you can do them like this. But that ain't the easy way. The easy way is just to trim that shell, make those notches on there like that, and then we stuff them. There. We stuff that with sweet potatoes or yams, whatever you want to call them. We put marshmallow on top of that, and we're going to put that around this PIG hog. Let me get this stuff out of my way. Now I'm going to go over here and show you a pig that's already fixed. We're going to haul off there and decorate him. These are raw carrots. Most of them make things look pretty. You could cook them if you would like to. It wouldn't make any difference if you wanted to cook them. Turn them over so they look prettier. parsley, green and pretty. Put them parsley around there. Put this apple on his mouth. Open your mouth there, boy. There, the apple in his mouth. Got it all did right there. Now we're going to put some, you see them orange, what we got right there? Put them around here. And what you do, you run these orange stuffed with that good old Louisiana yam. You run them in the oven until because you got the yam already cooked. You run them in the oven until the marshmallow melt real good on there. Then, of course, we got to put these cherry around here because they're so pretty. Tastes good, too. With the green, it's so pretty at Christmas time, I guarantee. And he might just as well, while I'm at it, I'm going to give him my eyeball. Get in there. Another one on this side so he can see both ways. Oh, yeah, that's so pretty. I guarantee. Man, if them Cajuns inside Louisiana could see me right now, they'd come in here and take this away from me. You know that? Oh, now that's pretty. I got a couple of these left over. I just don't want to. I think I got them arranged just right. I don't want to mess with them. Now, I'm going to take this over here. I'm stopping right here. That's eggnog I got fixed right there. I may just get a little sip of that before I have my dinner. You put this wine over here, right over here out of the way. Be sure I get them PIG hog on the table real good. I declare that look. Now, to carve this pig, I'm not going to do that right now because it just looks so pretty, I don't want to disturb it. You carve them any way you would like. Right here on there's the hog jaws. That's wonderful. You can start there. You can take a shoulder, cut that off, start sliding that up any way you would like. That's wonderful there. Come back here and get a hind quarter ham. That's wonderful. You can eat that too. Right here in the back is the loin, or what we call the backbone too, you know, that's the loin. And that is really good. I guarantee. Might just as well get a little sip of this eggnog. You know that's pretty. Put this down here. I got something I want to tell you. Hello, boy. You know, I got a friend that was away from home at Christmas time, and I don't even know how he found this place, Atlantic, Georgia. But he was there, and he wanted to go home for Christmas and quick because he felt bad about being that far away from home. So he went to the airport there in Atlantic, Georgia, and he saw a man behind a desk, and there wasn't many people around there. It wasn't busy yet. So he walked up to him and he said, my friend, you got some plane from Atlantic to New Orleans, huh? Whoo, he said, of course, we got all kind of planes. He said, what time the next one left Atlantic? He said, 9:25. He said, and get to New Orleans? He said, 9:26. And he don't tell him that, about that hour different in time, you know. He said, thank you very much, and he turned around and walked off. And he wait till the new man get back there, what he ain't never seen before again, you know. And he walk up to him. He said, my friend, you got some plane from Atlantic to New Orleans, I guarantee. Oh, he said, of course we got all kind of planes. He said, what time the next one left Atlantic? He said, 9:25. And he said, and get to New Orleans? He said, 9:26. He don't say a word, he just wheel and walk. And he wait until he get real busy. And man, he just got to get to New Orleans. He pick out a man what he ain't talked with before, though. And he walk up and say, my friend, I know y'all got plane for New Orleans from Atlantic High. Oh, the fella said, hey, you know right, I guarantee we got that. He said, okay, what time the next one left here for New Orleans? Well, he said, it left Atlantic, let me see, and he thumbed through the book. He don't know nothing. He's brand new on the job. He said, it left here at 9:25. He said, what time it get to New Orleans, my friend? He said, 9:26. He said, whoo, man. This ticket agent said, you want a ticket? He said, no, I don't want no ticket. But I'm going to stood right here and watch that son of a gun take off. I guarantee. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that pretty early. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. Although it has been 25 years since my first cooking shows ran on television, I think you'll be happy to find that dishes I cooked back then work just as well today. For one thing, I've always preferred cooking with olive oil, which tastes good, is low in cholesterol, and is not greasy. Sometimes my recipe calls for olive oil in the bottom of the pan. That's to add flavor, and it's good for you. Cooking trends may change every few years, but since folks discovered how delicious Cajun dishes are, something we've known in South Louisiana for a very long time, Cajun cooking has taken its rightful place among classic American cooking traditions. Nothing could be more traditional in Cajun kitchens than oyster chowder and barbecued crabs, made from fresh seafood caught in the Gulf of Mexico. That's what you're going to see on today's show for Mississippi Educational TV. Have you enjoyed?
How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. You know, I always like to start these things off with the story, and we're chopping up the various things we're going to put into one of the dishes we're going to cook today. It made me think about these two friends with me who live down near Prairieville, down near where I live, about 9 miles from where I live. And they both got a garden that they plant in cahoot with each other. You know, that's together. You know, that's a partnership cahoot. And they were just getting ready to plant it one time, and it started to rain, like it's been raining around here, you know, for the last few days. And it rained, and they got one plow mule that they used between them. And they looked at that old mule out there standing around there in that rain, and one of them said, you know, we ought to have a stable for them mule, because he gonna catch pneumonia or something out there, and we got a good mule you trained to plow is hard to get. He said, yeah, you know that's the truth. We better did. You got some old scrap lumber? He said, yeah, I got some too. He said, well, as soon as it stops raining, let's make a stable and put him on that, a barn. So they wait till it stop raining, they go out there and they build one of them, how you call, stable, a stall with a shed and everything, and they go get them old mule. One of them say, I'll go get him. So he got his rope, and he went and got him, put him on that mule's neck, brought him up there. Thought they took him in that stable, and they built the door real low, and that old mule started going to hit his ears on that door, and he back off real fast. One of them said, look at that, you know something? We're going to have to trim that mule's ears. That door just a little bit too long to go in them door. One of them said, you know, you rat, you got a straight razor? He said, oh, yeah. He said, go get, I got some axle grease, and we'll trim them ears right now. Well, he go get his straight razor, and the other go get his axle grease, and he brought it back there, and they get the mule, and one of them got that mule about a year biting on, trying to make him stay still, and one of them nephew walk up. He said, what y'all trying to do there, huh? Oh, he said, this mule's ears is too long for them door to go in there, and we're gonna trim his ears a little bit so he can go in there. Nephew said, well, wait just a minute, all you gotta do is just dig a little hole. They said, well, thank you very much, and he walk off. You get out of earshot there, and his uncle say, you know, that's a good boy. He been to Mississippi State now for 4 years. And they don't taught him you got to dig, you ain't got to dig no hole to trim a mule's ears, I'll guarantee. Now, what we're gonna do, today we're gonna cook oyster chowder and barbecue crab. That's what we're gonna do. The first thing I'm going to do is show you something about crab. A lot of people don't know these sort of things about crab. But being raised up down there in South Louisiana, where I'm from, us Cajuns, you know, live down there, we found out all kind of things about crab. Now, there's two crab. One of them's a female crab. That's a female. And one is a male crab. That's a male crab. I'm going to take these over there to the sink. The difference is, you see, they both look the same on the top. Let me show you. Both look the same on that side. You see that? But we turn them crab over, and they're different. That's a female, that's a male, right there. I'm going to show you how we clean that, too. Go over here to the sink and get that did right quick like. Take them knives so I won't have to get my hand, too, scratch up like you can did. Then I haul off there and take, now that's crab fat there, and it's good. But we're not going to use it. I mean, it's a shame to have to waste these claws. We don't use them in what we're going to do now, too, you know. We're just going to take them claw off, and we clean, that is the lung. The lung of the crab, they call it the dead man. You could eat that, too, it wouldn't hurt you. But it doesn't have as good a flavor as the rest of the crab. We take that off. Then we take the feeler. And when the crab are like this, we froze these crab. Instead of boil them a little bit, you can kill them either way. We take them feeler off, and we don't want to lose none of that meat, so we twist them a little bit. So we don't lose any of the meat what's in the crab. Because that meat's kind of hard to get in on a crab, you know that. So now, we got that one most clean. We take this out, and we're going to rinse it off just at least a little bit. Now, that's one crab I don't clean. No use in me cleaning two. You can tell how to clean that, but what I'm going to do is just chop this down the middle, and I'm going to use that one, cook him too. I'll guarantee I'm going to cook him. Now we put him on there like that, and we mix up a little something in the paper bag sack, what we got here. Now you notice I got two bags. That's because they get a little juice on that from them crab, and it'll go through the sack. We don't want it to do that. Let me tell you about this barbecue crab. I tried to find out that recipe, I know, for 3 years. In Lafayette, I'd go to the man's place and I'd eat them crab, and I'd say, I'd love to see you cook them crab. No, that's a house secret. We're not going to show you that. So what I did, I said, my friend, what you need to do is have a few drink with me. And he had a few drink with me. Must have cost me a fortune. Must have cost me at least $3,000 to get him drunk enough 4 times to get the recipe from the. And then when I got the recipe, it's so simple. He ain't barbecued nothing. He ain't got no fire. I wanted to see him see where they started the fire. It wouldn't show me nothing. But when I finally got that, all it is just what I'm going to show you. That's chili powder, a half a cup of chili powder. Put her in there real good. Back off so you don't get the sneeze on that. That's a half a cup of flour. Sometimes you may want to put a little more flour, but that's enough. Then I'm going to put 1 teaspoonful of cayenne pepper. That sounds like a lot, but it's not too much. And that's all I'm going to put to them. I'm not going to put no more than that. 1 teaspoon. 1 teaspoonful of garlic powder. That's the strange taste. You don't know what it is. Put that on there. Now, this is where he got me. He had smoked salt. Put a half a teaspoonful of smoked salt. That's all it took for this little 6 crab that we're going to cook right now. And then, of course, you got to put some salt on that, too. And seafood take a lot of salt. We got a half a teaspoonful, and I'm going to put a teaspoonful and a half Now that's 1 teaspoonful. If you don't believe me, I'm gonna show you. 1 teaspoonful right there. I'm gonna put another half. That's a half. I believe myself, so I put it in there. Now I'm gonna shake this up. Shake it up real good, because I got so I can have it to put him. I'm gonna put this out of the way so I don't spill nothing when I get to them crabs are going. And now what I'm doing is I just get this what I got shook up good. Well, yeah, that color of that, it looks real nice and brown. There's real good color on that. Now we're gonna put them crab on there. We put them all in there at one time. We got enough. And we shook them up good on this. See, there's a little dampness there, and if you get that too damp, the bag, but if you got 2 bags, it ain't gonna hurt nothing at all, some at all. Put them on there. Put this old bowl out of my way. Dry my hand a little bit. So I won't get them too full of chili powder and everything else. Then I shook them up. Shook me along with it just at least a little bit. Then I've got this at 360 degrees, and he's shooking just at least a little bit more. Got him. There we go. Doesn't take him long to cook, no. See there? Just right. 360, 365. But be sure it's that hot. Put them in there and watch your hand, because that grease is hot. It'll burn you bad. They're frying pretty good. You ought to have most enough in there. I took a look on that to see if I got most enough. Not quite enough. I've got to put some more. Put about 3 or 2 more in there and let them cook. Keep these shook up right here, because that's enough in there, Randy. But I got to go wash that chili powder and hot pepper off my hand. Whew! I want to tell you, that gets hot. And you rub your eyeball with that on your hand, and it's just too bad. Wow! Until you scratch your elbow, that'll burn. Get that off of there real quick. Now what we're gonna do, get my hand dried at least a little bit. We're gonna go back over there and fix some oyster chowder. Right now. We got everything fixed right here, ready to go. Move this a little bit that way. Put this here. And put this up here too. So I got everything at the same place where I need it all at one time. Now right here I got a pot, what I'm gonna make this oyster chowder in. I want to tell you something. You know, seeing them crab there cooking. The last time I cooked them, really had a good time. Was during football season, and I love the game of football. I really do. In fact, I coached it one year, and that's all we're gonna say about that. And I've seen a lot of football fans in my lifetime. I really have. I've been to practically every major stadium in the United States and a lot of minor ones too. And I've seen a lot of football fans. Every state has them at their favorite college and university. But I want to tell you something. The most rabid fan, the most devoted fan, the most devout, the most hydrophobic football fan in the world is a Louisiana Cajun who lives on the Mississippi River between Baton Rouge and New Orleans and the bayous of South Louisiana, who follow the Tigers of LUS in Baton Rouge. They believe in those Tigers so much they bet on the replay, I guarantee. And they broke us there a couple of times too, I want you to know. Now, I'm gonna put in this pan right here a half a cup of olive oil. That's 4 ounces of olive oil. Put that on there. That sounds good going out of that bottle there, I guarantee. And then into this, Got a good ring. I'm gonna put some onion. That's just 1 cup of those Twin Beds Invention fruit. And a cup of celery, chopped. Real good. Frying already. That's good. Now I got some parsleys I'm gonna put on there. I'm gonna let that cook just at least a little bit. I got to, because before I put in the garlic. Now this potato. This is a cup of potato, but I've been fudging a little bit. I got some already fixed. They got to cook till they're tender before you put them into this chowder. Now I got to get this around. Boy, that chili powder got to me. I'll guarantee you. I'm gonna cook these onions and these celery until they're clear, so you can see through them. And it won't be long doing that, too. I'll tell you that for sure. But while I'm doing it, I better take a look at these crabs. They're most done. They are most done. So what I did, I let them drain at least a little bit, and then I'm gonna put them right in this. And put the rest of them in there to cook. Be just right, just exactly right. Come on there, come on there. That's good. That smells so good. You know, the best thing in the world you can do if you want to really get somebody hungry, just fry some onions and bacon in your house, you hear, and then don't feed them. They'll never spoke with you again. I guarantee, look how it's that. Oh. You see there? That is what you call being a safety man. Got it. Let it drain a little bit. You see that little handle on there was up too far, and that's what made that thing do that, and that's bad. Now, put them on there on paper towel to drain, and then we're going to haul off there and put some more on here to cook. Might shake them up a little bit more to be sure they're all right. Smell that until it's doing all right over there. Whew, go ahead on. Get that in there. And these will fry while I'm finishing that oyster chowder. That chili powder's strong, yeah. One more. I nearly lost him. Put that down out of the way. Take one little look at that. Spread it real good. I got to wash that off my hand. It'll get to you. I'll tell you one thing you do, like that Cajun told me, to clear your sinuses up, you hear? No, you guarantee it will. No. Now I can go ahead and rub my eyes if I want to. I'm not going to get them hurt too bad with them hot pepper and chili powder. Okay? Now we're most ready to do the rest of this. Oh, yep, that's clear. That celery's getting clear. The onion's clear. What I'm talking about clear is you can see through them. Now what I got to do is put the rest of this stuff together, what I got here. Before I do, I got a little juice there. I can put my garlic on there. That's a tablespoonful of garlic. Chop up real fine. Got 'em. We run that around in there with that other juice. Now, if you don't got a little juice, your garlic will get hard. You don't want that to happen? No. Now, what we're going to do, you'll never guess what that is. Sauterne wine. 1 cup of Sauterne wine. I'm going to put that in right here with this juice that I got right here of the oyster. That's good. Then I'm going to put 1 tablespoonful of soy sauce. You know, this is the base for all Worcestershire sauces. This right here is. And I want to tell you, it's good. Got that there? I'm going to put 1 teaspoonful of Louisiana hot sauce. Now, if you're going to use Tabasco sauce, it's made from Tabasco pepper. This is made from cayenne pepper. You use a half a teaspoonful because it's a little bit hotter. I want to be sure I get all of that. Then I'm going to put 2 teaspoonfuls of salt on this. That's 2 teaspoons. And I'm going to stir this because I don't want it to burn. No, you don't want that to happen. It's looking good. Looking just bon, how you call. That means just good. Yay, my goodness alive, yeah. It smells good. Oh, boy, but I'll tell you one thing. I want you to know that chili powder got me. Now I got it. And this right here is the juice from the oysters, and I washed them some more in some oysters, and I put that in there. It look like it's dirty, but it's not. There's nothing but juice from the oysters plus them soy sauce. Now I got a little more left in here. I want to be sure I put that too. Now right here, I got some potato. You see them potatoes? I'm gonna put them in there right now. I don't want to miss none of that, no. All them potatoes go. We're gonna put that. We bring all this to a boil. All this we're gonna bring to a boil. We don't put them oysters in there. You notice I don't put them oysters in there? A lot of people say when you make oyster stew and things like that to just put the oysters and let them cook just a few minutes. No, this is gonna cook 6 hours. Them oysters ain't never gonna boil. I guarantee it's gonna be good too. When I make oyster stew, I cook it overnight. But I just let it simmer. I don't ever put. I just put them in there like this, like I think they're supposed to go. Come on now and boil. What you got to do is boil. And I got to take this crab off too because they both did. Not quite. Now they are, I guarantee. You notice I got that thing down there where the thing's not going to did that to me. Like it did. Let those drain just at least a little bit there. Now I'm going to put them over here with the rest of these. Man, that smells good. Wow. Oh, gee, I'm going to get with that myself. Barbecued crab. They look barbecued too, don't they? Turn this off so it won't burn somebody. Now, this is just about to come and brought itself to a boil. But while I'm here, I might just as well mix up a little something that I sometimes put in when I make a seafood sauce, I make all my own mustard, things like that to put in it. This is dry mustard, all that is. And it's hot. When you put it with something else, it's hot, yeah. And what I use, half of, I use a whole jar of that. It's half mustard. You see that thing I've got on there. And powdered horseradish. Hoo, hoo, hoo. And you talk about clear you sciences up, man. This will did it. You don't have to go to no doctor for that. You just get too much of this horseradish in something and you'll cry and your sciences will clear up and somebody think you lost your best friend and all that stuff. Whew, man. I guarantee. Now I'm gonna mix these dry ingredients real good so that they will mix up good when I put the other ingredient on that. And the only other ingredient I got here, I use wine vinegar you would call it, not knowing no better, you know. We put that, mix up these dry ingredients good. Now as you get this mixed up, you put it in a jar and cover it. You got to keep it covered. And see how pretty that's turning into something else there? Put this out of the way there. You see that? That's getting real, changing color. And we put the wine vinegar in, it's gonna change color some more. But you got to mix this up good so that you can have an even mixture when you put the juice on it. Now we put the juice. We'll take this over there in case I get enough juice without shook, and I don't want to shook. Look out there now. See if that's enough. No, that's not enough. Be willing to bet. That's not enough. Now what you do when you make a red sauce, you take your ketchup and things like that, and you put a little of this in it to your own taste. And this is hot, hot, hot. You keep it in your refrigerator with your top on it all the time. And you want to make it where it's kind of like a cream sauce. Because as it gets older, it gets drier. There isn't quite enough juice on there yet. Now, this will be enough juice, I know. Not quite. No, that is. We'll close this back up. I don't want to knock it over on somebody. Put it back down there, and we're going to mix that up. There you go. That's mixed. We're going to put that in a jar, put the lid on it, and keep it in your ice box. Now, I got to put the oyster on this. Don't forget the oysters you stand in your chowder because it done brought itself to a boil. You put that down on a simmer. Stir them in there good. Put the lid on it. And forget about it for 6 hours. Now, it just happened that I had some cook already. Ain't that nice? Whew. It's sorry, and it's good, yeah. Now, take this over here to the table. Put it there like that. Got some barbecue crab fixed already. But I can bring those I got, too. They're ready, too. Put them right there like that. Turn this oven off. Right quick. Now, there. Put that over there. We're going to stir this at least a little bit. Put some of them oyster chowder on this. Whoo, you talk about good. No, I guarantee that's good. And I'm going to sit right down here and eat just at least a little bit of that with a little garlic bread and a little wine. Yes, sir. You talk about, and put a couple of them crab over here that's warm, hot. Put a little wine on this. Hi. Man. And taste that oyster chowder. It's been cooking 6 hours. Let me taste that, see if it came out all right. How mean. Oh, for true. Oh, just fine. You know, whenever you ask me what up to play that girls' school in South Bend, how they call Notre Dame, a bunch of us Cajuns got together and went up there too, and I never will forgot. We were riding on the bus. We had a bunch of Cajuns from Lutcher and Gramercy and Paulina and Convent. And this is the true story. And this great big Cajun on the way out there held up 2 tickets on the bus and said, I got my tickets, I guarantee. Oh, I said, you brought your old lady? He said, no. She don't understood this game like me. I said, who you brought? I ain't gonna tell nobody. He said, I didn't brought nobody. These 2 tickets for me? I said, what in the world you gonna do with 2 tickets? He said, I'm going up in them game and I'm gonna yell like hell for them Tigers. He ain't lying, no. And one of them Yankees gonna start a fight with me and I'm gonna fight him back. And they gonna throw me out of that stadium. I need this other ticket to get back in, I'll guarantee. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that pretty well. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson, and what I love most about Cajun cooking is the imagination that goes into it. Although some Cajuns are rich as thick cream, most of them don't have the money to buy fancy cuts of meat and high-priced vegetables. That's where imagination comes in. Down through the centuries, the Louisiana Cajun, like his French cousin or cousins, had learned to improvise using the less expensive meats and vegetables in their cooking. Cajuns cook a lot of chicken, pork, cheap cuts of beef, and lamb, as well as game they kill only for food, not for pretty trophies to decorate the walls. When my first series on Cajun cooking aired nearly 25 years ago, I was proud to share my stories and my recipes for cooking inexpensive cuts of meat. I like beef shanks, only I cook them the newfangled way in a plastic cooking bag. Where the recipe calls for Sauterne wine, you can use your favorite dry white wine, and it'll taste like a little bit of heaven, I guarantee.
Hi, y'all are. I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. And I want to tell you a story to start this thing off with right now. Because, you know, I love the game of football. No question about that. When I hear a good football story, no matter what time of year it is, I like to tell that story. In South Louisiana, and Louisiana, the whole state of Louisiana, like in other states, I guess all over the country, in a high school, when you win district, well, then you got to play another district to see who goes to the quarterfinals. And then they go on. But the way they do is in Louisiana, when they play see who's going to go to the quarterfinals, if the score is tie at the end of the game, they don't go no sudden death, and they don't play the game over again. All they do is count the number of first down. If the number of first downs is tie, they count the number of penetrates into each other's territory. And if that's tie, they flip a coin might just as well not have played the doggone game. Well, last year in South Louisiana, there was a team on the east bank of the Mississippi River win district, and a team on the west bank win district also too, and they got to play off to see who goes to the quarterfinal. Well, the team on the east bank was supposed to just have the very best team in the whole state going to win state. And the team on the west bank, everybody wondered how in the world it gotten to the playoff in the second place, you know? Well, they hauled off there and they played the playoff. Well, man, I want to tell you, that team that was supposed to win going away don't did that. They don't make no score at all to the third quarter, and finally make a touchdown, 6-0, make extra points, 7-0. But the game ain't over, no. That other team on the other side of the river there, the West Bank, they wasn't even supposed to be in the same ballpark with these people. In the fourth quarter, 2 minutes, 10 seconds left to play, they make a touchdown, 6 points. And to make the extra point, 7, tie right there. Well, that coach counted number first down real quick. 15. He counted number of penetrates into each other's territory. He's ahead by 1 penetrate. Well, that team kick off the ham, you know, and the ball going to the end zone. They bring it out to the 20-yard line. That little quarterback run 1 play, get back to the line of scrimmages, call timeout, and he come running out there holding his chunking arm where it's bending in the 4 places where it ain't supposed to, you know. And the coach said, what in the world you mean calling timeout at a time like this? He said, Coach, my chunking arm, I think it's broken about 4 places. He said, you would did something like that right now when we need you real bad. And he asked his backfield coach, where's that second-string quarterback? He said, he's home in bed with the fluenza. He said, we got a third-string quarterback? He said, oh, yeah. He said, where he is? Oh, he said, he's right over here. He said, what his name is? He said, Lejeune. He said, Lejeune, broad yourself, yeah. Oh, Lejeune run up there. He said, Lejeune, you listen to me and good, you hear? And you better did what I told you, because if you don't, I'm going to tear your head off. You understood, boy? I'm going to throw it at you, too. I'm going to kill you if you don't do it. Yes, sir. He said, all right, I want you to go in the first play, hand off to the fullback. The second play, you pitch to the tight end. The third play, you kick that ball. You punt that ball. You, yeah? He said, yes, sir. And he started, he said, wait a minute, Lejeune, what I told you. He said, you said you're going to kill me. He said, I ain't talking about that. What I'm talking about is what I'm told you to do. He said, first play, hand to the fullback. Second play, pitch to the tight end. Third play, I'll kick that ball, punt that ball. He said, that's right, and don't you forget. No, sir. He run out there in the first play, hand off to the fullback. He runs 60 yards to the other 20-yard line. The second play, pitch to the tight end. He runs 15 yards to the 5-yard line. First down, 5 yards to go for a touchdown. 1 minute, 5 seconds left to play, and he kicked the ball out of the stadium. Coach said, time, I said, damn it, time. Lejeune, brought yourself here. Come on, Lejeune, I'm not going to hurt you no more. Come on, Lejeune. The old Lejeune run up there. He said, Lejeune, do you realize you're on the 5-yard line? First down. Goal to go. 1 minute, 5 seconds left to play, and you kick that ball out of the stadium. He said, yes, sir, I realize. I said, what in the world were you thinking? He said, I was thinking we had the dumbest coach in the world, I guarantee. You know, now I'm gonna do some cooking. I'm gonna cook in a bag. You know, this new bag bit is real good. That's a cooking bag. A clear plastic bag for cooking. You can see in it. It has its advantages. It really does have. It cooks your stuff in about a third less time and cooks it better, and it browns more evenly. It amazed me the first time I ever cooked in that, I guarantee. Now, you have some things you've got to be careful about. Never cook in one of these bags unless you put some flour inside. And I'm going to do that in just a little bit. Also, too, what you got to do, you got to punch some holes in there with a 2-time fork. 12 holes is what I always put in them. And never cook over 350 degrees or 375. Never over 300. 350 I recommend. Now, what I'm going to cook in here, first of all, I'm going to spray a little bit of Pam, just in case I get a leak on there. I don't want to have a hard time getting this thing cleaned up, you know. Put that on there. Then put my bag, get open it like that, and I'm going to cook some quails right now in here. Quail in a bag, look at that. I got 2 little trays of stuff I got to have to put on that, too. It's going to be good. Like I'm told you, I'm going to put about a tablespoonful of flour in this bag. Put a little more. I'm going to shake the bag up. Get that flour all over. That's what you do. Put that all over there like that. Put the flour scattered around on the bottom so it won't be in one spot and get all gooey. Now, what I'm going to do is salt and pepper these quail. I got 6 quail I'm going to put on there. I'll salt and pepper them and put them in the bag. There we go. Salt and red pepper. I do not use black pepper except for garlic bread. Ooh, that's pretty quail. Like that Cajun say, you know, quail will play in the dust all the time. They really will. And he said, did you ever see them quails swimming in the dust? Huh? And that's what they look like they're doing when they're swimming in the dust. A little salt, a little red pepper. Put that on there. A little red pepper. Cross them up and then put that red pepper first. A little salt. Just an ordinary amount of salt. You don't put any more than you would for anything else. Oh, I got 8 quails here. Isn't that nice? No, it's just 6, 7. Somebody miscounted. 3, 4, 8. That's what I got. That's fine. One for me. I don't have to do like my mother used to say, FHB. That meant family whole back. And then she'd come sailing out and say, M-I-K, cheering. That meant more in the kitchen. And we always were so glad to hear that M-I-K, I guarantee. Whew, boy, look at that. Don't that nice? A little red pepper on each one. You want each one to taste about the same. Now you're going. I'm putting them with the breast up so it'll brown pretty. These quail, you can, oh, my goodness alive. Look out, don't drop nothing there. Did it. Red pepper. Salt. Whoo, you kidding. Put it on there like that. Now, I got to put them other stuff what I got here to go on there. I got here some onion. 1 cup of onion, chop up real fine. Spread that over that real good. Ready the bag up. See, bag got a lot of good things you can did with that. Then I got 1/2 cup of bell pepper, sweet pepper some people call it, not knowing it's shaped like a bell. And I got a half a cup of dried parsley. Now, if you put regular parsley, put a cup. Fresh parsley. Now I got 4 little cloves of garlic. Well, chop up. They're 4 cloves. Chop up, not too fine, but just right. Put that on there. We want to get all them garlic on there. Over here, some citron, lemon. The Cajuns call it limon. The French people call it citron. They don't know no better, you know. Now, I got a pound of mushroom I'm going to put on that. These have been cleaned, soaked in a little salt water to be sure all the bugs got out of them. And we put that on there like this. You talk about good. Man. Whole pound. Whether you like mushroom or not, they're good. Put them on there like that. There we go. Now, what I'm going to do is pour some water on here. Just like this. And put a cup of Sauternes wine on the whole doggone thing. Now, that's fine. I guarantee, and I got a little tie right here to tie that up. I tell you what I better did, put a little more salt. For the vegetable, what you put on there. That's why you put that on there, because you got to have enough salt. Get this bag, tie them up real good. You were none, bag. Gotcha. You put your tie on tight. Take your 2-tine fork, what I'm talking about, and you put your hole. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't put them on the side. You don't want that juice to get out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 4. A French lesson 2 on top of it. Now I'm going to put this in a 350-degree oven right this minute. Go ahead and cook, you pretty little old quails, you. Whoo, boy, now, let me get this out of my way because I got something else I want to do right now. I guarantee. Speaking of quails, I got to tell you that story. My friend got what he said is the very best bird dog in the world. He went to Gonzales, Louisiana one day, and he met another friend. He said, look, I got the very best bird dog in the world. He said, real good. He said, the best. When he point, there's a quail there. There's a bob white. They got to be, I'll bet anything I got, there's a bob white quail there, partridge. About that time, here come a little boy walking down the road. That dog went on a dead point, that little boy. And his friend laughed and said, there ain't no quail, that's a boy. He said, I bet he got a quail in his pocket. He said, son. The boy said, what you want? He said, you got a quail in your pocket? No. He said, you have quail for lunch? No. Your papa raised quails and you help him clean those quail cages out, huh? No. He said, son, what's your name? He said, Bob White. Oh, right now, I'm going to cook what is considered a very cheap cut of meat. But I want to tell you, it's a very good. Get all this out of here so I won't miss nothing. No. There's a shank bone. The lower part of the leg of that old heifer cow. That's what it is. I'm going to put on this. Right now I got this. I've already pre-sprayed my pan with some Pam. And I'm going to put a tablespoonful of flour like I'm told you're supposed to did in my bag. A little bit more than that, actually. And I'm going to shake it up to be sure, like I'm told you, it gets spread out real good. Then I spread it some more to be sure it's kind of even like in the bottom. Yep. Now, I got them shank bone over here. You see that shank bone? That's the cheapest cut of meat you can get. Gonna salt and pepper that with red pepper and salt. Yeah, I know it look like a lot of salt, but remember, we're gonna put a lot of vegetable in there with that. And I'll tell you good. Ooh, cut my finger in the wine. Let's see. Yeah, that wine. Red pepper. That doesn't, people say, oh, red pepper, that's hot. Nothing hotter than black pepper. Just depends on how much you use, that's all. Oh, man. Red pepper. Get them on down. Now I'm going to put them on the bag. See that? Right inside the bag, like that. Like that. Now these are cut 3, this one happens to be 4 inches. Just don't know how tall it is. And that's all I'm going to put in there because I want to have plenty of room for everything else. Now, I'm going to haul off there and put, these are carrots, about 12 medium-sized carrots that we had scraped. We're going to put that over that, spread it all over, see? Oh, man. Spread real good. Not only is it good, but it looks pretty, too. I guarantee if I can just get it out of my way. I've got some onion, small onion you can have, a medium. But these were big, so I cut them in half. And I got some potato I'm going to put on here, too. Whoo, you kid. Potato. You talk about good. Your whole dinner's cooked right in this one bag. That's what's so good about this. Along with a little rice, there's nothing you can beat with that. I'll tell you for true. Just get at it. Now, this bell pepper just quartered. I'll put them on there, spread them all over so it'll look pretty, as well as get that seasoning all over the thing. Oh, man. Come on there, bell pepper. Get on there. Isn't that nice? Whew. That was 3 medium-sized bell pepper what we cut up and did like that. Now, this is a can of rotel, what I done chop up real fine so that I can spread it all over there. Now, rotel, when you notice I didn't put too much of them red pepper on there because rotel got a hot with itself, Got a hot with itself there. I'm going to put that on there. And I'm going to put a little garlic, too. I'm in such a habit of not putting garlic until I got a little juice. I automatically wait until I get the rotel in there. That's just a little, I guess 4 or 3 garlic chopped up there. Now, what I'm going to do is put this sauteed wine in this little bowl what I got here. This is bitters. Peychaud bitters. Not Angostura, no. Peychaud. And I'm going to put, there's a difference in taste. If you want to cook with Angostura bitters, you did that. That's just fine. But I like to cook with Peychaud because I like the way it tastes and smells. And you got to watch what you did with this, too. You hear? Now, we got that much stuff there. I'm going to put a half a teaspoon. That's plenty enough. All the way plumb. It's plenty enough. Okay. Rinse that in that good wine. Soy sauce I got here. I'm going to put on this. What I'm going to do, that's 2 cups of sauteed wine what I put in there, by the way. I'm going to haul off and put a whole tablespoonful of soy sauce in there. I may even run it over, there ain't no telling. But that soy sauce, that's the base of Worcestershire sauce. That's what it is. All the world it is. Now just look around here and tell you, run it over. Put a little more. Wrench my spoon right down there in that. Now, I got some Worcestershire sauce. Little piece of garlic. I don't want to left that, man. That's the flavor I just put in there. Now, we're going to put this, a couple of tablespoons full of Worcestershire sauce. Just put her on there like that. There ain't enough there left to keep. I just put it all. All right, now all I'm going to do is just stir this up a little bit with the wine. I got it in the wine. Also, too, I think you need just a little more salt on all them vegetables. I didn't know we had that many. Put them on there like that. Take this wine. poured over the whole mess. And you talk about good. Man, I guarantee. And that's the cheapest cut of meat, like I'm told you. Don't want to waste any of that. No, got it all on there. Now, got my tie. I never forget that Cajun went with me and asked that little girl in a chicken place where you get all the chicken you want to eat for $3.50, and he done ate all he had. And he said to the little waitress, "Bring me a wing and a tie." She said, "What you said?" She's from up north around Shreveport. He said, "Bring me a wing and a tie." And she looked at me and said, "What did he say?" I said, "He wants a wing and a tie." I thought she was going to hit me in the head. Now, I still got to make them whole. Don't forget, you got to always make them whole. Make them on the top where something don't run out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, didn't do good there. Got 12 and a half there. Gonna put this in the oven right now. I'm gonna open the door so I won't stand a chance of dropping that. And I'm gonna put that in there at 350 degrees. Now the quail will take about an hour to cook. This will take a little longer, about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. What you got to do is watch and see if the onions are done. They take longer to cook than the meat. Now, that's a funny thing, but it's true. Absolutely true. And right now, though, I'm going to go over there and sit down at the table, serve my plate. Oh, look here. I just happen to have this fixed. Ain't that nice? I guarantee. A little rice with the shank bone and the quail. Put a little rice there. Take my knife right here, or my fork. See, that bone just comes right off from the meat. There's the shank bone. Cooked right there. Get a little gravy. Use a little spoon there to get a little gravy on that. It's so good. Get a bell pepper. Oh, my goodness. And a cooked onion. And a potato. A little more gravy, just in case. Got that there. Go over here and get one little old quail. That's all I'm going to get. Just one. Get a quail. Put him here. Mushrooms. Oh, yeah. Put that there like that. A little bit of them juice to cover them quail. Put a little on my rice while I'm at it. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Now, you know that hot pepper got in my nose there, then. Whew, I guarantee. That'll clear you sciences up, I'll tell you that for sure. Sit myself down here and pour myself just a little bit of wine. I tell you right now, I got 3 friends been working together for many, many years. And all of them been working together in construction down there near Baton Rouge. Their families don't know each other, some none at all, any, because they go to different schools. One live in French Settlement, one live in Maurepas, one live in Frost. But these men been working together all these years. They come back from work, and they stop and get a bunch of them Jacques Daniel whiskey, that good Cajun whiskey made up in Tennessee. They get that, and they fall drunk. One of them gets too drunk to sing, so he's got to drive. And he drive that car. Road turn, he don't need to hit one of them lovely live oak trees. 2 of them don't get a scratching. The third one, we'll just say his name was Boudreaux, kill him dead all the way plumb. One of them say, he's dead. The other one say, I noticed that. What are we going to do about it? I said, what in the world you did about that? I said, nothing did about that. Oh, yeah, you got to call the sheriff, the state police, the coroner, and you can't let them in. You got to go to the funeral home or somewhere. Somebody got told this old lady, you know Miss Boudreaux? No, I don't know her. I can't did things like that, too. He said, well, I know her. I'm broke out with tack. I'll go told her. He said, okay, you go told her. I did everything else. Took your tack and get going. Well, he took his tack and he went to Boudreaux's house. On there in French Settlement, flap, 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 knock on the door. This lady brought us up to the door and he looked at her and said, are you the widow Boudreaux? She said, I'm Miss Boudreaux, but I ain't no widow. He said, the hell you ain't. Oh, this is fine. I guarantee. A little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson, and I love eggs. I cooked them 39 different ways one day. Travis Lobel had an egg farm, and we decided to see how many different ways we could do that. We took muffin tins and we put Cointreau in one, brandy in one, rice and all kinds of things. It's not hard to get 39 ways when you're a damn fool, and we have fun doing it. You can cook eggs many ways, but I'll bet you haven't cooked them the way a friend of mine and I did. We were walking along the street near the old Biltmore Hotel in Oklahoma City, and it was 114 degrees, he said. You know, Justin, it's hot enough to fry eggs on the sidewalk. So I said, go get a couple of eggs and let's see. I cracked those 2 eggs on that sidewalk, sunny side up, of course, and they fried just as pretty as any eggs I ever saw. On this show that was made for Mississippi Educational TV more than 20 years ago, I showed how to have fun cooking eggs, I guarantee.
How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee, and I'm ready to cook something for you right now, too. A lot of times us Cajuns work hard all day. We like to work hard and play hard all night, and then we go to sleep. But when we wake up, whoo, that playing hard and working hard and running and playing done caught up with us, yeah, I guarantee. And we're hungry. So we cook up a Cajun breakfast fast, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to cook up a biscuits and omelet and baked eggs. And speaking of eggs, I got a friend named Aubrey Laplace, got a store down in St. Gabriel, Louisiana. And one day a little boy came in there and said, Mr. Laplace, you got some hen egg? Aubrey said, he got hen egg and duck egg too. He said, I don't want no duck egg, I want some hen egg. You got some hen egg? He said, oh yeah, got some of them good Lobel Farm egg. Little boy said, how much they are, Mr. Laplace? He said, 75 cents a dozen, 15 cents if they cracked. Little boy said, well, crack me a dozen, Mr. Laplace, will you please? Gonna made them biscuits. Ooh. I like to make biscuits. I don't make them near often enough, but I really get a kick out of making them. I'm gonna take 2 cups of flour, more or less, mostly about the real measure. 2 cups of flour, and I'm gonna put them right here on this sifting. That's one of them. We say in French, come out of that flour. That's close enough to 2. That's 2 cups, and I'm gonna spread some right out here where I'm gonna put those biscuits because I don't want them sticking to anything, particularly me. Yeah, put some more hand to that just in case I need it. Now, I'm gonna put with this flour, mix all my dry ingredients first if I possibly can, and I can did that. I got me a little measuring spoon here, yeah. I'm gonna put 3 teaspoonsful of baking powder. Not heaping, no, about level, maybe a little bit better than level. Put that on here, like this. 2, 3. Put the lid back on this thing because I don't want it to get away from me. And I'm going to put about a half a teaspoonful of soda. Now, the reason I'm going to put a half a teaspoonful of soda is because I'm going to use buttermilk. These are buttermilk biscuits what I'm going to make. And whenever I use buttermilk, when I use buttermilk to make them biscuits, I always put 2 pinches of soda. And that's a half a teaspoon. My pinch, that is. I don't know, your pinch may be a little bigger or a little smaller. Ain't no telling. Then I got to put about a half a teaspoonful of salt on that. Half a teaspoonful of salt. See if I can still measure good. Bet I can. That's a half a teaspoon. See if I got it right. Whew, man, you know, I ought to be ashamed of myself. I got that devil right that time. Now, that's all the dry ingredients what's going to go in there. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to sift this down, mix it up good, and it get ready to get this thing going out here so I can roll them out. Now, I got this is a wonderful little gadget for cutting your shortening into your dry mixture. And you got to do that if you're going to have good biscuit. I got a little shortening over here, and I'm going to put about 2 tablespoonfuls, maybe a little more, but I doubt it. I doubt if I'm going to put more than that. Maybe, depends on how this looks when I put it on there. This is 1, level, 2, level, and just a little shade more. Because I like my biscuit to be kind of like shortening bread, you know. I like that very much. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut that into this dough with this little gadget here called a dough cutter or a blender, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you call it, but it works. That's the main thing. Get fixed there real good. Got a little flour there to show, but making biscuits, you know, you got to do things like that. Chunk the flour out there, people know what you're doing. And I got some buttermilk here. Funny thing about this buttermilk, it depends on, I'm going to put about a cup in it and see how it acts. And then, if I need more, I'll put it, but I can't take it out. That's one thing about it. I might have to add some flour, and I don't want to do that too. Now, you notice I've got that cut in there pretty good. It's all cut real good. Now, to put the buttermilk on that, make a little hole. Pour it in there. I didn't put that full cup because that may be enough. I doubt it, but it may be enough, and we want to be sure we got enough. But not too much. We get mixed up in that dough, you can't get out of it, and you got it too soft. This dough cutter does a good job, too, of mixing up them buttermilk with the flour. Ain't enough, you see. So I'm going to put some more on there. Tell you what, too, I got some more here just in case that ain't enough, too. But I think that's enough right now. We're going to see. Mix this up real good. Yeah, I think I about got it there. I'm going to take this over here and put it where I've got that flour spread out there to keep from sticking to everything. I'm going to put a little more flour on my hands, too. Put it out here. I'm going to get a rolling pin just like old Maggie used on jig. Yeah. Oh. Got that right there. It's going to be just right. Just exactly right. That dough cutter will cut you if you don't look out. Notice how carefully I handle that? Put a little flour on my hand and on this dough so I can roll it out with a rolling pin. Right there. You see them rolling pins? Whew. Put a little flour on that, a little more flour, sprinkle around, so we'll be sure that we don't stick up too much. Oh, yeah. That's going to be putty, yeah. The best you ever put on your mouth. I guarantee. See that try to stick to my rolling pin, just I'm not gonna let it do it. Put a little more flour there, right there like that. Now we got it. That'll learn him. I roll them thin because I don't like real thick biscuit. I like biscuit to the tin. Now, I got a biscuit cutter here somewhere, but before I cut them, let me get me a pan. I'm gonna spray that with Pam. I don't know what we did without this, kind of like the invention of sliced bread, you know. It really is something. Get that real good on that. Now, put this here. I'm gonna get this out of my way, because it's in my way right now. Yeah, put it over there where I can get at it. Ooh, going out there, you. Yes, sirree. You see them biscuits coming out there, got them cutter working. I guarantee. 4 to the alley. I've got my oven preheating over there right now at 475 degrees. Whew, that's hot. I guarantee that's hot. Coming out of there just boom. Come out of there, biscuit. Won't you stick there? Tried it. I'm not gonna let it do it. Give me some flour on my finger. That's right. You know, you got to work fast with these biscuits because they got a mind of their own. They start rising themselves up. Before you know it, before you want it, they did that. Get them on now. Hey. That's what you call cutting up, rolling in the dough. I guarantee. Get on there now. Get off my finger. There you're going. Get a little more flour on my fingers. We got it made, you know. I just get these biscuits to act right. Now you going there, boy. Got to use this hand this time. Now. Thank goodness I'm ambidextrous. That means I'm left-handed with both hands. Yeah. Come here, little fella. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just make me a couple of little putties to put there to look kind of funny. They taste good, though. Hee. Come here, tell me. There you're going. Those are the ones I'll eat. I won't give them to any of y'all, I guarantee. Now I'm going to go put them on the oven. That's a big bit. But first of all, I'm going to wash my hands because I can't stir this. I got to get it off my hand before I can do anything. Yeah. Now, that's a pure sign I'm a good cook and a clean cook because I get everything done just right. I guarantee. Now, we're going to the oven. Put this on the oven. I won't waste that. I'll use something. Put it on something. Put it up here. 475 degree pre-hotted. Now. Sure, I'm glad I got this little towel. Now, they're going to turn out better than anyone ever did yet, I guarantee. Isn't that nice, huh? Woo-hoo, boy. Just one little minute, I got to wipe my counter off. I can't stir that. You know, I'm not going to do like some people I know. All right. You know, what I did didn't remind me of a story. I got a friend that live in New Road. That's about 35 miles from Baton Rouge. And one day, my friend would walk down the main street of New Road with a Times-Picayune paper rolled up under his arm, you know. And he would look for that smart Cajun what every town got one of. That if it's a Cajun town. If it ain't a Cajun town, it's a smart something else, you know. He finally found him. He said, I'm glad for you to see me. Cajun said, I'm glad for you to see me too. What you want to know? He said, how you know I want to know something? He said, you would not look for me unless you want to know something. Go ahead and ask me, I'm bound to know. He said, all right, I would like for you to tell me where female women's yet is located. The smart kid said, what you said? He said, I asked you a silver question and I want a silver answer. I would like for you to tell me where female women's yet is located. The smart kid said, female women don't got a yet. Oh, he said, yes, she has. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, big yogger. Oh, no, hell yeah. Oh, no, yeah. Well, that smart kid didn't realize. He realized he ain't gonna get someplace to argue like that. He said, look, you so smart, you come and ask me them fool questions. How you know a female woman got it yet? He said, I didn't thought you'd ever ask me. He reached under his arm, got that daily New Orleans Times-Picayune paper, opened it up on the front page. He said, cast your eye right here. Rub your eyeball on the front page of this paper. It say right there that a female woman been shot with a 38 special and the bullet is in her yet. Right now. Ooh. Don't that pretty. I mean, I guarantee that pretty. Right now, I'm going to bake some eggs. Now, you most probably don't know much about baked eggs, but you're going to learn right now. We like eggs all kind of ways. Let me spray this with a little Pam so I can get them out when I get them did. And then I'm going to put just a drop or two of olive oil in each one of these little pans. Muffin tin. Just a drop or two. And there's a good reason for putting that on there, too. It's because I like olive oil. There we go. And we're putting them on there just bone, just real good. That was a little bit much in there, but I'll eat that one. Now, we got them olive oil on there. Now, I got a cup. What I'm going to broke my egg on. That's just in case that egg ain't all it's supposed to be, you know? If it ain't all it's supposed to be and you put it in that pan, you got to wash your whole muffin tin. But like this, all you got to do is just put the egg on there, and if it ain't good, you just chunk it out and get another cup and go ahead on. That's one. Be careful, don't broke the yellow, all right? There, two. Boy, that leg, that's a tough little chicken there. I'll guarantee you. See, that's what you got to watch. Oh, he was all right. Three. We're going to cook a half a dozen. I never will forget, I asked that lady in Birmingham, Alabama once, I said, give me 6 poached eggs. She said, 6 eggs? I've had them order 4, but never had them order 6 before and told everybody going back to the kitchen. Embarrassed me. But I ate them 6 poached eggs, don't worry none. All the eggs is good so far. Yeah. Ooh-wee. Tough, tough. Fed a lot of oyster shell to them chicken, make them shell tough like that. How come that's what they feed them oyster shell for? You know that, don't you? Now, let me tell you. Baked eggs. First, we're going to put 2 with just a couple of drops of Benedictine. That'd be egg Benedictine, baked. Whew. Now, the alcohol cook off in about 10 seconds. Man, that smells good. Now we got Cointreau. If you like them orange, you're going to like this right here. Cointreau. Baked egg. I got it in both of them there, but I'm trying it again. Yeah. You can smell the orange blossom there, I guarantee. Now, this is creme de menthe, green creme de menthe. You can use the white if you don't want to color your egg, but we can do them this way, like that. Now, we're going to put them in a preheated 325-degree oven and let them bake. How about that? It's going to be pretty, too. I guarantee. Yeah. Those biscuits looking real good. Now, I'm going to make you an omelet. Put it on high to get it warmed up. Look here, there now. I'm going to make you a rice omelet. But before I do that, you know I'm talking about this. I got a police radio in my car, and I was down in South Louisiana not long ago, and I heard this dispatcher way down deep South Louisiana say, this is KK33733 calling car 3. Car 3 come in and said, this is car 3, go ahead with your message. He said, look, what you 1020, that mean where you locate. He said, I'm on the expressway heading east. He said, well, turn yourself around and go back west because there's a dead horse traveling west on the expressway. Now, I'm going to put on this omelet here. You know, that man that told me that story, his name is Jean-Pierre Malbrou, close friend. Me, I got a friend. And his mama, 5 years ago, was 92-year-old, and we went to see her and told her we had to leave because we wanted to go see the men go land on the moon. She said, we got to go see the men land on that moon. She said, whoo! And she meant it. She was as serious as she could be. I hope that moon full when them boys try to land up there, I'll guarantee. Now we're going to make a little omelet here. I put a little bacon drippings in there because I like the taste of it in my omelet. You can put butter, olive oil, anything you want. Don't make some different. And I'm going to whoop this up just at least a little bit. And then I'm going to put them on here. But I tell you what, I've got some onion here, green onion, how you call shallot? And I got some rice right here. Now, I'm not going to mix that. I'm going to put it on there. I'm going to mix one of them. Put the onion. Put that on there like that. Then I'm going to put the rice on top when I get it in there. Now, we got to turn this down because it's too hard. I'm going to pour this in there real good. Got to mix them. Got to mix them. There we go. Whew, that sounds good. Don't hit, I guarantee. Now we're going to put them rices. Scatter them around. My hands is clean. I just made biscuits, washed my hand. This is what the Cajuns call an egg jambalaya. They call this an egg jambalaya, too. Isn't that something? There, that's fine. Now, that's cooking real good. Got to let it cook a little bit before I put the lid on it, but I'm going to put the lid on there in a minute to let it get cooked better. I'll leave this up here to put my omelet on. When it's dead, put this down out of my way. Whew. I got to check my biscuit, too. I don't want them to burn, no. Hold yourself still. Ooh, that's the best I ever made. I guarantee that's the best I ever made. I got to have a little hot pad here just in case. I need this right here. Oh, yeah, man, you talk about good. She's cooking up a storm. Just get after it there. Put it on medium high. Now, I'm going to close the lid on this. Didn't spill a drop. I usually spill a drop or two every time I do that. Wipe this off, keep things clean, put this out of the way. Now, let me tell you right now, you're going to have biscuit. We're going to have coffee. Okay, you got to have a little coffee. Let me see if I can't put a little on my cup right now. Got to let them omelet cook a little bit. Let me see about those eggs. They're coming along just bomb. I'm going to raise that oven a little bit. It's not quite hot enough. Put it to 350. And she'll get going. I guarantee. Louisiana coffee, I want you to know this ain't no Mississippi coffee, no. This is Louisiana coffee. Right here. Yeah, that's fine, too. I'll put that there. Now, I'm not going to look at them omelet yet. I just can't hardly wait, though, you know it. Let me see if I can look at it just at least a little bit. Oh, yeah, you come on there, you rascal, you. That's cooking pretty, I guarantee. Hoo-wee! Just get after that as you stand. Cook up a storm. Oh, man. I tell you right now, it's nothing better than a good omelet made with anything. We make omelets out of everything. Braunschweiger. Now imagine a Cajun with a name like Braunschweiger. We do that. We put that in an omelet. Cheese. We also get shrimps, dried shrimps. We put it in a blender, make a powder out of that, make an omelet with that. That's a shrimp omelet. And it's better than the one chopped up. It really is. All kind of omelet. We make that and enjoy doing it too. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee. And I got to turn it over. I wonder how much I'm going to spill this time. I just ain't going to spill none. Didn't spill a drop. Isn't that good? I guarantee I'm proud of myself. Now, I got to cast my eye. Oh. I don't believe I'll even show this to y'all. It looks so good. I don't believe you can stood it. Nah, I tell you right now, this is fine. Whoo-wee, look at that. Can you see that with the cameras? Don't that pretty? I guarantee that pretty. Oh, man. I got to let it cook just at least a little bit more. Then I'm going to take it out, just like that. Oh, it's cooked. Not cooked enough. You know, you got to cook the inside of them. If you don't cook them inside, it'll run all over everything. I don't want that to happen, no. Whew, that's bad. Them rice is already cooked. Remember, I used cooked rice. I didn't use rice that wasn't cooked. There she are. I guarantee I'm going to eat it. When I took this over to the table, whew, boy, I'm going to have to just fix a little of this right now for me to eat. Oh, you kid. Yeah, my baked eggs aren't quite done, but I knew that might happen, so I just happened to have some more that I fixed just at least a little bit earlier, and I'm going to haul off there and eat one of these with a little green tint to it. That's creme de menthe, a creme de menthe egg. Got to be good. I guarantee it's got to be good. Whoo-wee. You know, the rice for this omelet came from the best rice country around. That's in South Louisiana. And I want to tell you something. A real Cajun is a person what can walk by a 500-acre field of rice and estimate to the teaspoonful how much gravy it'll take to cover the whole damn thing. Now, that's a real Cajun. I guarantee you. Now, I'm going to tell you something else, too. Put a little salt on that egg. I'm going to eat them. But I want to tell you about my good friend that had a Sunday school class, and she was teaching her children all about Noah and the big flood. It'd been raining, you know. She said Noah was told to take 2 animals of every kind and put it on the ark. And he built him ark on a high hill. So when the rain come, that rain 40 days and 40 nights, you couldn't see the Mississippi River, the bayou, and nothing else. Everything covered with water. Well, it quit raining after 40 days and 40 nights. Then they got to find some land soon because the food getting low. And so old Noah sent out a dove. That dove come back and he don't got nothing. Tijon, what does that show? Tijon said, I don't know. Well, he waited about a couple of days, he sent another dove out. And that dove come back with an olive branch on his mouth. She said, Tijon, you're bound to know what that means. He said, I don't know. Marie, what about? Oh, that means that he done found land because the olive don't grow on no water, grow on land. She said, that's right. In a couple of more days, he sent another dove out. And that dove did not come back. Do you know what that showed? Tijon said, I know. He said, what did that show, Tijon? She said, that show, the dove season don't open up in South Louisiana, I guarantee. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there. I'm Justin Wilson. I've cooked chicken every possible way over the years. Baked, broiled, barbecued, roasted, fried, in jambalaya, and gumbo. So one day many years ago when I put a chicken in a plastic cooking bag with all kinds of stuff that smells really good while it's cooking, I had run plumb out of names to call it. That's where chicken I don't know got its name. I just did not know what to call it. That doesn't matter one bit because when you taste it, you won't care what its name is, I guarantee. On this show, which I made 25 years ago for Mississippi Educational TV, I showed how to cook chicken. I don't know, and chicken on Dewey gumbo. Somebody asked me recently if I really get up in the middle of the night to make a roux like the one in this gumbo. Well, I used to do it very, very relaxing and gave me a chance to think about my problems, both in my work as a safety engineer and in my personal life. I guarantee. Try it sometime. It takes so long to make a good dog roux that you can solve a lot of problems just stirring it for an hour or so.
boy, how y'all are. I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. You know how come the chicken crossed the road, huh? Ready to run away from them Cajuns. I'll tell you right now, because Cajuns will eat most anything, and they love to cook chicken. They love to eat chicken. That's for true. I'll tell you that right now. And today I'm going to cook you some chicken gumbo with andouille in it. That's a sausage that we make in Louisiana just for making gumbo. It's a gumbo sausage. It's spelled andouille, andouille. Anybody know how to spell that? I'll guarantee. And it's a wonderful sausage, sausage. It really is. Now, right now, though, what I would like to do is just tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a story before I get started, because I like to did that. Just like to get myself in a good humor and everybody else is looking at me. Years ago in Baton Rouge, when they had just one precinct for the police station, they got a call there from an old maid, female lady, woman. She wasn't making gumbo, no, they just got a call from her. And she said, brought yourself, and right now the dispatching man on the telephone say, what's the trouble, lady, huh? She said, there's a man next door what's indecent exposing himself to me, and I don't like that some, none at all, any. Well, they send one of them petroleum cars right now. The red light blinkety, blinkety, blinking, the syringe on full blast. And you get there, and you get out, the policeman, cop, go to the door, flap, 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 knock on the door, and this lady brought us up to the door. She said, brought yourself with me. He followed her right into her bedroom. And she pointed next door and said, look at that. That man indecent exposing himself to a maiden female women like me. And he'd look over there next door, and there's a man in his bathroom shave himself. Got one of them high windows that hit him right here on the chest. And he said, lady, I can't took that man downtown for indecent exposing himself. All I can see is his head, neck, and shoulder in that high window. She said, stood up on this box over here, get a much more better view, I guarantee. Now, what I got here in this pot is what I'm going to tell you about how to make. I got some chicken. That's a baking hen that I'm going to use. Right here, I got the rest of the stuff I'm going to put on that. You don't have to put much on this, really and truly. I got some sausages right here, too. That's a gumbo sausage. First, you make a roux. You know that. And to make a roux, I put about 3/4 of a cup of olive oil in there, olive oil. And I also, too, I put about 1.5 cups of flour. You put about 2 to 1. And you cook that until you think, that's going to burn. But that's not what it did. See, you got to cook like Dutch chocolate right there, you see? That's so pretty. Stir them roux. That's the roux right there. That roux is I'm going to put the rest of the stuff on that roux and cook it in there a little bit before I put the chicken. I got one big onion. It's about 1 cup. 1 cup of onion, a large onion. Put that on the roux. Turn the roux up a little bit. Not much goes in, not much seasoning goes in chicken gumbo because it don't need much. You stir it into them roux, and you cook them onions until they clear, or you think they're clear. Now, you can't read the newspaper through them, but they look clear, you know. Oh, man, that's a good roux. Oh, that's the kind we like to make sandwiches out of, you know. Oh, yeah, I say that all the time. Now, as soon as I get this going like this, get this over here like this, like that, get those onions kind of clear, then I'm going to put something else. Now, a lot of people, when they make chicken gumbo, they brown their chicken off. What we call brown off, we brown off, and sometimes use the grease where we brown them chicken off to make the roux. But I want to tell you, that's hard to do, so I don't do it that way, no. And also, too, it does not give the flavor to the gumbo. When you brown the chicken off, you lose some of the flavor of the chicken. So what I do is, when I get my onion clear in here and get a little juice, which I got a little juice already, I put my garlic, which is just 1 large clove of garlic chopped up real fine. In the reason I always wait till I got juice, like I always told people, the garlic will get hard and lose its flavor if you don't did that. Now, I got that like that. put it on there, and I got a few little things I got to put on here too. Like I use wine when I make my gumbo. I got 4 cups of sauterne and 4 cups of water that I'm going to put on here. What I like to do is put my water first and get my roux kind of mixed with them water. Turn the fire up where I'm going to get some hot on it. But you got to watch them hot with them roux because you can burn a roux, but not that you get some water on it like that. Put it in and get this. It looks like it's not going to mix, but it is. Whew, I guarantee it's going to mix. I got that on there like that. The next thing what I'm going to do is put a little of my seasoning on there, like 2 tablespoonfuls of, how you call Worcestershire, Lee and Perrin. The good Cajun name there, Perrin. 1, 2 tablespoonful of them, how you call Worcestershire sauce. Now, I'm going to put some, if I had a fresh hot pepper, I'd put that on there. But I don't got that, so I'm going to use Louisiana hot sauce. Now, you can use this or Tabasco. This is made from cayenne pepper. Tabasco is made from Tabasco pepper. I use both of them. I like this a little bit better. And what you put as much as you want to. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put about a teaspoonful and a little more on there. Because I like hot sauce, I think I'm going to put a little more. Put that on there, and you see that beginning to get hot, bubbling up at least a little bit. Make them roux. Oh, boy. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the sausage in there. See that? Ooh, you smell the smoke on that. That's good. Put that on there. And put some chicken. Now, it takes about 1 to 2 pounds of chicken. I got a little bit more than that in this bowl already cut up. And I'm going to put most of it in there. But I want to be sure I got room, and I put the pieces I like most of all, which is all of the chicken. The drum leg, second joint. And when you cut up chicken for gumbo, you do it a little bit different than you do ordinarily for other things. Like this second joint there, I cut off part of the meat and put there. And I love the back. You know, the part what go over the fence last. I like that too. It's got the flavor there. And I love the gizzard. See, I cut that in half, but in case somebody else like gizzard too. We put that on there. And that ought to be close to enough meat on there and still hold on to the pot. We don't want it to lose the pot. We put this down here, out of the way, these two. Stir that around a little bit. Get them roux going good, and it's going good. And guess what? 4 cups of sauterne wine. And the reason why, how come I quit putting them chicken in there, I want to be sure I get all the wine in there. And it does just that. You see that? Now I got to put some salt. You got the salt to taste. Now you got a whole big chicken in there, and that's going to take some salt. Let's see. 1 teaspoonful, and I want to be sure I don't lie to people about the teaspoonful, you see. I'm going to put about 2½ teaspoonful of salt, and then after I let that cook a while, I'm going to taste it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to taste that and see if there's enough salt on that. I'm going to stir that around a little bit. That roux going to come out of there all right, going to be just like it's supposed to be did all the time. Isn't that pretty? And it's going to be good. Let me tell you something about this gumbo there. Bongo, some of them people call it. What you did with this, now you cook this today, and don't serve it today, no. Put it in your ice box tonight. And tomorrow, bring it to a boil and let it simmer for about an hour, and then eat that, because it tastes more better then. Whew, it always does. That's for true. It really does. Now, and when we serve this, we serve it with filet. Now, you notice there's no okra in this. So it's not thick. But filet is the leaf of the sassafras tree. It is taken off the tree about the 2nd or 3rd week in September, where I live, and we pound it. We pound that sassafras leaf until it's just right, to a powder, a real powder. Now we're going to let that cook a little bit, because I got something else I want to do here, and I can't. Put this out of the way. Some more chicken. Got the chicken there. All kind of good is here. Whoo, yeah, look at that. Look that nice. And we got a roasting pan with a turkey bag. It's just a big turkey bag. I got this on purpose. Put this turkey bag here. Now, I've already sprayed this pan real good with Pam in case the bag broke and it's too hard to clean the doggone thing if it, you don't put some Pam on that. It really helps. I don't know what I did without that before it happened. I really don't. I greased the pan with olive oil, everything else, I can tell you that. Now, in this bag, I'm going to put, about nearly 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. And I'm going to shook it up. Now, like I try to tell people all the time, always put them flour in these baking bags and shake it up good. Get it all over that bag. It's going to lump up anyhow if you don't look out. Then you got to reach your hand in there and spread it out some so that you'll know you cooked with flour. That's how come you do that. Spread it out real good. Then wipe your hand off. Keep it from getting all over you. You know how that is. Now this dish here, I'll tell you something about it. We cooked it one day, Sarah and I cooked this one day, and it turned out real good. And she says, "You Stan, what you gonna call that?" I say, "Hell, I don't know." So we call it chicken I don't know. That's what this is. And it's a real fine dish and simple to make. That's the thing about it. And you don't have to worry too much about it. Remember, cooking in the bag, your cooking time is cut about a third. Now take this. I've got 2 fries cut up. In quarters, just quarter them. And I'm going to put some red pepper and salt on each piece of chicken. I'm going to put them in the bag. Each little piece of chicken goes right in the bag. Now this is going to have to take some figuring on this pan rather, because the pan ain't too big. Put some red pepper, not too much, and salt, all you want. Get that side with both of them, red pepper and salt. Put this in there too. And I got to kind of put that on top a little bit to be sure I got enough room. Now, you notice that I'm putting one part of the quarter, the second joint quarter on one side, and I'll put the breast on the other so I'll know where it is in case when I start to serve it. I usually do that. Sometimes I forget. You know, that's not hard to forget most anything. But I put this up with the, whoo, you kid, that is going to be good, yeah. That pepper gets to me, though, I'll tell you that. It's hard, but not too hard. Not any harder than black pepper. People say, all that red pepper? They know the harder than the black pepper. And the thing about this, you can digest this, and black pepper, you can't digest that. Ain't no way like eating a piece of stove wood. That's right. I'm telling you the truth. Put them red pepper on. It would be good if you just put it in there and cooked it like this, but it's much more better with what we put on now. I can tell you that for true. No. Notice how I got that kind of stack up pretty? It look good, don't it? Yeah, man. Come here, red pepper. Whew, I'm going to have to go wash my hand when I get through with this. I'll tell you that right now. Because I may rub my eye, and that'll be bad. That looks so good. And it all good. Now, we get that there. Put this back over here out of my way. Get this out of my way. And I got to go rinse my hands off. Whew. Boy. You know, I cleaned some crabs the other day, and I still got a couple of cuts, and that hot pepper gets to them cuts. Oh, I mean. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some onion. Not many, just 4 cups. 4 cup onions. Put them on top. Excuse me, moi. That means excuse me if you don't know. That's a cup of celery. 1 cup of celery. Spread on top. 1 cup of bell pepper. Sweet pepper, they call it. Some places. We call it bell pepper now where I live. Spread on top. Get all that. 1 cup of fresh parsley. Spread on top. We got a tablespoonful of garlic, chop up. Put on top. Now, we're going to put a cup of water. Notice I put that in front. Put that water in front. But I'm going to haul off and put a cup and a half of sauterne all over the doggone thing. Mm-hmm. Now you talk about good. It's got to be good. But I save a little of that out there because I got a little lean parent. I'm going to put on there about a tablespoonful of lean parent. That's a tablespoonful. And I got to put also, too, about a tablespoonful of soy sauce. And I don't mess with that stuff too much because it's got a, by that I cook with it a lot, but I always measure it practically exact. And here's one that I absolutely measure exact. 1/2 teaspoonful of Peychaud bitters. This is a secret I've been keeping to myself for a long time. And I'm giving it to everybody now because I realize, just like money, I can't take it with me. Whew. Even if they had an armored car and put my bitters in it, I never saw one in a funeral procession in my life. You know that? Not a one. Put that on there. Get all of that in it. But you measure that carefully. Whatever I say, do look out there. Most left out some of this beautiful garlic. Whew. I want to did that. Now, what I'm going to did is pour this over the whole thing. I mix it with them wine. And I'll show you something else. You notice I salt and pepper them chicken. I'm going to put a little more salt on account of the vegetable. Ain't got no salt on them. Now, we got that. I'm going to tie this. Tie this bag up like you're supposed to did, real good. Tight, tight, tight. I'll cook it in an oven at 350 degrees because you do not cook anything in a bag more than 350. They say 400, but I am a safety man, and I say put 350 and you're a lot better off. Now, what I got to do is punch some hole on there to be sure that I got it right. I'm going to punch 12 holes, but punch them on top. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 we can put on there. 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 them 3, 12, huh? Put 4 more over here. 9, 10, 11, 12. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put them on the oven over there that I got preheating at 350 degrees. In this chicken, you let it cook about an hour and a half, maybe a little more. I'll tell you this, as long as it look all right, you want to cook it till it comes off the bone. It takes just about 2 hours. It tastes more better if it cooks that much. Oh, that's pretty, yeah. Ooh, come on, yeah, you. I'm going to put this on the oven. I got to check my gumbo in just a minute. Put it on there. Try to keep your bag from touching the oven so it won't burn. Because the bag will burn a hole in it if it gets too hot. It's simple, you know that? I guarantee. Let me cast my eye on this gumbo to be sure she's all right. Ha ha. Man, go ahead on there. Got to cook quite a while, and you want it to cook a while. Actually, we make gumbo at home. We figure we're going to cook it about 5 or 6 hours. The first time we cook it. The second time, a couple more. And I'm going to put this out of the way here. Get out of my way. Ooh, boy. Now I'm telling you something about that chicken I don't know. It's going to surprise you. In cooking all this chicken, I got to tell you all the story. Years ago in Crowley, Louisiana, when I lived down there, this is a true story. There was a fellow down there had a meat market, a poultry market, actually what it was. And that's before they had all the beautiful stores with all the stuff wrapped for you. You had to go in there and get your chicken. They did have them at least dressed. And I can remember when they didn't, you had to go in the coop and get them. But this lady went into that poultry market one day and she told this friend with me, the butcher, she said, look, have you got any nice, good bacon hen, huh? Kind of like the one I put in the gumbo. Oh, he said, very good, I guarantee. She said, well, I want one. And he didn't have but one chicken left. He'd been busy as he can be. He reached down at eyes, that crushed eyes, and let me see if I got one. She said, let me see a good one. And he put it up there and he said, on the scale, he said, 5 pounds. She said, I'm going to have company. I don't think that's quite enough. He said, wait just a minute, I'll get one weigh a little bit more. He reached down the same chicken, put the chicken in the eyes, put it in the eye, and put it back up on the scale, and put his thumb up there with it, you know, where she could not see his thumb. He pressed down on the scale. He said, 6.5 pounds, weigh 1.5 pounds more than that other one did, lady. She said, well, that's fine. He took it and put it on a piece of paper. She said, I tell you what, I don't know how much company I'm going to have. You better give me both of them chicken, I'll guarantee. Oh, but yeah, got a little rice. And what I'm going to do, put a little rice first. Oh, you know how the rice stand every grain apart. Oh, it's so easy to cook. The rice. Now, this is when you put your filet. Put your filet, F-I-L-E, with an accent aigu on the E. File, a fella asked me once. He said, I put them file in my gumbo and all I did was make it taste rusty. He put a doggone file in there. Didn't know nothing here. All right, now we got them chicken on the gumbo. Now, there's a piece of chicken, what I wanted. The very one what I'm looking for, right there. Put them on there. I want enough of this because I'm going to eat it. Oh, that's fine. I'll put that right there. And I'm going to put the lid back on this because I want it to stay hot. No. I got a little place over here so I can get that chicken I don't know on this because that's good. I'll take the part what's got the, the part would go with the fence last. Look at that. Don't that pretty? A little juice on that too. Put that right there. Sit myself down. Get everything just right. Now, get my napkin spread on my lap and pour a little wine. Oh, that's fine. I got a friend, old fella, getting up there in age. And one morning about 2 o'clock a.m., o'clock in the morning, he woke himself up and he got chest pain. He told he woke his wife up. His name is Broussard. Woke his wife up and say, Mama, I'm sick. Whoo, I feel bad. He said, my chest, I feel like somebody squeezed me real tight. She said, we better call Dr. Boudreau. He said, no, don't call him. He ain't got no old doctor. All the old doctor gone. Ain't got nothing but these young doctors. They don't know nothing. Don't call him. She said, oh, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. She said, I better call the doctor. He said, oh, no, oh, yeah. So she went to the phone. She called Dr. Boudreau. She brought yourself in. He lived just 2 hours away. Put his pants on over there with a little black bag. He walked to the side of the bed, said, Mr. Broussard, where you hurt? Mr. Broussard looked up and said, you the doctor. You told me where I hurt. Oh, I said, come on, Mr. Broussard, tell me where you hurt. Maybe I can help you. He said, you the doctor. Like I told Mama, you young doctor don't know nothing. You told me where I hurt. Dr. Boudreau said, Miss Broussard, will you go call Dr. Melanson on the phone and ask him to come here? She started for the phone. You know, Mr. Broussard said, just a minute, Dr. Melanson, don't that the veterinarian, huh? Dr. Boudreaux said, yeah, and he's the only doctor in town I know of who can look a jackass in the face and told where he hurt, I guarantee. A little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. And whenever somebody comes up with a new contraption that makes cooking easier or more interesting, you can bet that I will be one of the first to try it. So when plastic cooking bags were invented and a friend told me they'd reduce cooking time by about a third, well, I started experimenting and I liked it. Not only does it take less time, but the meats taste better too. It's a very good way to cook and I still do it. Looking back on this show, which I made more than 20 years ago for Mississippi Educational TV, I am reminded of Catahoula dogs. It is a wonderful breed of dog that became Louisiana's official state dog. I can tell you these dogs are very great dogs. They work as hog and cattle dogs. They are also good watchdogs and very loyal, and they can be gentle or mean depending on the way you train them. They are hard-headed but smart. I remember one that saved my little grandson from going out in the road where he might have been hurt. The dog just got between him and the road and gently nudged him back to safety all the time.
Hi, y'all are. I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. You know, you always hear how a man or people like to his meat and potato. Well, me, I like them meat and potatoes too. Us Cajuns like that. We like it Cajun style, even better, you know, 'cause it's more better. We're gonna cook a pot roast and all kind of stuff on that. But before I did that, I got to tell a story what I meant to tell the other day, and I just ain't did it. This pot roast we're gonna cook it called magnifique. Pot roast magnifique. That means magnificent in Francais and French, and Cajun French too. The song is magnifique. They did that because they didn't know how to say it. And the other thing we're going to cook today is potatoes au gratin au vin. That means potatoes au gratin with wine. Pomme de terre au gratin au vin, or patate. But the story I want to tell you, it's about meat, but in an indirect way. I got a friend named Travis Lobel who's got a chicken farm, great big chicken farm, I guarantee. But when he started out, it wasn't big, no. So what he do is he started with just a few chicken, and they haul up there, and he built a blackstop road by his house. And the automobile go by there, zoom, 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 just fast all the time. And they kill all his chicken. So he called the state police. Captain Walker was there, along with Sergeant Melanson, and at that time, Joe Green was there too, Sergeant Joe Green. He called and said, look, you got to do something about all these people going by here so fast and kill my chicken. You got to put a sign up or something. So they put a sign up there. Plant entrant, slow. Zoom, 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 zoom. They speed up more than they had before. Said, all right. He called them. Old Travis called them every day. Not once a day, no, at least 30 times. You got to do something about this. So they come out there, all right, we'll put another sign up. They put a sign up there, slow, cheering at play. Zoom, 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 zoom. They speed them up more. He said, look, he called and said, look, you mind if I put my own sign up? They said, go ahead, because he'd been calling them 50 times a day about them signs, at least. Just put your own sign. It's all right with us. Just don't bother us some more. Captain Walker told him that. So he don't call him some more. You don't hear from him for about 30 days. And Captain Walker asked Sergeant Joe Green and Sergeant Warren Melanson, said, you hear from that fellow Lobel about his chicken? He said, no. He said he's going to put his own sign up. They try to get him on the phone. He don't answer the phone. They said, we got to go see what kind of sign that is. So they get in the automobile, all three of them, in a petroleum car. And they go out there and pass by Travis Lobel's chicken farm at Springfield, Louisiana. And there's a great big sign. 4 by 8. 4 by 8, that'd make 8 by 8 sign they got up there. Slow nudist colony. Now, today we're going to haul off here and cook a pot roast magnifique. And that's the reason I named it that is because it is magnificent. And we got the whole dinner going to be cooked in this one pot with a bag. We're going to put it in a bag because it'll make it more easy to cook and keep the meat more juicy too, I guarantee. Let's see if I can find everything here. Yes, sir, there it is. Patat. They call it in South Louisiana pomme de terre in French, potato in English. You notice I got them potato in water? That's on purpose, yeah. Because if you don't, they'll turn brown. You don't want that to happen, no. You want that to stay just like that, real pretty and white. Now, let's see if I can find the pot roast. There it is. Whoo, boy, that's pretty, huh? That's a chuck roast is what that is. Now, we got a pan down here. We got a bag on that. Let me took the bag, and first of all, just in case the bag broke itself, I'm going to spray that with some Pam. That Pam will really keep that from getting stuck bad. Got to shook it. Spray them pan real good with that, because we don't want to have, when we got to clean it up, that's bad. And I have to do my own cleaning up too. And that's bad. Put that Pam down there. Get this bag over here. Now, in this bag, you always put some flour. There's two reasons. One, from a safety standpoint, it helps keep it from explode. Never cook anything over, I say 350 degrees. I got to go check that oven and see what I got it on right this minute to be sure I don't got no more than that. But what I'm going to do before I did that, I'm going to shook this up so it'll cover up real good. Shook them back. Whew. Oh, man. Got that there like that. I'm going to spread that flour a little bit. Let me go check my oven. 350. Exact 350. All right? Now, I'm going to stuff this roast with some garlic, hot pepper, and green onion. Put these down here where I can get at them. Now, I got that. Right where I want it. I got a little knife right here. Sharp. Punch a hole. Don't go all the way through, no, because I'm going to turn it over and did the same thing. Put them garlic down in there. Whoo. Got a little cayenne pepper. Put them down in there, too. Cut them off. Put a little green onion down in there with that. Whoo, man, you talk about good. Now, that's good. Punch a hole on it. Whoop, where you at there, hole? There we go. Put a hole there. Put garlic on them hole. Put them down in there real good. Onion down in there, too. Cut them off. You think I'm going to leave that pepper out? You wrong. Put them pepper down in there. Chop off a little piece and put them in there. Put that pepper down in there good. Put another hole down here. Nope, there's a bone there. That's just right there. Put them garlic on that. 2 pieces in there. And I got 2 kind of pepper. This is a hot wax pepper. I'm going to put that down in there. Put that down in there, and then just a little piece of onion to be sure we got some onion. That onion too big, we put one that's more small on the side with them garlic down in there so it'll look good. Got that there. Punch a hole. Put the garlic on that. Put them onion down in there. And I got a piece of pepper I'm gonna put in there. I'm gonna put all that onion in there. Might just well give up and get on in the hole. Now, got that there. Put them pepper. Now, it's not hot except around where the pepper is, that's all. Put that down in there. Get them garlic, how you call. Put that there. Put pepper right with it. Oh, that's good meat. So tender, that meat's so tender. I guarantee. Put that down in there. And we're gonna get a little onion and put on there too. Let's get a smaller one. There's one right there. Put them onion in there like that. Yeah, nice place for a little piece of garlic. Yeah, right down next to the bone. Put them onion in there too. And a little piece of hot pepper. Put that on there. Whoo, boy. Now that's pretty, yeah. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna salt and pepper this side, and then I'm gonna turn it over and do the same thing to the other side. That's red pepper. Not much, just a little. Whew, boy. That's not much, no. A little salt on that. Just salt a little. But only gonna pat them salt on there real good. Where them hole are, put a little more salt so it'll go in. Got that there like that. Now I'm gonna turn them over. Oh boy, that's pretty meat, yeah. In the place right here, I don't have a piece of garlic, I know, 'cause I looked. Put them there. Put the hot pepper on there. Put the onion on there. Get in there, onion. Don't be messing around with old juice thing. You might just well give up and go on in there. Got it. Now, right here, I know I don't got some garlic. Put one there. See, I remember from the other side what I don't put in there, you know. Get it out of the way there so you can see what I'm doing. There's none right there. I'm gonna put some hot pepper in there too. Don't worry none. Right there, hot pepper. Right there, hot pepper. And that's most enough of them hot pepper. Put a little onion in there with it too. And right there. And right there. That's down to the bone. No use in trying to put anything on that. So what I'm gonna do, put this back on here because I don't need some more of that. Put this back over there too. Out of my way. Now what I'm gonna do is salt and pepper this too. See that? Got them going. I have to go wash my hand after this too, I guarantee. Man, you scratch your eye with them hot pepper on your hand, it's just too bad. Now I'm gonna put this on them bag, spread the flour in the bottom so it won't be in one spot, no. Put this beautiful piece of meat, that is a pretty piece of meat too, on them bag. And then I'm gonna close the bag up after I get everything else in here. It's just barely gonna fit, and it just does. Yeah, gonna make him fit. Now we got him. Now, in here, I got to put something else. I got to put potato. Woo. Put them in there. And the recipe calls for as many potatoes you can put on there. That's what you did. But you don't want this, you do not want this thing to haul off there and run over the side. You don't want that to happen, no. If you want to, you can put onion in there too. We're gonna put this pound of mushroom while I'm up. You can put onions in there. Ooh-wee. That's pretty, yeah. I'm gonna put them carrot, them how you call a carrot. We call it carrot down where I live. And carrot in there. I'm gonna tell you something, that hot pepper's getting to my hands too. Those carrots, all we did was peel the carrots. Gonna leave them whole. Just like that, put them on there. Got it on there. And these shallots are pretty. We might just well put them in there too. What in the world? They look good. Don't that look pretty? I guarantee it does. Now we got some 2 tablespoons of Lee and Perrin. I'm just gonna what I'm gonna do, just put this in, guess what? Sauteing wine, yeah. put 2 tablespoons in there. Just like that. Don't need no more hot pepper. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to put a little more salt on that because you got some more vegetable in there, and you got to put a little more salt on them vegetable because they take up them salt. Yeah, measure that real careful. And then you pour the wine and the lean pan over the whole doggone mess and tie up the bag as soon as I go wash my hand. Oh, that's pretty, yeah. Tie up them bags with a tie. There the tie is. And punch some hole on the bag. An even dozen hole I'm going to put on this bag. Because I don't want nothing to be bad about it. Don't want to explode. And that's what it'll do if you don't got them hole. I'll tell you that for true. Whew, my hand is burning from hot pepper. So I'm going to go get that off my hand in just another little second or two. Before I even put this in the oven, I'm going to go get it off my hand. Get the little tie to work itself. And it's doing it. It's going to work itself. Tie it tight. Excuse me just 1 minute while I get my hand washed. No. Boy. I tell you, you clean catfish and crab and shrimp and you get them little thin hole in your hand and hot pepper and salt get in there, you know about it fast. No, mean. No, that's much more better, I guarantee. Got that? Now to punch the hole in the bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Give it to you both ways. Now I'm going to put this in the oven with 350 degrees, no more. Put this on here and let it cook for about, well, it depends on how you like your meat, actually. I'm going to let that cook about 3 or 2 hours. You see, I had some potato left over. I didn't have room for them. That's how come I got them left over. Didn't want to crowd them bag, no. I'm going to get this out of my way because I'm going to put something else up here in just about another second or two. 1 more minute, sir. Hold yourself steady. Now, my dog, Shine, that's my dog name. It means dog in French. If he smelled that, he would be right on top of it before me. I had a chance to tell him it ain't done yet. I guarantee. He just get after that old Shine would. Now, I'm going to make something else for you in just a minute. But before I do, I'm going to tell you a story. You know, when I mentioned my dog, Shine, he's a Catahoula. That's Louisiana's own breed of dog. He got blue eyes and he got 6 colors. He needs something else. And I got a friend named Gordon Martin. You'd call Gordon Martin, not knowing no better. And he's sheriff of St. James Parish between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, Louisiana. And the Mississippi River cut the parish right square in half. And last year, Gordon was running for re-election. He was sitting in the lobby of the courthouse in Convent, relaxing himself. And on the floor by the side of his chair lay a great big Louisiana Catahoula hound dog. And I want to tell you something, they born mean. You got to taught them how to be good. And a fella come walking in there, and old Gordon shook in hand with all his constitutes when they come by. Fella come walking in and say, "Hi, Sheriff, how you are?" Sheriff Martin said, "Just fine. I'm glad for you to see me. How about you?" He said, "Real good. How's your family?" "Real good." He said, "Sheriff, does your dog bite, huh?" Sheriff Martin said, "You know I wouldn't have a dog who would bite." He reached down to pet that dog and yo! He most bit his hand off. Well, they rushed around there and give him first aid. Man, OSHA made him learn how to do that. They gave him first aid, and he come back in there. "Sheriff, I thought you told me your dog don't bite." Sheriff Martin said, "My dog don't bite." He said, "The hell he don't. Look at my hand." Sheriff Martin said, "That ain't my dog." Let's see, get this fixed right for you. Now, We're gonna spray this pan first with a little pan, and then I'm gonna put some olive oil on it. That's what I'm gonna do. But this helps clean that pan better. That's what I'm interested in, you know. We're gonna make potatoes au gratin au vin. That's potatoes au gratin with wine. First of all, we're gonna put some olive oil in the bottom because it tastes good. Number one. Number two, you want to grease the bottom a little bit too. And then we're gonna run it around in this casserole dish real good. Run it around in there. Even get some on the side, as much as we possibly could, see? Now, get that. That smells good already. Whew, now I got some potato cut up. And you see, I got them under water yet. I'll keep them under the water so it won't get bad in color, brown, ugly looking. I'm gonna put a layer of potato, sliced thin. Put them layer in there, not like potato chip, no, but a little bit thicker. Put a layer of potato until I get this thing where I can be enough. Notice how I turn that around so it'll come out even. That's what you call being a good cook. Then you put a layer of onion, sliced thin. Nice onion, sliced real thin and nice. Put it on top of them potato. And boy, I'll tell you, it all good. Whoo, wait till I get through with this. Them onion kind of open your sciences up pretty good. Get them onion on there, like I'm dealing cards. You notice that? Get that and playing bourrée with onion ring. That's something. Man. Now I'm gonna put a little salt and pepper on this. I sometimes put it on before the cheese, sometimes after. Right now I'm gonna put it on before this time. Look at that. And you got to watch your salt when you're cooking with cheese. Now I use three kinds of cheeses. First of all, I'm going to put some Swiss cheese on this. Put a layer of little Swiss cheese on this. Then Romana, this is Romana cheese. Put a layer of that. Put that good on there. Oh, man. Whew. The secret of a good au gratin is plenty of cheese. Put it on there. Think I'm gonna waste you. You wrong. Now this is good old Americano rat cheese we put on here. Some people call it cheddar. I don't know what they mean by that cheddar, but that's rat cheese to me. And you put there's 4 cups. I think I got 4 cups of American cheese, 2 cups of Romana, 1 cup of Swift cheese. SWISS, Swift cheese. Want plenty of cheese on that to make it good. Now, another layer of potato. Deal them cards. Get them on there. I guarantee that's pretty, yeah, huh? Woo, and tastes good. People told me one time, say, you cook it with wine? Or I said, I guarantee this. How come with wine? I said, because it tastes more better than with milk. That's how come with wine. Ain't no better reason I know of. It tastes better than that, you know. Deal them cards as you stand. Put them on there. Yeah. Come on, patat. Yeah. And a layer of them twin bed inventioners. Get them on there. That's what I call them all the time. Because that's what they are. Oh, man, that's going to be fine, yeah. Put that on there like that, some more. Come on, onion. Spread out that nice and neat. Oh, that's pretty, huh? I guarantee that is. Put that on there like that. I'm going to have a couple of onions left over. Put that on a hamburger sometime when I don't want nothing else to eat, you know, and there ain't nothing wrong with them hamburgers, I guarantee. I salt and pepper them good. Red pepper and salt. Put them cheese, some more. Add them Swiss cheese. Put that on there. Put them Parmesan on there like that. Now, this is Romana. This happens to be Romana, not Parmesan. Put this on here like this. Ooh, you kidding? That's pretty. Good cheese. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to quit right there and put this in that oven I got hot in at 375 degrees. Preheated oven. That's what it is. Put that on that oven. I'm going to have to go rinse my hand. I think maybe I can wipe it off. Now, here we go. This heavy air. Whoo, this is preheated at 375 degrees. You put that in there. In about an hour or maybe a little bit more, it's going to be dead. Now, right now, though, I'm going to put myself down at this table. After I slice just a little bit of this pot roast, you notice how I got some of that cook already? Ha, ha. Yeah, I just played a sneaky trick on you. Just slice a little bit of this roast off. Now, what I do is I let that cool a little bit before I slice it, because if you don't let that cool a little bit, whoo, you never get it sliced. Now, over here, I got patat, carrot, mushroom. Oh, yeah. And I cook a little onion on this one. I decided not to put a cooked green onion on this one instead of this kind. Got that onion. Now, to go with this, I got a little rice. You know, us Cajun got to have a little rice. Even on a hamburger, if possible. We'll get them right. And right here, I got a little au gratin. Au vin. That look good, yeah. Come out of there. Nah, that's right. Put that there. Put a little gravy right here like this. Whoo, man, that's from the roast. That roast make its own gravy. Don't that fine? Oh, let me sit myself down here and have my enjoys trying this just the least little bit. Pour myself a little wine. You know, I got a friend what's got a little boy cheering. And that little boy cheering just started school last year. 6-year-old, first time to go to school. And he went to school the first day. Brought himself home. The next morning, his mama woke him up. He said, Mama, how come you don't let me sleep late? 'Cause I played hard yesterday and I'm tired. She said, you got to go to school. He looked at her and said, I done been, I guarantee. You know, this is so fine. Oh, yeah. This is real fine. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. You haven't really lived until you've attended a cochon de lait in South Louisiana. My wife Sarah and I used to have one every year. We'd invite 50 or so friends, kinfolks, and neighbors over. Dress out a whole pig and let it cook all night by reflective heat in a building I built to cook it in. One year, 500 people showed up. Word had gotten around, and we had people there that neither of us had ever laid eyes on before. I love a cochon de lait. We'd spend all day eating, singing, and passing a good time with friends, a tradition that's important to the Cajuns of South Louisiana. That meat would be so tender, it would literally fall apart. I'd use pecan wood or oak wood to cook it. Season the meat with salt and pepper and stuff it with garlic. The flavor was heavenly. You can come close to cooking pork as tender and flavorful as the meat served at a cochon de lait when you cook pork roast in a bag the way I did on this show that I made for Mississippi Educational TV nearly 25 years ago. Boy, is it good. Ooh, boy.
for you to see me, I guarantee. Hey, that's a good Cajun yell this morning, and I got a story I want to tell you. Before we did another thing, I've been thinking about this story, about 3 or 2 hours, so I can tell it to you. I got a friend that's rich, but he used to be land poor, and he used the same barber with me. And one day, I guess 2 or 1 year ago, I was sitting in the barber shop talking with the barber. And then come my friend, he flopped himself down there, and he told him barber, he said, you know what I'm gonna did? The barber said, ain't a bit told what you gonna did since you got all that money, I'll guarantee. What you gonna did? He said, well, me and my old lady, we going to Europe. We gonna go down to New Orleans and get on that National Airline plane and fly to Miami. Then we're gonna non-stop flip on National Airline all the way to London, England. Then we're going to go change plane, go to Rome, and go to Excelsior Hotel there. We ain't going to get a room now. Get a whole doggone suits, about 4 or 3 room. Then we're going to do the one thing, the only thing my wife ever told me she wants to do, and that's go have a private audience with that great man, the Pope. Well, that barber, like a lot of other people, he knows more than anybody else. He said, look, you don't want to fly National Airlines. Whoo, the crew go out and get drunk and fly you with a hang-around the next day. The equipment's wore out. And the overseas steward what they use, they the oldest one. And you talking about going to Excelsior Hotel in Rome, man, don't you know it's run down? The mattress look like the Alps, and the bed bugs organized in groups. And the food is terrible if you can get it because the service is so bad you might not get it. And you talk about a private audience with that Pope. You and your wife are going to go there to see that great man. And there are going to be 50,000 other people out there in St. Pierre Square. You just know you're not going to get no prize. And then you're going to come back and say you did it. Well, my friend said, you know how it is. And I told my wife, you married, you got to. He said, oh, yeah, I understood, you got to go. Well, about 7 or 6 weeks later, I was back in the barbershop some more. I didn't stay there all that time. I was back. And in come my friend again. He flopped down that chair, and the barber didn't wait for him to say to me, I reckon you went to Europe, huh? He said, oh, hell yeah. And you wrong about National Airlines. That's the finest airline in the world. Fine, young crew, bushy-eyed and bright-tailed as they could be. Brand new 747 aeroplane, too. Whew, and that ain't all. They took me on how you call the flight deck to show me how to run that thing just in case. And you wrong, too, about them stirred eye. Man, my old lady kept me bugging the seat the whole way across, I guarantee. And they done redid the Excelsior Hotel. Brand new king-size bed, foam rubber mattress, clean, real good. Food, out of this world. Most as good as Cajun food, I guarantee. And we're the luckiest in service. Let me tell you something. I knock a little fella down, he's just trying to hand me something. And we're the luckiest people in the world. Me and my wife and another couple from up north around Shreveport. We got a private audience with that great man, the Pope. And we get through, we got to get, 30 minutes we there with him. You know that? 30 minutes we there with him. And he talk English most as good as me. And we get through, we got to get how you call the papal blessing. The barber's Baptist, so he's got to explain what that papal blessing is. And what we did, we all 4 kneel ourselves down. And that great man, the Pope, put his hand on that lady's head and he blessed her. Put his hand on that man's head and he blessed him. And good. Put his hand on my old lady's head and blessed her. And put his hand on my head and say, whoo, you ought to change barbers. That's the worst haircut I ever felt, I guarantee. Today we're going to cook 2 pork dishes. Broiled and baked pork chops. We bake them a little bit first and then broil them. And then we're going, we're going to cook a pork roast. It's a Boston butt. We're going to have a ham too, but I decided we already got enough ham on this show already, you know. But right now I want to show you something what took place at my house not too long ago when we cooked a whole pig, how you call it, a cochon de lait. There you see us put them pig hog on a wire frame. What we're going to put, that's not hog, that's a friend with me. And we stuff them good with garlic. You see them garlic? We put that all over that hog. In the loin, in the ham, we put that, in the jowl, in the shoulder, every place we can find a place, we stuff them garlic and put it on there good. Then we salt and pepper them hog real good with good salt from Louisiana and red pepper made right down there at Port Vincent where I live. Then we wire that hog to a wire frame. Now that's wire we punch through, and we tie the hog real good so he won't fall on the dirt or in the fire. Now that fire is built in front of them hogs. See them hog there? Now it's on a frame. We turn it both ways. We turn it around and sideways round and round too. Now that's tin. It reflects the heat. It cooks them hog real good. Then we have the blessing, singing a song, going back to cut the hog up. You hear them singing? That's old Justin helping sing too, I guarantee. Whoo, boy. We take him up there, drinking a little lemonade. That's what he's got down. There's the PIG hog cook. There's a good friend of me, used to be a pro baseball player. Then we march up there, we put the hog on a big table in my outside kitchen, and we cut the hog up, and it's hot, hot, hot. Watch how fast we handle that meat. That's like looking at a hot horseshoe, real fast. You notice how serial we are about that, because this is serial business cooking a PIG hog. 160 pounds. And that meat is wonderful. All the grease is dripped out on the ground, and the fat's still there, but it won't hurt you. That man there is a dental surgeon. He's working out on that hog right now, too. You see that? Of course, I get a little taste there every now and then. I see another surgeon there from up in Missouri who helped cut them hog up, too. It's real good stuff using them surgeons to cut them hog up, I guarantee. Now, we're going to cook right now some pork, not as good as them hog. That's the best pork in the world, a cochon de lait, I guarantee. Right now, we're going to broil some pork chops. We got them right here. Now. And I know that you see that wine on there. Well, I know we're going to bake broiled pork chop with wine. We ain't going to do that. That's just to let you know I haven't forgot about that wine. No, what we're going to do, after the pork chops is most done, we put about a tablespoonful of soy sauce in them wine and pour it in and make how you call a little gravy. We put that on there. First of all, we're going to spray this with Pam, so it'll be easy, clean when we get through. We spray this baking pan or dish, whatever you want to call that, with Pam. Then I'm taking these pork chop and salt and pepper them. That's what I'm going to do. Don't they pretty? Put them salt on that. Both sides. Red pepper, cayenne pepper. Whew. That's good, yeah. Put them down in here like this. Get another one. Pepper one side. Most lost him. Caught that pig, I guarantee. And we put the salt on both sides, too. And I want to tell you right now, who you talk about good, that's good, yeah. That pork is good, and I love it. Salt and pepper that good. I want to tell you right now, that pepper will get to you if you don't look out. I put it as far from as I can to keep it from getting to me too good. No, look at that. Don't that pretty? Oh. That wine, and like I'm told you, after I get this most did, I'm going to put a little wine and soy sauce to make a little gravy to put on rice. You sort of sop it up if you want to. I don't mean dunk, I meant sop too. Not like that. There's a difference in sopping and dunking. Everybody don't know that, but us Cajuns do. I tell you that for true. Yes, sirree. Whoo, get on there, boy. I tell you, that look like a lot of pepper, but it's not. It's about the same as if you use black pepper. Just about the same. Not much different. It's pretty though, huh? Now, I got my oven preheating over there at 350 degrees, and I'm going to let these pork chop bake for about 10 minutes. And then, but right now, I got to go wash my hands. That hot pepper will eat me alive. Whoo, yeah. Get that off of there. I want to tell you, you got at least a little bit of cut on your hand. Not only will that hot pepper get you, but that salt will let you know right where it is, you hear? I'll tell you right now, that's true. Whoo. Now, I got my pork chop. I'm going to put them on the oven. It's preheating to 350 degrees. Notice I got that broiler down a little low. I'm going to put that on 10 minutes. And I hope I remember what they did when it go off. Let me put the light on so we can see. Now, I'm going to leave this over here because I want to be able to remember to put them wine and soy sauce. Pork roast. Come here to me, you little old PIG hog. Nah, there's nothing like when you got a whole pig like I got. But right now, I'm going to stuff this devil. I mean, this PIG hog, it ain't no devil. I'm going to put some garlic. If I can find a place, there's a place. Stuff them down there. Put some of this wonderful garlic down in there. Now, I just happen to have a cayenne pepper what I raised myself. But if you don't got that and you got a pickled pepper, put that on there. And if you don't got that, leave it out. Don't put it on there at all. Now put a green onion, cut them off, even with the meat, stuff them down in there good. In a little place. Garlic, put that on there. Whew, come on, boy. I tell you, that hot pepper got me a while ago. Whew. Put that hot pepper in there, put them green onion down in there real good, stuff them down where, put a little more. Won't hurt a thing, put a little more in there. Oh, man, you talk about good. That's going to be so good, I ain't going to be able to stood it. Whew. Got the pepper. Put that down in there. I know a lot of people say, whoo, that's going to be hot. Only right around where you got the pepper. But it's not too hot there either. If you like pepper, and I like pepper. Now, this is just a little bit of shallow place. I'm just going to put a piece of garlic down in there. I might just well put a piece of onion, too, to help it out. Yeah. Oh, there's a place we can put a little piece of garlic. Make the place, put the garlic, put the pepper, cut them off. Get in there, you rascal. Got to put just a little piece of onion. Don't want to leave it feel neglected. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to salt and pepper this with salt. Pat it good. And a little red pepper, naturally. Then, just so it won't feel bad, we're going to do the same thing to the other side. Ha! Got a place right there. Oh, yeah, there's a place right there. Got a good place for garlic there. Gonna put them on there, too. Got enough room. Got enough room in that place, that little hole there to put a green pepper. It's hot. Man, I mean it's hot, and don't you forget that. Them seed is hot. Whew. Make you know to get athletic on you. Garlic. It's such a little piece of garlic. I'm going to put 2 pieces down in there. Sure. Piece of pepper. Let's see a piece of pepper over on that side. Piece of onion. Green shallot, some people call them onion. These are not scallions, oh no. Got a place over here. Come here, Garter. Gotcha. I got to go wash my hands some more, too, when I get through with this. Whoo-wee! You talk about. You scratch your nose or your eye. It's just too bad. The salt. Put them salt on there like that. Put them pepper, too, like that. Now, this roast can be cooked either. You can cook it either with on a rack and put foil on it, or you can do what I'm going to do, which is a lot more easy. And believe me when I told you, it make it taste more better. I'm going to cook it in a bag. I found out that these bags are a really great thing. First, let me spray this pan just at least a little bit with Pam, just in case I know I got some here. Yeah, there it is. In case the bag broke, we don't want to have a hard time cleaning this thing up, you know. Woo! I got to take a look on my pork chop there. But right now I'm going to put a little flour. I'm going to put a couple of tablespoonfuls of flour in here. If I just get them bags to open itself up. It did. That's because it's a safety measure. Then I'm going to take them bag and shook them up. Shook them up real good. Shook them bag. Taught them bars. Get them things just right. Ha ha, guarantee. Now, and you shake all them powder out of the corner. Don't get it in one spot, kind of spread it around a little bit. Now, I'm going to put them rolls on that right this minute. Go in there, Rose. Got the rolls on it. And right here, I happen to have some green onion chop up. Put them on there. And I want to tell you right now, you talk about good, that's going to be good when I put the last little thing. See, you spread them around in there. Put this out of my way. Get this out of my way. That's where it is. What I'm going to do is put a cup of wine down in there. Might just well pour it over it. That's a cup of Sauterne wine. Whoo, you kid. To make a little gravy, a little juice, to put on something, to put on rice, or to sop up, it don't make some difference. Now, I'm going to tie this up and punch some holes. 12 holes. Might just well not waste them onions, just put them in there and cook them too. Let them go. That's good. Man, you talk about good. Go in there a little bit more, boy. A little bit more. Now you're going. Got them bags. Now, this is a pretty good sized bag. I like to use the larger bag because it makes it easy to work with. I know one thing, I've got to go wash my hand because the pepper has got to some cut where I cleaned some catfish the other day, and one of them thinned me. And if you don't mind, I got to go wash my hand right this minute. Done got with it. Whoo, boy. I'll guarantee you that let me know where it was. Dry them hands good, because I don't want to... You know, let me tell you, when you got wet hands or a wet cloth and touch something real hot, it's subject to burning you, I guarantee. Now, this is going into a preheated 350-degree oven. Oh, in the bottom oven, right there. Now, my pork chop is just right for me to put on broil. So we put that on broil, change that, and they're broiling real good, I guarantee. Whoo, man. Now, I'm going to get this ready to pour some gravy on that in just a second. Oh, I got to punch hole. My goodness alive. You see there? That's a bad thing. If you don't punch them hole, your bag is liable to bust itself. And I'm going to punch them holes right now. Don't you worry none about that. Hasn't even got hot. But if you don't punch them holes, it's going to have a explosion. Boom, just like that. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I want to tell you right now, if I had not punched them holes, it would let me know pretty soon. In no uncertain term, it would let me know too. And that's them term is the kind you don't like. You hear? Woo. Bloom, bloom. Like them two Cajuns talking one day, and it was just raining and storming. One of them say, "Listen to the bloom, bloom." The other say, "Listen, that fool can't say flounder." Now, what I'm gonna do, just in case my pork chop get there, and they're about there, they're broiling good, I'm gonna put a tablespoonful of soy sauce on this and stir them up. And I think that I'm gonna take a look at them pork chop and see if I can put this on there. I don't want to put it on there unless it's ready. Just hold yourself still there now. Don't go someplace. Not quite ready. They got to be brown before you put that on there. But if it's not brown, it's not good, no. But that's pretty. That looks like good enough to drink. It tastes, you know, that soy sauce, it ain't gonna taste exactly like wine, though, if you drink that. Ooh, let me get this cleaned up out of my way. You know, when I'm cooking at home, I clean up as I go along, and I find it's a lot better, a lot more easy, I guarantee. Let me cast my eye here one more time. This is all set just right. 350. Got the hole punch. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put them soy sauce and wine, 1 cup of wine, just one. Not gonna use much. That's pretty. Smell good too. I tell you what, if anything, that soy sauce improved the smell of that wine. That's for true, I guarantee. Now, I don't want to put it on the pork chop, so I pull them out. And I put them in. It's on broil. Oh, that's going to be good, yeah. And when you bake broiled pork chop, you notice you don't got to turn them over. You just left them in there. You're baking on one side, broiling on the other. Put this out of the way here right now, and I'm going to fixing to go over to that table and eat myself some of this hog meat what I done got cooked up. While y'all were not looking, look what I did. I cooked up some of this. Whoo, you kid. Turn that around here like that. And slice just a little. Now, I tell you what, when you're going to slice this pork, I would advise you to let it cool just at least a little bit, because if you don't let it cool, it's gonna make it hard to slice. But look at that. Now this is a Boston butt, like I'm told you. Even then, it just cooks so good, and you let it cook about 3 hours until it cooks itself off the bone. That's what you got to do. Now look at that. Whoo! That's the piece I've been looking for myself. At least one of them. I'm gonna take 2. And I want to get that outside piece too because it looks so good. Well, it looks good too. Might just well take that one. Now, over here, I got some pork chop. You talk about good. Well, I might just well have some rice and gravy with that, huh? That good rice, cooked every grain, stand by itself, apart. What you call independent rice. Stand by itself. Now, get me a pork chop. Get the biggest one they got in there. You know that's pretty, yeah. Whew, I guarantee that's pretty. But I got to have some gravy too. I just can't just not have a little gravy. And I'm going to use this rice spoon what I got there. Put a little of this gravy here on one side. And right here, I made some gravy when I cooked them roasts. You see, it's got a little flour on it that was in the bag. But the flour is done. Put that on the other side. Go ahead on there. You stand, you done got yourself a whole bunch of good food to eat there. Whew, I guarantee. Let me get with it. It smells so good. Oh, let me tell you something. That look pretty, huh? So much of the eating is not just the taste, you know that, but also the color and the smell. You know, it's a terrible thing. I think it would be terrible not to smell. I have such a wonderful smeller that I can smell and tell if there's enough salt in something. This is true. And the texture. You see how pretty that pork roast is there? The texture, that's beautiful meat, and it's done. You know, occasion I knew got so he couldn't see his food so well. Let me pour a little wine on there. So he went to the eye doctor. How you call an optometrist there. He went to the optometrist named Jerry Henderson there in Denham Springs, where I'm from. He said, Doc, I can't look as good as I used to. Doc said, well, let's just get here and make an examination and see what we can do. And he got him in the chair there, got him scared enough, you know, the way I could examine him real good. He said, I want to ask you something. Have your eyes ever been checked? This kid looked at him and said, hell no, they always been blue, I guarantee. Oh, man. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. One of the things that has changed over the 25 years that I've been doing cooking shows on television is the way people have come to accept such delicacies as alligator meat. I can remember when people thought that was strange cooking. Alligator, can you believe that? In this show that I made for Mississippi Educational TV, I mentioned that it was illegal to hunt alligators. Conservationists said that all alligators were becoming endangered species. Fortunately, that has changed. Now, though, there are still a lot of restrictions on taking alligators for the skins and meat. The meat is very good. I cook it all the time and in different ways. I use the tail meat, the shoulders, the ham, the ribs. The main thing about cooking alligator is you've got to take all the fat off. Alligator meat can be bought in most any good butcher shop all over the country. After all that, this show isn't about cooking alligator, no. It's about corned beef and cabbage au vin and red beans and rice au vin. I hope you get your enjoys out of watching it, I guarantee.
Hi, y'all are. I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to show you the main ingredient in Cajun cooking, and that is imagination. If you don't got some imagination, there ain't no use in trying to cook Cajun style, believe me. We like to improvise. We like to measure things exactly, then put a few more dash, make it taste a little more better. And we cook all kind of things. We cook chicken, hog, cochon de lait, you know, pork, beef, lamb, rabbit, squirrel, venison, and food from the river and the sea like, how you call shrimps, catfish, oyster, crab, turtle, alligator tail. All that's good. Right now it's kind of illegal to get them alligator, but it's still good. And the funny thing about it, we usually caught a lot of this stuff ourselves, you know. But imagination is the one important ingredient. The right attitude is another. You got to like to cook. You know, the Cajun looks on cooking is just as fun, and it is fun. Whoo, boy. In case you don't believe me, how about cooking when you don't even have to be in the kitchen? You know us Cajuns, are pretty conservative peoples, yeah. We don't like to waste nothing. We're good traders and all that kind of stuff. And it took some doing before we finally say it's okay, give our approval to some new, newfangled idea. But this crock pot is one new idea was good. Actually, I think a Cajun must have invented this. Because this crock pot does what we've been doing for years without the crock pot, but it took a lot more work than it does right now. There's a lot of advantages to this crock pot. We used to have to keep the fire up and all that stuff, but now when you cook in these crock pot, you don't lose your vitamins. And you save money electrically because it's aromatic. It takes care of itself and it adjusts its own heat, and there's less shrinkage of your meat. You don't waste as much, and we like that too. And like I'm told you, there's a lot less work. We don't have to worry about stirring. Don't have to do nothing like let it cook all night long or 3 days. It don't make some difference. And I want to tell you something else. That food it's got a good flavor on it. Whew, and it's safe. Another thing about these crock pot, you see that. I can put my hand on that. It will not scorch. It don't hot from the bottom though. Both sides. That's how it does. It heats everything from the side. You can't make a rule on that because you can't put your flour on the side to stir it, you know. You got to. Now, on top of that, the heat stays in and keeps your kitchen a little bit more cooler. Now, right now, I'm going to show you something about corned beef and cabbage. We're going to show you now, in order to did this thing exactly right, I naturally had to do a little beforehand stuff. Don't that pretty? I cooked my corned beef. I cheated on you. Corned beef and cabbage au vin. That's what this is. The au vin is already in here. What we did, we took corned beef, about a 3-pound piece of corned beef. It's in there right now. I'm going to show you in just a second. And that's on. It's hot. Wow! And we put that in there last night. And we let this cook all night. All we did was we put some Sauternes wine, about 4 cups of Sauternes. And incidentally, for you people what don't drink, the alcohol is gone in about 10 seconds after it's boiled. Then we put about 2 tablespoonfuls of Lookin, you may call it, not knowing no better, you know. And then if we got a cayenne pepper that we raised at home, we chunk it on that. But if we don't got that, ka-chung, 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 Louisiana hot sauce, about 3 or 2 dash of that. And if necessary, after you take the corned beef out, you add salt. But I don't think we're going to have to add salt. But right now, I'm going to take this corned beef out. Don't that pretty? If I can just get it out of there without it falling on me. Got it. Got that one. See, it just cooks so tender. And you know, corned beef is not any good if it isn't tender. It really isn't. And I'm going to get that on that platter somehow. Yeah. You take this out and set it aside because there's no way in the world to slice corned beef when it's that hot. There's no way in the world to do it. So what we do, we set it aside and let it cool down a little bit, and then we slice it. Isn't that, oh my goodness, that's pretty. Now, I got this cabbage that needs just a little bit of salt. I can tell. It really does. I'm gonna just put just a little bit of salt on that, about a teaspoonful. That's about a teaspoonful. If I had one here to show you, I'd show you. That's what it is. Now we've got everything else in there. All we're gonna do, you know a great thing about a crock pot? I'll get all this on. All I got to do is just sit around and do whatever I want. Now, some people may want to get crocked with a crock pot cooking, but not me. And while that good Cajun food is just cooking up a storm, you know, you can watch the football game and football season. Whoo-wee. Man, when football season brought itself around, I'll get a crock pot, do all my cooking like that while I'm at the game or I'm at the house. Doesn't make some difference. I got to tell y'all a story before I put them cabbage on there and them onion. A couple of years back when the Saints said they were going to have a good ball club, a couple of my Cajun friends been following the game all along. Big Saint fan. Win or lose, they there. It don't make some difference. They go to them game all the time. In fact, down there in South Louisiana, they had to change the playing of the high school game. They used to play the high school game on Sunday because the Cajuns had to go see Tulane play on Saturday afternoon, and they saw Southeastern Louisiana University play on Friday night, and LUS play on Saturday night. So they had to fix themselves around so they could go to see the Saint on Sunday. They changed their game on Wednesday, the high school game. But these two Cajuns been fans, whoo, died in the wool, Saint fans. They went to the game. Saints lost again. Well, one of them say, I know what's wrong with them saying. The other one say, you do, you better tell Coach North, because he don't know. And you don't know too. He said, oh yeah, I know what's wrong with them saying. I guarantee. He said, what do you mean? He said, you mean to tell me you don't notice them saints giving away the signals on offense, huh? He said, you crazy. Oh no, I'm not crazy. You mean to tell me you don't notice when the saints come out of the huddle on the offense? 3 men in that backfield are laughing like hell, and the fourth one is just pale as a ghost, I guarantee. Let me put this on, yeah. You notice this cabbage is wedged, cut in wedges of about 8. I may have to take some of them juice out, I don't know. Hey, boy. Put this cabbage, I got some boiled onion there. 4 of them, I'm gonna put 4 of them in there. I think I'm gonna be able to make this. Yeah. If you can't make it, you can take some juice out or not put as much cabbage in. That's the smart thing to do. So what we do right there, we put that on there. Put the lid on. Put this on about 300 to get it started cooking. Whew, I'll tell you, that juice, I got to taste that to see if it's any good. I guarantee that's fine. Get this out of my way right now. If there's one thing Cajun like most as good as football, boy, that's red beans and rice. Good old red beans and rice. I'll tell you right now, I've got to put this over here out of my way so that I can let it cool. Right here. Now, wipe my hand. You know, red beans and rice is a favorite not only in Louisiana, but all over the country. Some of these people up north, way up north, around Jackson and Shreveport, they love it. Now, I've got some red beans here, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wash them. You got to wash red bean, because if you don't wash red bean, whoo, boy, you're liable to have some rock on that. Every once in a while, you'll find a rock or two in there. That'll broke a tooth, too. Put it like that. I like to wash them about 3 or 2 times to be sure I don't got nothing left on there except beans. Oh, that's getting clear. Now I'm gonna let them drain in that colander because they're clean. The water's clear. I'm talking about the one to wash the beans in there. Now, I got my beans ready. I got a few other little things I got to put up here to get in my crock pot to get these beans going. Now, you know what we do a great deal of time is we haul off there and we get these beans like this and we put them in our bowl and we marinate them all night long. And then we put them in the crock pot. But you don't got to do that with a crock pot. All you got to do is get yourself ready. That's good old salt meat. I got a pound of kidney beans there, red bean. Good old salt meat. Put that in there. Turn my crock pot up. Now I'm going to put what caused twin beds to be invented. Onion. That's 2 large onions we put on there, chopped up real good. And then what's called separate bedrooms, garlic, chopped up 2 cloves of garlic. That's just 2 cloves of garlic, that's all that is, nothing else. Oh boy, I tell you what, that opened my sciences up, I guarantee you. Whew. Put a little olive oil in there. You know the reason I use olive oil? I like it. That ain't all. It tastes good, too. It ain't got a lot of them cholesterols on it. So they tell me, I don't know. But it also will keep the meat from burning on the bottom. I got used to that when I didn't have to worry about it. When I used to have to worry about them stuff on the bottom. You don't have to do that with this crock pot. It's just hot on the side. Now, I'm going to put my bean on there. Just pour them on there. Whew. good. Now, you think that ain't pretty? Now, in red bean, if you want to, you can use claret wine. Or you can use sauterne. I use sauterne in most everything, so I just went ahead and got 2 cups of sauterne measured up here to put on that. And then I'm going to put 4 cups of water. 4 cups of water right now, but I want to tell you something. When you cook them in the crock pot, you put more than 4 cups. You look at them red beans once before you go to bed. And if they looking like they ain't cover about 2 inch, put some more water on that, because if you don't, it's going to be too bad. I don't got a hot pepper to put on it, so what I'm going to do is just put a half a teaspoon. I think I got a half over here. Yeah. A half a teaspoon of Louisiana hot sauce on that. A little bit more doesn't hurt at all. Now we got to put some little lean parrot. No, we don't do that on there. What we got here is a secret I've been keeping for years and years, my friend. And I'm going to give it away, and I'm going to tell you, I measured this very careful. This is Peychaud's bitters, Peychaud apostrophe S, Peychaud bitters. Now with this, you got to use it very sparingly. I use it in all my gravies, all of my gumbos, and all my beans that I cook. And it's a wonderful thing to know that this little bit of aromatic thing here can give so much flavor. Now I'm putting 1/4 of a teaspoonful in there. And when I say 1/4 of a teaspoonful, that's one time you ain't gonna see old you stand chunk something else in there. But that's all you need. Now another thing I'm gonna do, after I put the top on this Peychaud bitters. Now I'll tell you something about the bitters. You can also get, you may not like Peychaud bitters, you may not like the flavor of them so much, so what you want to do, you get the kind you like. Orange bitters if you like orange. I don't like orange, so I use Peychaud. Or Angostura bitters, all of them. But I prefer Peychaud, and if you can't get that though, try Angostura. Now this right here is nothing in the world but a bay leaf. And I'm gonna put that in there. I done put salt meat in there. Everything's in there. Put that bay leaf in there. And this actually needs some more water before I go to bed tonight, which I will put. Then I cover that, turn my crock pot, and there it is right there. And I want to tell you something. It's fine. You can just keep cooking and cooking and cooking all night long if you got enough water in there. But you want to be sure you put enough water. Now, after you let that cook, say, you check the water when you get up in the morning, because you're not going to eat it till noon. I eat beans for breakfast, but a lot of people don't. You want to check your water there and see if it got enough. You take that bay leaf out and chunk it away. Don't eat that. Throw it away, because it's already got its flavor in there. Now, I've done a few other little things while y'all weren't looking. I've got some garlic bread that I prepared and put in the oven there. And on the table, I got a little thing of mustard that I made myself. And it's a very simple thing. I want to tell you how to make it. What you did with that mustard, you get dry mustard. You know the English mustard, they call it English mustard. And you get dry horseradish, powdered horseradish. You get that. And you haul off there and you mix them together. I'm going to go over to the table and get this and bring it back here to show you. Now, this is something that you use very sparingly. Man, you talk about open your sciences up, that does. All the way from here. Now, you mix that with wine vinegar. Some people make this and they don't, did you get a good, you see that pretty good then? That's fine. But they don't use wine vinegar. I use wine vinegar, just plain wine vinegar. No garlic or garlic on it, anything like that. Just plain wine vinegar, and you mix it to where it's nearly watery. And then you put it in your refrigerator covered. You got to keep it covered, or it'll lose its hot. It really will. So you put that in your refrigerator, and then when you want it, you come out. And when I told you to use a little bit, I ain't kidding none. Now, it's delicious on corned beef. That's what I'm going to put it on there in a little bit. Or on roast beef, roast pork, anything like that. This mustard's good on that. So what you did, you just get that and put it real sparingly, because if you don't, it'll do more than open your sciences. It'll, whew, I'll guarantee it will. You put that there. I'm going to broke some bread. You know, down where we live, it's hot, yeah. We broke bread. Now, this is garlic bread. And I want to tell you how I made that. I might just as well while I'm broking it. Hot. But you know, you mess around with the fire cooking a little bit, and you'd be surprised how you get used to hot. Now, I'm not going to cut this bread, no. I'm going to broke it. What I did with this bread there, you see, there's an old saying, broke bread with me. I'm going to put it in here real nice like I know what I'm doing. Now, this garlic bread, this is how we make that. I don't use black pepper at all, except on garlic bread. We mix some oleo or butter, depending on what you like, with some garlic powder to your smell. You smell it to where there's enough garlic in it. And then you put a little black pepper in there. I'm going to put this back in the oven because I want to keep it hot. You sprinkle a little black pepper on that, and you get that real, you don't melt your butter. You just beat it up real good to good. You got all your garlic in there and your black pepper. You got that going real good. And then you spread it evenly on both sides. You see here? Both sides. And then when nobody's looking, you go get some Parmesan cheese or Romano cheese. It don't make some difference what kind you get. And both sides of that too. Then put your bread back together. Wrap it up in foil like this, and put it in your oven about 350 degrees for about 15 or 20 minutes to where it's going to cook itself real good. And I want to tell you right now, it's fine. And right now at this time, I'm going to haul off here and put this stuff over here where I can get at it to serve myself. Whoo, boy. This is where I sneaked up on everybody. I hauled off that cooked these last night. And this too. This is red bean and rice au vin à la Justin. This is corned beef and cabbage au vin à la Justin. Now what we did with this, we took this cabbage and let it cook in the juice that we cooked the corned beef in. And we had taken the corned beef out and we sliced it when it was cold. And after the cabbage was nearly done and the onion was in there, we took them sliced corned beef and put them back in there. Now, I'll tell you something else. You can go to some of these high-class restaurants and you get vegetable juice, pot liquor. That's all it is, pot liquor. Of course, I've got some wine I'm going to drink over there, but I got to have a little vegetable juice. Charge you $1 a cup. $2 a cup. There's nothing in the world but good old pot liquor. And it's really good. Garlic bread goes good with it. Cornbread goes good with it. Hush puppies, anything goes good with that, I guarantee. Now, let me get my plate because I'm going to serve this thing. While y'all weren't looking too, I hauled off and cooked a little rice. Nothing to it, just like eating lettuce. Cook that rice where every grain stands apart. You know that? Whoo, man. I just well give myself enough. Now, I guarantee that's fine, yeah. And I got a spoon here with hole in it because I don't want to get all juice. I want to get a little juice, but look at that. I guarantee. And them onions cook good in there and that good salt meat. Oh, Justin, you're going to get fat again. I don't care. Yes, sirree. Now I got to get a little, I told you about putting that corned beef in there. There it is right there. Corned beef. Put them on the side like that. Get myself a little of that cabbage. Move that corned beef to the side. Got to get an onion out of there, yeah. Give me a little cabbage. I love it. There ain't no way not to love this stuff. I guarantee. Whoo, boy. All right. Let's go down and sit myself down. Cover that thing. Here we go. Take my corned beef, cabbage. Yes. Woo-wee. Oh, let me tell you right now, I got a couple of friends that went to Golden Peacock Peasant Bar down in Rain, Louisiana one time, and they were so drunk they couldn't climb down off the stool. Somebody had to help them down. And they just crawled right out of that place on their hands and knees. And they crawled across the Highway 90, the old Spaniel Trail, got up on the railroad track, Southern Pacific, and they were crawling up them railroad track, going to town. After a while, one of them say, whoo, man, this is the longest stairway step I never climbed before again in my life. The other one said, I don't mind that long stairway step, but that low handrail is give me hell, I guarantee. Whoo, man. Oh, I want to show you about this, this mustard. When I say you use this sparingly, I'm not lying one little bit. You see that? That's more than enough. Don't put it direct, put it on the side, because you may not be able to eat all of that. And then put the lid back on, because you got to keep it tight. You got to keep that thing tight. And I just want to taste it to see if it came out all right, you know? This here, red bean and rice, the national food of South Louisiana, red bean and rice. I guarantee it's got to be good. Oh, man. A little bit of garlic bread. I'll show you something about garlic bread, too. You dunk it down in your wine, and it tastes so good. Mm-hmm. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. Anybody doesn't like that, there's something wrong with them, I guarantee. I want to tell you, this is great. Oh, boy, just magnifique. Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that pretty. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson. Red snapper is a very good fish. I hope you realize, in fact, red snapper is a real delicacy. A lot of people said putting those oil wells out in the Gulf of Mexico would hurt the fish, but it didn't. In fact, I believe it helped them. Fishermen catch a lot of those red snapper around the rigs, and that makes it possible for us to get our enjoys out of eating those red snapper, I guarantee. I don't ever put anything on the fish when I broil it. I don't want to ruin the flavor of the fish. I'll make a little lemon butter sauce on the side. You don't cook fish a long time because it cooks very quickly. This rice salad is wonderful. You put anything in the kitchen in it. Join me in looking back at one of those shows I made for Mississippi Educational Television more than 20 years ago. I hope you enjoy it, I guarantee.
I'm glad for you to see me, I guarantee. When I walked in here, you know, every once in a while I think of a story and I want to tell it. I haven't heard it in a long time and I don't want to forget it. I got a friend that was fishing one day, and he was just fishing and losing his bait but not catching no fish. And finally the fish started biting, but his bait was just about to run out. And he threw out there and he caught a beautiful brim and he brought him in there real quick and he said, man, I just wish I had some more bait. And he looked down and there one of the little garter snake done caught a frog, trying to get away from him, you know. And he grabbed that snake and said, look, I hate to tell you this, snake, but I need this frog a lot more than you do. And he held on to the snake, and the snake looked so pitiless, he reached underneath his seat there and get a can of that pearl pop with foam on top and just pour some right in that old snake's mouth, turn him loose, put that little frog on his line, chunk it out there. He's got one of them brim to rat now. And he don't lost his frog, too. And he put him, fixed him pretty good, chunk it out there some more. He got another one, man. But he done lost his frog, and he felt something rub on the side of his leg, and he looked down there, and there that snake done caught him another frog, I guarantee. Down there on the Gulf Coast, we have some of the best seafood in the world. We got speckled trout and redfish and pompano. But one of my favorites is red snapper. It's got good firm flesh, nice white meat, and a wonderful flavor, that's for true. It's not too fishy like some fish. Now, I cook red snapper different from anybody else, I guess, because I don't put anything on my red snapper at all. I just get it ready to go. Let me get this arch here without spilling anything. And I did it, I guarantee. And get me something to put the red snapper on, like this right there. But what I'm going to do is put a little something in this pot I've got here, this black pot. I've got some oleo. I'm going to add to that the juice of 2 lemons. It's not going on that red snapper before it's cooked, oh Lord. Let me put this on warm, low. Put that on low. This must not boil. And I'm going to put a little Lookin Perrin, how you call Worcestershire sauce. Say about a tablespoonful. That's about a tablespoonful. And I'm going to put a little olive oil on there, about 2 tablespoonfuls of that. I better measure that so that people won't think I'm trying to tell them something what ain't true. And 1, 2, run over. That's olive oil. Put that there like that. I'm going to put a little salt on that, too, about a teaspoonful of salt. You know, fish got to have salt. That's about a teaspoonful. Let's see if I still got my way of doing that. Yep. There it is. Teaspoonful of salt. And we're going to put a little Louisiana hot sauce on there. We use this on ice cream, too, I guarantee. Now, we'll just put a ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-chung on it. That's enough. That's less than a teaspoonful. It's not all that much. Now, I got that there, and I'm gonna let that just never boil. And this is going to be getting hot while I put my red snapper in the oven. Don't that pretty? That's real pretty, I guarantee. Put that in there like that. Let me put this over and get it a little bit better. First, I'm going to spray this dish with Pam, if I can find the Pam. Here it is, right where I put it. Spray it with Pam. That's to keep it from stick on the bottom there, because anything worse to get out of a pan is fish what's stuck with it, I guarantee. Red snapper, beautimous. I'm going to cook 5 little pieces of red snapper in this broiling pan. And I think my oven's on broil. Yep, better be. Got that there. And I'm going to get this out of my way this very minute. Now, you notice there's nothing on that fish? Not a thing. Put this in the broiler. Whoo! Now, it does not take fish very long to cook. So every once in a while, I'll cast my eye on that to be doggone sure that I won't burn them fish. And that's bad. You know, us Cajuns love to fish, and we love to hunt. And I got a friend I've been hunting with for years and years and years down in South Louisiana. And let me tell you right now, he is full bleed Cajun. He ain't like me, half bleed. He's full bleed. And he's a weekend Catholic. He go to church every Saturday afternoon. And then he goes back across the street to Johnny Geetro and has another little beer or drink, something like that. And he married, about 17 or 16 years ago, he married a beautiful female girl, lady, women from way up north, around Shreveport. And this female lady, girl, women, beautiful, fine lady, she is a deep water Baptist. That means she don't even closet drink, you hear? But my friend, like I'm told you, full bleed Cajun, he got to have a little sip and a nip every now and then, every day. But when they made marriage, she said, oh no, don't you even come in the same room with me, smelling like a brewery distillery, let alone climb up in bed. And last year we was hunting duck together down in South Louisiana, and we got a camp where there's 2 bedrooms, and I look in his bedroom there, and he's in his pajama, fixing to go to bed, and I noticed he take what I thought was 2 capsules, and chew them up. I said, he's sick. And then I see him stuff something up both nose. I said, he's too sick to go in the blind. I better go see about him. Well, I said, my friend, I'm sorry you're sick like this. He said, I'm not sick. I said, oh, yeah, sure. I saw you took them medicine. I saw you stuffed something up both nose there. He said, the medicine, what that was? I said, that was capsule. He said, no, that was 2 Lookin cough drop. And what I stuffed up my nose was Victor salve. I said, well, you smell like a drugstore. You can't go in. He said, I'm not sick. I said, well, how come you do that then? He said, well, you know my old lady, how she feel about drinking. I said, oh, yeah, everybody know that. He said, well, I found out about 15 years ago that I could took 2 Lookin cough drop and chew them up and stuff Victor salve up above my nose, and I could drink anything I wanted to. And all she could smell was Lookin cough drop and Victor salve. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, but she ain't here. He said, I know, but you do that 15 years and you become addicted to it, I'll guarantee. Now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna have to make some, we're gonna eat them red snap, but we're gonna make some avocado soup. Now, we don't cook that, no. Avocado soup is cold. Some people call them alligator pie. But you ain't gonna catch no Cajun calling them that, no. Because you know what? When we say alligator, we think about going out and caught one of them things and getting that meat from that big tail on there, because it's real good eating, I can guarantee. We don't feel like people do about calling it a shark. Whew, let me see some. I'm gonna show you an avocado. Let me cut this up here where I can get at it a little bit better. Some people call them alligator pie, like I'm told you. But this is nothing but an avocado. There it is. See? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to peel one. I'm not going to peel, I'm just going to show you how to get to the thing and get that old big seed out of it. You know, it's about better than 50% seed. See there? That old seed. That old seed got to come out. He's hard to get out. He's slick. So what you do, just throw that knife in there, twist it around, you got him out. Nothing to it, just like eating lettuce. You see that? We put that there out of the way. Now, avocado soup is served cold. We're going to put this avocado, 2 cups of avocado, what I got right there. Man, that's fine. We're going to put this in the blender. Ooh, you kid. A teaspoonful of salt, maybe not quite a teaspoon. Not quite a teaspoon I'm going to put on that. Now, that's not quite a teaspoon. I'm going to show you that that's not quite a teaspoon. See, like quite a little bit being a teaspoon. Get that in there. Then we're going to put about 1.5 cups of chicken stock, or this is chicken broth. It's about the same thing. Chicken stock, I think, tastes a little bit better. We put that on there. Then we're going to put some lean Perrin, Worcestershire. I think what we'll put in there, just 1 tablespoonful of that, just to be sure we don't put too much. Got that? In a dash, 1 dash of Louisiana hot sauce, right there. Now, if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna take a look at my flesh. I got to see how it's doing. Ooh, fine. Now, what I'm going to put on here now is about 2 cups of buttermilk. Not quite 2 cups. Put it on there. I got the salt. I got all that on there, what I need to put. Put that like that. I need my spoon. I don't need this. I'm going to get it out of my way. Now, put the lid on it. Don't you dare forget not put that lid on there. And you want to liquefy this. This is what we're going to do to liquefy this right now. Get after it there. It's liquefying. I guarantee that liquefying. Woo, boy. Let's see how it look. C'est magnifique. Ha 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 ha, guarantee. You know what? That soup's made. And what I'm gonna do right now is find a bowl to put that on. And I think I got it right here. Yeah, here it is, right here. Where I put it. I'm gonna put that on this bowl. Not that pretty? That's delicious too. Now, if you don't eat it like I'm gonna do very shortly, what you got to do is put it on ice and keep it there. I'm gonna put this in the sink. It'd just be in my way if I don't. Put this over here. Clean it up after a while. Put this down here. Man. I'm gonna put this on the table so I can get at it real good. Now we got the soup. Avocado soup. Yeah. Now, look here, this nearly boiled on me, you know it? Whew. I don't want that to happen, no. Got to put it on warm. Nearly boiled. Came close, close, close. I hadn't looked there. We got the entree. Now we got the soup. Now we got to have some starch to go with that. And what we're gonna do right now is make a rice salad. And I know us Cajuns love rice. Now this is cooked rice. Got that right there, like that. Now I got a bunch of stuff to go on that. Oh yeah. Here we go. That's about 2 cups of rice. We cooked 2 cups of rice, and it made that much rice. And what we're going to put on there is a cup of onion, chop up real pretty, green onion. This is a cup of chopped dill pickle. Put that rascal in there right now. That's smelling good already. This is a cup of chopped sweet pickle, right here. Put that on there too. Right here, we got a cup of celery. Celery, we're gonna put that on there. We got a cup of chopped green pepper, bell pepper. Don't that pretty? And we chop up some olive and pimento, what was mixed together. We chop that up and we put that on there too. That's a cup, 1 cup of that. And this is about a cup and a half of chop up hard-boiled egg, which we boil for 20 minutes so they'd be digestible. A baby can eat an egg. Now, I'm going to mix this up just a little bit here, you know, get this mixed up. Just a little bit. That's pretty. That's going to look pretty all the time. And I'm going to mix a little sauce to go on that because that's not quite good enough, juicy enough for me there yet. Whoo, I guarantee. Look at that. That's fine. Now, I'm going to take this bowl right here. This is salad dressing. And the reason I use salad dressing instead of mayonnaise is salad dressing will keep a little longer than mayonnaise. Off of ice, I'm talking about. I'm going to use about a cup of salad dressing. It's about a cup in there. And this is Durkee's. I'm going to use about 3 or 4 tablespoons full of that. Come on out of there. Now you're going. That's good old Durkee's. This is just plain old yellow mustard I got right here. Before I do it, let me look at my fish. Hold steady. Ooh, you rascal. Oh, looking better all the time. I guarantee. This plain old yellow mustard. Now, if I was making this for myself down home, I would make my own mustard and do it. But I'm going to put 3 tablespoonfuls of yellow mustard in that. Now, I'm going to put a little cayenne pepper on that. Not much, just a little bit, you know, it ain't much. Got that on there. I'm going to stir it up. Mix it good. I'm going to put a little olive oil in there to give it a little more body, how you call it. Look prettier, taste better. Now, we got that like that. Stir it up good. And you got to have a little tartness with this, so what we use is wine vinegar. We don't let it sleep in it overnight. We just put a few dashes of wine vinegar. There we go. Wine vinegar. And we stir that into this, and it kind of whitens it up a little bit. Makes it a little looser. And the first thing you know, we got it mixed up, and we put it on the rice salad. Whew. Now, you know that that's pretty. Let me move this out of my way. Yeah. Now I'm going to mix this up just at least a little bit. You know, when you make this, if you let it sit overnight, it's even better. Like potato salad is always better the next day. Now, let me mix it just at least a little bit more. I don't know how I do that, but I got just the right amount of juice on that. You know that? Let me check my fish and we'll come back to that. Ooh, I just turned you off, you rascal. You be sure that nothing more happens to you. Now I'm going to mix this a little bit more because it's not quite mixed good enough. And let me tell you right now, this is fine stuff. You like potato salad, you like rice salad. That's for true. And I haven't left a thing out of this. I want you to know I put everything I could find in the kitchen in it. Went next door and borrowed 4 things. And that always make it taste more better. That's for true. Whew. Yeah. Now, I'm going to take this and put it over on the table. Come on down. Right here. And while I'm over here, I'm going to put a little of this wonderful avocado soup in a cup so it'll be ready when I get ready. Man, that'll look good. That is good, too. I want you to know that is good. Put that right there, like that. Put these over here, like that. Ha! Now, let me stir this. I don't want this to boil. Can't afford to let this boil. Okay. Now, I'm going to put my fish over here because it's dead. You know, it doesn't take fish long to cook, no. Fish cooks real quick. It doesn't take it long. Oh, that's pretty. Now you're wondering what in the world are you going to do? You ain't got nothing on it, little old dry-looking fish. I'm going to put it right here is what I'm going to do before it burns me. Close this oven. Now, right now, I'm going to get one piece of this fish out and put it on this plate with this spatula. You see that? This come out just exactly right. Let me loosen this up. So when I do want to take it out, I can. Yeah. This is where you put your seasoning on your fish. After it's done, after it's put into the plate that the people are going to eat off of. That's what you did. You see that? That's lemon butter, Worcestershire, a little hot sauce, And that's all. Isn't that fine? I guarantee. I'm going to turn this off because I don't want that to boil. Now, get me a little rice salad on my plate. Yes. Just a little, not much. I've got everything I need. Soup, starch, got it all right there. And now, I'm going to sit down here and tell you a story. Oh, first of all, I'm going to pour a little wine. You know, this is red wine. Some people say you're supposed to have white wine with fish, but you're supposed to drink the kind of wine you like. That's the kind of wine you're supposed to drink. Let me tell you. I got a friend who lived in Opelousas, Louisiana. And he got a job up north, way up north in Detroit. Now, how he find that place, I don't know. But he get a job driving him automobile trailing transport truck up there. And he get a job with understood that every 2 weeks he gonna get to go back through Opelousas, Louisiana, on the way to Beaumont and Houston, Texas, hauling them Cataract automobiles, you know. Gonna get to go through there and see his wife and 11 cheering what he's got. Well, the fella forgot to took into consider he got to unlearn him how to drive Cajun style, and that take 2 weeks. Then you got to learn him how to drive Yankee style, that take 2 more weeks. In the first trip he don't get to Beaumont and Houston or go to Miami, Florida, and weigh out 4 road maps trying to get a shortcut to Miami through Opelousas, but he don't made it from Detroit. So he come back there and he walk up to the foreman what hired him. He say, "How come you told me that damn lie?" The foreman say, "Which one?" He say, "You know which one. You told me every 2 weeks I'm gonna get to go through Opelousas and see my old lady and all them cheering. It been 6 weeks since I've been home, and I'm gonna go something that they ain't gonna know me. They're gonna ask her, who that is, Mama?" She gonna say, "I don't know." Well, the foreman say, "I'm awful sorry about that. I'll guarantee I didn't mean to broke my word or anything like that, but you know how it is. We got to did things like we supposed to did them now, and I got a trip what's gonna go out in about 4 hours, and I'm so sorry you too tired to took it out." He said, "Who say I'm tired? I'm not tired. I'll be glad they took that trip out there. Gonna go through Opelousas on the way to Beaumont and Houston." He said, "That's right." He said, "Okay, you can took it out, but you go get 40 wink, because I don't want you to be too tired when you did that." He said, "All right." So we'll get 22 wink. He don't want to miss nothing. He get back there and he get on that trailing truck there and say, "Opelousas, boy, here I come. Old lady, I know you and them cheering. Gonna be glad to see me, I guarantee." And he do just fine with them trailing truck till they get about 40 miles from Opelousas. 10 p.m. in the nighttime. Man. And blinkety, 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 them flick, 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 them headlight flick plumb out on him. And he pull on the shoulder of the road and he get down from them truck. And he go across the road and he look back at the truck on the shoulder of the road. He say, "This Cajun snake bit by a whole basket full of snake. I tell you for true. Here I am, got to wait till daylight, and they're going to put me a day behind. I'm going to drive through Opelousas and just wave bye-bye when I pass. And this is bad." And he said, "Wait just a minute." He look over there again, and that top automobile on top is faced the same way with him. He said, "Let me go see." Well, he climbed up there and he turned them headlight on. Whew, he could see a mile and a half down the road. He said, "I wonder how come that safety man didn't thought about that." They get back on them trucks, say, "Opelousas, whoo, boy, here I come. Old lady and you cheering, gonna wake up there, because you're gonna be glad to see me, I guarantee." He's not going very far before he meet an automobile brought itself up the road. You get about a half mile from him and it leave the road, boogity, 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 across the cow pasture. And he drive up there and brought himself to a dead still, reach down, pull his emergency brake so that truck won't roll. He run out there across that field, say, "You hurt, my friend, huh?" Fella say, "No." He say, "What happened? You broke? Didn't work?" He said, "No, didn't stop. But your steering didn't broke?" "No, the steering didn't broke." He said, "Well, what in the world happened?" He said, "Well, me, I would have brought myself up the road, and you brought yourself down, and me, I figure if you have it wide as you is tall, I better give you plenty of room, I guarantee." Southern wine that needs just a little bit of salt. You got to admit that's pretty, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Yes. Oh, it's looking good. I guarantee that's a fine one. Ooh, boy.
Hello there, I'm Justin Wilson, and I love to make casserole dishes. This is where the imagination can get a good workout. What if you've got unexpected company and they expect to have something for dinner? That's when you look in the pantry and the refrigerator and maybe even in the garden to find a few things to throw together. The most wonderful dishes in the world are created like this. Just use a fresh vegetable, some grated cheese, a little onion, and maybe a can of soup or tomato sauce and a few seasonings, and hoo boy, you've got a magnificent original casserole dish. When I made this show you're about to see for Mississippi Educational Television 25 years ago, I cooked eggplant casserole and Brussels sprouts casserole. I don't know which I like best because they are both so good, I guarantee.
How y'all are? You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad for you to see me, I guarantee. And I thought of a story when I was walking on there. I haven't told it in a long time, and I would like to hear it again myself. So before I start cooking, I'd like to tell you this story. I live near Denham Springs, Louisiana, and Denham Springs is dry. I mean, you know, legally, how you call it. And across the Amite River, East Baton Rouge Parish, it's wet everywhere you want to get, I guarantee. And they had a barroom saloon. This is a true story over there, cocktail saloon, and a little cute little female girl, lady, women, barmaid worked over there. And she, I guarantee, she was the smartest aleck would ever live anywhere before. I guarantee you that, too. She had all kind of answers. If you got a question, in fact, she'd furnish you a question if you didn't have one. That's how smart she was. And at one Cajun that worked in construction, he came in there every day to get one little drink of that good Cajun whiskey made up in Tennessee, how you call it, Jacques Daniel, and chase it with just one shoot of little beer, like a pearl pop with foam on top. And he'd get him one shoot, and she'd just give him a working over. Even I felt sorry for him. But one day he came in there and he drug a 20-foot log chain with him. Clinkety, clinkety, clankety, 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 blap. And she said, I know he wanted me to ask him how come he drugged them chain, but I ain't gonna did it. And she just gave him a hard time some more, and he had his one drink and picked up them log chain, clinkety, clankety, clank, clank, and drug it back outside some more. He got out there with that every day, 10 days. Clinkety, clankety, clankety, blap with them log chain. Every day she'd talk with herself, say, I ain't gonna ask him, no, just ain't gonna did it. Whoo! 10 days it went on. On 11 days, she can't stood it some more. He come clankety, 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 clank with them chain, blap. He said, she said, shut your mouth. How come you drug them damn log chain here like that, huh? He said, I look like hell trying to push it in here, I guarantee you. Now, we're going to cook eggplant. I don't mean chicken. That's where the eggs come from. But this is the eggplant I'm talking about right here. This is a purple eggplant, and they're all kinds. They even grow a green one, but you know, funny thing about it, they don't taste as good because you don't think they ought to be that color. You can do all kinds of things with eggplant. I do all kinds of things with them. I cube them up and cook them like hush puppies, or I slice them real thin, and then cover them with all kind of little goody stuff and let that get cold and slice it like candy. And ooh, it's really so good. But today we're not going to do any of that. I've got some eggplant over here that I got to go get out of that sink because I've had it soaking in a little salt water to take the bitter out of it. This is eggplant that's been soaking here in salt water. I'm going to take it out of this salt water, put it in this colander, and rinse all that salt water off of it. And as I go along, I'll try to tell you what I'm going to do. Got to. Whoo, look at that. Man, that's pretty. Now see, that water has turned black nearly. It's brown. That's taking the bitter out of the eggplant. What I'm going to do is just rinse this salt out of this. And then I'll have to salt it some more when I cook it. Pour this water out. Get it like that. Put some fresh water in. Rinse it a little bit to be sure I get all of the salt water out of there. Now, got this going my way right now, I'll tell you for true. Whew. Put this back on this like that. Don't want to waste any of that good eggplant, no. I'm getting all of the salt off of it. Just rinsing it, that's all I'm doing. Nothing to it, just like eating lettuce. Now I'm going to drain it again. And I'm going to take it over to the stove. In this thing because I don't want to get everything wet. Who knew? And over here, I got a pot. Underneath here, I got all my stuff that goes in there. And this is such a good one, it's going to take 2 of these trays to get it all up here. Yay! Look at that. Now, put this here so that I won't get everything all over the floor. This is clean. Cleaned it myself. So steady. That nearly fills that pot, doesn't it? That's 4 quarts. This is a 4-quart pot. 4 quarts of eggplant is what that is. Let me put this back at the sink and get it out of my way. Now I'm going to haul off there and put a cup of, this better be, yeah, Sauterne wine on that. Oh, I should say so. And then 2 cups of water. Now sometimes I put a little more water, but I don't think it'll be necessary today. Now, I'm going to put that on medium high and cover it with this lid and cook it till it's kind of tender. Now right here I got a frying pan skillet, and we're going to put this in here, a couple of tablespoons of olive oil, maybe a little more. It all depends on how big the skillet. What I'm going to do, I'm going to saute some onions and bell pepper. Supposed to be 2 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, but I like olive oil, so I use a little more. There's nothing wrong with that, guaranteed. Put this on high. These lovely ladies who are helping me got this all chopped up for me. Isn't that great? I guarantee it is. That represents 2 cups of onions, which it is. Just 2 cups of onions. We're going to put that in there and saute that. This is a cup of sweet pepper, bell pepper, some people call it. I call it bell pepper, being from South Louisiana. And a cup of good old parsley. We're going to saute this until they're clear, what we call clear. Man, that's fine. I'll tell you right now, I never forget, we used to put a cooking show on, and we'd put onion, we'd fry a little bacon and put some onions in a skillet and then put some fans back over to blow toward the audience. You talk about, man. Everybody go in there and come out there so hungry they wouldn't know what to do. Oh, yeah. I use a great deal of parsley in cooking. A great many people don't realize that parsley is a very fine seasoning. It really is. We're going to saute this a little bit till we've got all kind of goodies we're going to mix with this. Let me check this and see how she's doing. Yep, she's doing all right. Put it on a little hotter fire. Get her going. Saute, that's a good Cajun word coming from France, all the way plumb, you know. And the reason we're cooking those eggplants like that is because we want them to get soft enough so we can mash them up. That's what we have to do. We've got to mash those. Now, I'm preheating my ovens over there for the eggplants. It's 350 degrees. It's going to be preheated at 350 degrees, and we're going to put this eggplant in there just as quickly as we can. And it'll take it about 45 minutes to an hour to cook. I would suggest that you make it an hour. Don't mess around with them 45 minutes. That's the best thing to do. Now, this is doing real good here. Let's see what this is doing right here. Not doing as good as I'd like for it to, but it'll do. We'll get it all fixed right. Now, what I can do while this is sauteing, I can work on another casserole and come back to this one and finish it up. Oh no, that's looking right there right now. Hold steady, don't go away. Man, that smells good. Just think I'll have a sandwich made out of this right now. Yeah, some of them good garlic bread I got over there, you know. I just tell you, this looks real good. I'm gonna adjust that. There you going. Get after it there. She's cooking. She's cooking. See how nice those eggplant come out after they're soaking? They're cubed up pretty small so that they will cook quicker. That's what I'm planning on with this. And it's doing it. It's doing all right. This is sauteing real good. Fine. Yeah, those bell pepper getting clear. You see by clear, if the camera can catch this, see that bell pepper right there getting clear? It sure is. And them onions getting clear too. In other words, you think you can see through them, but you can't. They're translucent. That's what they are. They ain't quite plumb clear, but close enough. I guarantee. But right now, I'm gonna let this go ahead and cook, and I'm going to get my other casserole ready. I think I've got everything right here for it. My Brussels sprout, you would call it Brussels sprout. That's right. Let me move this over closer. Like that, like this. Now, there we go. Got a casserole here, and I'm gonna spray it with Pam. Get these Brussels sprouts going. While that's sauteing, cooking a little bit over there. Whoo. Spray that with Pam. And then I got to do something that I think everybody ought to do. When you make a casserole, you want to be sure that the sides of your casserole have a little oil on them. So what I do, I just put my hand out in there and rub it on there. That's the only thing to do. And I'm sure I got them sides. Oh, yeah. Now, I'm going to them sink there and wrench my hand just at least a little bit. Get that off of them. Yeah, now. I've been sneaking up on you here a little bit, been cooking these Brussels sprouts till they're tender. You see there? See how pretty those are? Oh, yeah. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drain those in a colander here. Put it right here where everybody can see that. Let them drain just a little bit. Then put them over here where I can put them in here. I'm going to put a layer. Just put one layer of these little bitty cabbages. That's all they are, little bitty cabbages. You can look at them and tell. Put one little layer of cabbages. This is pretty. It really is. And then we're going to put a layer of the mother of twin beds, onion. What that is, it was called the invention of it. Put a layer of this, like that. Whoo, that smells good, yeah. And then I'm gonna, yeah, I guarantee that's fine. Open up your senses a little bit. Oh, boy. Now, I'm going to put a little salt and pepper. This is cayenne pepper. Now, down where I live, we grow our own. But this is a little bit of cayenne, and it's not... I don't use black pepper except on garlic bread because I found that this is more digestible. In fact, black pepper is not digestible, and red pepper is. I don't want to put too much because I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. I'm trying to keep them from eating it. But this is a little salt. Sprinkle a little salt on that. Just a little. Now, I use 3 kinds of cheeses. This is Swiss cheese. Sprinkle a little there. Want to be sure we got enough for each layer. This is Romana. You can use Parmesan if you wish. It's all right. And what it is about a cup of each. A cup of each kind of cheese is what I have. Good old rat cheese, American cheese is what this is. Oh, this is fine. I guarantee that's good. Now, another layer of them little bitty cabbages is what I got to put on there. Spread out there now. There you go. Put them on the side like that. Yeah, hey. I don't know how we measure that. I think I got a Brussels sprout. I think that's about, 2 pounds of Brussels sprout is what I got there. Now, get some more of this beautiful onion that people love to eat and hate the smell. It'll come out just right. I don't know how it does this. I really don't. I'm going to tell you the truth. Because I never measure anything that good at home. That's for true. I just get after it. Look at that. Come out just right. Then we're going to put a little more red pepper. Look good, too, that red pepper. Put it down there. Come on, red pepper. Now, a little salt, a little more salt. Not much. Just sprinkle a little on there. Cheeses. Got to put them cheese on there. Getting with it. Now. Got that going there. I guarantee that's pretty. Now, to make it look real pretty, you know, we put this cheese last. This good old American rat cheese. And this is going into an oven what's been preheated for 375 degrees, not 350, no. And you got to cook this about an hour. Or, you know, the best thing to do is just every once in a while go punch and see if your onions is tender because they take longer to cook than anything else. Right here. There we go. Now, let me check my eggplant and see how she's doing. Oh, wait a minute. You know I forgot the most important thing? Come back here. Hold steady. Great balls of fire. What you got to do is pour a cup of wine over the whole doggone mess. Yay. Ha. Never let it be said that old Justin forget that cup of wine. Now, let me see how my eggplant is doing. It's doing, but not good enough. We're going to try it. Yay. I'll tell you the truth, I'm glad I don't have to clean up all this right this minute. What I'm going to do, this eggplant is not cooked quite enough. But we're going to drain it and mash it the best we can, which I think will be good enough. Turn it off. Turn that off. And get my colander. We got to keep this juice. You've got to keep this juice that you cook this eggplant in, because that's got the wine in it. And you've got to use a little of that juice. And I'll leave a little in there, so just see if I can't mash that a little. Yeah, it mashed pretty good. I can use something else here better. Use this dough cutter. Yeah. We mashed that up pretty good. I might have to add a little more of that juice back in here, too. You don't want a casserole to be dry, no. And this one's not going to be dry. I'm going to put a little of that juice back in it. That's good. Then we're going to put all our stuff we got going here, saute. We put all that in there. And then we put a teaspoonful of garlic powder. There's not much. A teaspoonful of onion powder. There's not much. Whoo, you kid. Now we got that. Then we take a teaspoonful of celery salt. That's right. And a teaspoonful of butter-flavored salt. Right there like that. Put that all in there. Put a little more of that. Look good. Then we put a little bit of this hot sauce, about a teaspoonful. That's about right. A tablespoonful of Worcestershire. 2 tablespoonfuls of Worcestershire. We'll measure that very carefully. 2 tablespoonfuls of Worcestershire. And 1 tablespoonful of soy sauce. That's not even a tablespoon. That's doing all right, though. That's good. Now, what we do, got all that going there. That's good. I think about everything in there. I got 2 eggs. I'm going to beat those eggs, but before I do, I'm going to stir this. Stir this up. And then you fold your eggs in. You don't stir them, you fold them in there. Which is just like this. And then we put this in a casserole after we put our shrimp and our tuna, a cup of shrimp and a cup of tuna is all that is. And you fold that in there too. You put this in a casserole and it comes out looking like I'm going to show you, right? And I'm going to put it in a casserole a little later, but I've got some fixed already over here. Whew, you talk about fine. A little wine. a little eggplant casserole. Ooh, you kid. Isn't that pretty? A little bit of this good old, how you call Brussels sprout casserole, if I don't spill it, which I may do, it's all right. My casserole. And, whoo, boy, that smells good. I'm telling you right now, that's fine. I tell you for true, that is real good. And we have here a little garlic bread to go with this. It's in it real good stuff, too. This casserole comes out real good. You cook it just about, I would say an hour. That's better. And I want to taste it to see whether I'm telling you the truth or not. I ain't about to tell you a word of lie. Hold steady. That's fine. I guarantee that's fine. I'll tell you for true. Man. That's one of those little bitty cabbages right there. Brussels sprout. You ever see them grow? They grow in little clusters. They really do. They're fine. Now, take a knife and cut this onion up. See if it was done or not. It is. It's done. But it took it a little better than an hour, I've got to be honest with you. It takes a little better than an hour. It really does. Now, that's fine. That is really good. Oh, boy. Now, remember all those ingredients I put in that eggplant. Don't forget the tuna. Don't forget the shrimp. A lot of people ask me, you mean to tell me you make tuna casserole all the time? We've got things down in South Louisiana that don't have other places.